to start recording, start streaming, and we will not even have models ready. So I'm going to... They're going to have nothingness. They're just going to have void. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? We should just have void. You should not be able to see us right now because I didn't...
Oh, on your stream?
Yeah, on the stream. I haven't loaded... I'm going so fast I did not even start VTube Studio.
Okay,
there should just be a void in chat.
It's just on the screen with chat.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. But you guys can hear Alex?
Hello?
Can you folks?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, excellent, excellent. Pecco says that they can hear you. Logging into Steam. Yeah, so here's a new record for Scuff. Here's a new record for Scuff. Actually, no, this is not the record for Scuff. My Scuff record is really high, so this is not anywhere close. Hopefully we do not set a Scuff record today. Have you heard what my Scuff record is?
What's your Scuff record? Okay,
my Scuff record was I did a CK3 collab with my friend Lady Saffron. And it was actually going fantastically. It was a phenomenal collab. It was a complete catastrophe of a game. And by the way, it's hosted and ready again.
Okay.
Let me just... You should be seeing the tracking is still loading. So, start and connect. Okay, my tracking is restored. So we're doing the CK3 collab. We're doing the CK3 collab. And
Are you online on Steam? I don't see you on here.
Oh, Steam.
Oh wait, no, I see you. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see, is this gonna work? It says you're offline still, though.
Yeah, I'll just try it. See what happens. Actually, no, hold on.
Okay,
I was actually offline. Try it now.
Oh, okay.
Joined Alex. Okay, I see Alex. Your model hasn't loaded in yet, but I see you in the back end. But yeah, so me and her are doing the CK3 collab, and then like she just completely crashes out. She just completely crashes. She's gone. And I'm like, and she texts me and goes, my computer died. And then she figures out a couple hours what happened, which is that her motherboard melted.
Oh my God.
Her motherboard melted. And so she's just like, my computer's fucking dead. There's nothing. Just keep going. And so I'm like, okay, that's a mess. I keep going. I'm playing CK3. And then you know what happens? About an hour or two later, my power supply lights on fire.
Oh, wait, no way.
Yes,
Seriously?
live. Like, I was live on the air and my computer's on fire.
Oh my God.
I see sparks and flames come out of my power supply. Like,
that's terrifying.
A 100% fatality rate for the computers that participated in that collab.
Oh my God.
So absolute scuff record. Absolute scuff record there. But yeah, I mean and it was funny because like the thing that we were talking about before we started was that I am on Windows 11 because I bought a new PC purely to be a stream PC. There's not a particularly good PC. It's a very minimal, cheap ass PC that was not intended to play games on at all. Because I had another gaming PC and then it fell apart for different reasons. Oh, Matthew Reisiger completed his taxes. Congratulations. Congratulations,
Yay!
Matthew. Also, I forgot to say, Pekon Neko, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for that. And also, people should check out Nagi Quetzale. She's insane. I assume that people have checked her out because she's on here all the time, but she is insane and she is very wise in the serpenty ways and is very funny to make fun of. So, but yeah, we were complaining about this before I got on that I'm on Windows 11 and fucking Notepad has AI. Like,
which is crazy. Like, why do you need AI in Notepad?
And like I'm like, what is this? I'm like, this is the most gray program I've got on existence, and that's what I want. I want a gray text box with gray Courier New, and I want my only options to be word wrap or no word wrap. That's what I want. That's what I want from Notepad. I want it to be I want it to tell me how many bits are being used by the program, what line I'm on. I want nothing. I want this thing to be the most bare bones ass text editor on the goddamn planet. Partially because like so many text editors will not live tell you how many characters you've used, so they're kind of annoying for composing multi-tweets in. So that's like a lot of that's part of the reason why I use it. The other reason is because it's so fucking bare bones. Like it's just so non-distracting. And then I like see like a pink button. I'm like, why is there color in my notepad? And I click on it. And it's like, use Copilot to like shorten your message or like or expand the vocabulary. This is not what I want at all. I do not want this at all. Like I'm like, do I go back to writing, like doing my text editing in LaTeX or some shit like a turbo nerd? Like yeah, I've got Notepad++, but Notepad is nice because it is nothing. Notepad is like the least text editor, which is like sometimes that's what I want. Sometimes
sometimes you need to just jot something down. You don't need any like fancy shit. It's like I just need to put this down so I don't forget it, right?
Exactly. I use it for like brainstorming, for like having the most naked and unfiltered version of myself on the page, like, and have it be searchable and not unlike all of my writing on paper, because oh my god, I am so disorganized. I lose everything that I write on paper. It's useless. It's useless. But yeah. No. What was I? That was kind of where we started. Was just like, oh my god, this is so ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. But yeah, no. Alex has been. We've got like 40 hours of collabs together or something like that, right?
Probably, yeah. That sounds about right.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and we mostly it's been Warframe. Mostly it was Warframe, which is one of those games that like you come in and out of as a person. Like I don't know.
Like I've been at a point where I'm just like I'm not in a Warframe. I haven't been in a Warframe mood for like the past like 6 months. I just like, oh man, maybe I'll come back to it. But like, yeah, I need a break from it.
I've come back to it a little bit in a small way. Because one of the people who shows up to a lot of like my game nights, she's been playing it a lot. Yeah, it's this one, Karatsun. Kara went fucking hardcore on it, and she completed the entire story in like 3 weeks.
Oh my god.
Like, and it's really funny to me as like a person who's like an old person in Warframe and is like used to the game like not really having any plot or purpose, or like you just kind of like get equipment and vibe for like most of the time that I played. Like there was like no writers. It was like nothing. It was just like a game that like is just pure mechanics.
Yeah.
And it's like she's like fully done on the story and like doesn't have basic stuff.
That's so wild.
It's so wild to me. It's such a completely different experience of the game from my experience of it. Just completely radically different way of playing Warframe from how it would ever.
Oh, do you mind if I crack open my cold one?
I think it's time. I am actually going to put on a sweater and then crack open mine. So give me a second to put on a sweater.
Okay. I want to see if this gets picked up on the mic. So give me a sec here. Could you guys hear that?
Oh, you did your crack? Nice. And let me crack mine open. I may as well go over to the live and see if I can get the hand cam going so people can see. There we go. Let's move the camera a little bit so you don't see my leggies. No need to post thigh on main. Bottle check. Bell's Two Hearted. Classic Michigan beer. And let's see if this comes through.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. And proper beer pouring technique. You know, gotta hit the side.
Are you not gonna drink it straight out of the bottle? Nah,
I'm a civilized man. I'm not a barbarian. Gotta get that nice little foamy head.
Oh, the foam. That's right.
Yeah, gotta. And this, you know, it's an IPA, so you don't want a lot of head. You want a light head. But yeah, kanpai.
Kanpai.
But yes. Yeah. Cold one no karakimasu. What it not even krakushimasu. Karakimasu. Konbanwa Gringatsu-san. But Yeah, not a lot of head, not a lot of head. You know, unless you're. I mean, the Europeans like the big head. Europeans like the big.
Oh
head
yeah, like with
beer.
the what's the Irish beer or whatever, Guinness or whatever.
Guinness is only going to get like a little bit of head, like no matter what. You're not gonna get like big head on it. But like the way that like the Belgians like to pour their beers, they pour it straight, and so like it's like 70% foam, and then you just like wait for the foam to dissipate, and then you like keep pouring until like and like takes like forever, and like your beer's like kind of warm. I'm like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Yeah, I'm not gonna drink a book. No. I'm drinking a beer. And it is really funny to me the number of people who have come here and just like headshotted me with my beer taste just instantly, like, oh yeah, you're an IPA guy. Just like,
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised.
It's incredibly unsurprising. It's deeply unsurprising. It's not like it's like the least surprising thing on the planet that I am an IPAs guy. Like, they're not even like my favorite. It's just that like pepper beers are really hard to get a hold of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody bottles them. Like I have never had a pepper beer that wasn't like from the tap, even once in my life.
A pepper beer, you say?
Yeah. So probably the easiest one to have is Founders Scorpion, which Founders is a pretty easy brewery to get to if you go to Battle Creek, Michigan.
I should rephrase. I don't know what a pepper beer is.
Oh, I'm getting to that. Fundamentally it's a spicy beer. Fundamentally, it's a spicy beer.
Oh, okay.
So like I forget what the Scorpion has in it, but I think it's habaneros.
Interesting.
Like I've had a couple other ones that are really good, like habaneros and mango is like a really good set of things to put in your beer. I like them because I like spicy food, right? I'm a spicy guy. I come from a spicy family. I come from the type of white people who put hot sauce on everything.
Okay.
When I did the there's a pretty funny clip of it. I did the Bulldog Spicy on stream.
Oh, were you doing the 2x spicy?
Yeah, I did the 2x. And there's a pretty funny part of it where like I just start pouring more crushed red pepper on it.
Oh my god.
I like spicy food. I like spicy food.
I did the 2x spicy. That shit had me fucked up. I was
remember you
crying and huffing and puffing. I was like, oh fuck. I couldn't even like speak.
And I was like,
I would say my spice tolerance is like above average, but that stuff like fucked me up. Holy shit.
It's pretty hot. And like I tried to look up how hot it is online, and it was like the sources online were claiming it was like 10,000 Scovilles, and I'm like, you guys are fucking up here. There's something wrong here. This is a lie. You guys have messed up here. The 10,000 Scovilles is like a jalapeno.
Really?
Yeah,
jalapenos aren't spicy.
Not particularly. No, like they're not that spicy. Like, no, the 2x spicy is like, it feels like 100,000 plus. Which is like it is spicier than what I tend to eat on a regular basis. Like it is spicy enough that like I definitely notice as like a person with a pretty good spice tolerance, but like I can notice it. That's like not a casual level of spiciness for me. Not a difficult level, but definitely like a noticeable level. And they're like, oh yeah, this is like substantially less spicy than stuff that like you eat every day. I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think you guys are.
We gotta get you on Hot Ones. You need to be the first VTuber guest on Hot Ones.
That would be funny. People do joke about the VTuber mukbang a lot, and I think it's a very funny concept.
Because I know they sell like their like spice bottles in like a set, but they're like $100, and they're like full size bottles. So that's too many bottles.
That's too many bottles, and I do know that they allow vegan on hot wings, so like I could do that. The hot sauce that I'm using these days is the Tabasco that uses scorpion peppers.
Oh, okay.
So those are it still kind of sucks because Tabasco kind of sucks as a sauce.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Tabasco.
It's so vinegary.
It's
Like,
so vinegary, yeah.
It's so vinegary. It's like I can add more vinegar to this if I really want to. And don't look sheepy. I am old. But yeah, I that one's I kind of like the 2x spicy. The problem I have with the Bulldog 2x spicy is that I can't figure out how to just buy the sauce.
I know they do sell the Bulldog sauce. I see it at the Asian market, but I've never seen the 2 times spicy sauce.
Yeah, and that's the one I want. That's the one I want.
I don't know if they sell the 2 times spicy sauce, honestly.
I think I found the 2 times spicy sauce, but it came in like a set that included like the carbonara, which like I'm never going to use. So like
it might be like an Asia exclusive thing too. Like I know they have a 3 times spicy, but I've never seen it like for sale anywhere outside of Korea.
Okay. The reason I didn't bother with it, I didn't even look up the 3 times is that I know the 2x is vegan. But I couldn't find information about the 3x is vegan or not. So I just was like, whatever. But the 2x is pretty easy.
I didn't know they were vegan. I know they were halal, but I didn't know they were vegan.
The 2x is vegan. The 2x is vegan because it's basically just like pepper and wheat is like really what's in there. It's like pepper, wheat, and soy sauce is like all that's really in there.
Okay.
What could a hot sauce have in it to make it not vegan? You've got a lot of options. An insane number of things just randomly put fish sauce into things. Gelatin. True. I've been going completely insane because it's like I used to be able to find vitamin D that was vegan pretty easily because it's just like you just take vitamin D and you crush it into a pill form. But all I can find are the gel soft caps, which have gelatin in them.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Which is melted pig bones for people who don't know. Hey Saf. I was actually talking about you earlier. Today has been my second most scuffed collab ever after the collab I did with you. Also, Saf, you never gave me the name of the Yuri that kept you up all night. I want to know the name. Oh right, this is the topic of discussion that me and Alex have had a few times because you're people think you're a Fujo, but you're not.
No, I'm not a Fujo.
Not a Fujo. You
Wait,
are
who
Yume.
thinks I'm a Fujo? Who thinks I'm a Fujo?
I think it's actually not people thinking that you specifically are Fujo. I think it's people mixing up Yume Joshi with Fujo.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I think that does happen. I don't know if it happens to you anymore, but like I do know that it has happened to you in the past because you've complained about it.
Yeah, I mean, people in general, they just conflate the 2 terms and think they mean the same thing when they're 2 different things. But I don't think really people care enough to make a distinction, you know?
You like the cute girls who like the yaoi. I mean, the thing is that like the Fujoshi, like I mean, this is like I think that you and I have to face the facts here as people who are not Fujos. The Fujos are way more powerful.
This is true. I will attest to this.
That they're so powerful. Like it's like you never see that. Like I'm like a guy who reads lots of Yuri, and like those guys aren't out there doing shit.
Yeah,
right. Like all those fellows ain't doing shit. Like at most we're just creating some more Yuri. Like that's what it like maxes out as. Like the guy who made Uraseki Picnic.
Haven't heard of that one.
Okay, Uraseki Picnic is a really weird one. It's a Yuri, but it's based on Roadside Picnic. It's functionally a fan work for Roadside Picnic, which you may.
I also don't know what that is.
You as a film head, you do know what it is as a film head, because it is the novel that is the basis for Tarkovsky's Stalker.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's a Stalker Yuri.
Huh.
As in not like as in Stalker's the concept, as in Stalker like Chernobyl exclusion zone. Conspiracy theories.
So it's like Eastern European Yuri.
Not even Eastern European. It is set in Japan, but like they go to the zone, which is just in Japan instead of being in Ukraine. And it's this strange, irradiated, surreal, supernatural zone where like all of these completely like levels of cosmic horror that are actually way more off-putting and distressing than anything Lovecraft talked about and like they're doing like exploration, like it is also Yuri, but the interviews with this guy are completely insane. Like this guy is like on some shit. This guy's a genius at studying girls' love.
You know what? That sounds cool. I could get into that.
It's Uraseki Picnic, or Overside
Okay.
Picnic is the other translation for it. Matthew's asking for the name. Uraseki Picnic or Overside Picnic. I just remember this interview with the guy where he's like, so, like, you've got two girls riding a tractor together in a field. And that's Yuri, right? And I was like, sure. Yeah, that's lesbians. Yeah, that's fine. And he's like, so, like, how do I draw? How do I make the art such that even if you remove the girls and even the tractor and you just have the grassy field, that too is lesbian? That too is Yuri. It's like, what the hell are you on about, man? This is insanity. This is like
very esoteric.
Yeah, highly esoteric. Esoteric in like a classical religious sense, like completely off his rocker level. And this is like where the Yuri guys max out. And like, I just like, I don't mean to like impugn the Yume Joshi here. I just like, I don't encounter a lot of Yume Joshi media and influence that doesn't involve talking to Yume Joshi.
No, you're completely right about that. I feel like Yume Joshi in general is more of like like not self-absorbed, but it's more like an internal thing. It's not really something you express externally, like you can, but it's generally between like you and your favorite like fictional character. Like the closest thing I can think of to like Yume Joshi expression would be like those like self-insert fan fictions where it's just like YN, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, actually, no, this did remind me that my favorite romance manga, Kaguya? You've probably heard of Kaguya?
I have, yes.
Okay, so the anime is nowhere near catching up to this point, but there's a completely insane chapter where like 3 of the characters are hanging out. It's one of the major characters and 2 of the minor characters who are friends with her. And the 2 minor characters are just putting her completely on fucking blast. They're just like one of them's just like, I thought that Ino-san was a bit of a Fujo based on like looking at the novels she's got. And like the friend who's close to her is like, no, you're wrong. She's actually into self-insert fanfics. Here are some of the ones where like ones that like are auto-generated, so that like when you get to the site, they let you like enter your own name so that it auto-generates a new version of it that has you as the main character.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, and like she's just like, you can't tell people this, and like there's this really good panel of her just like making one of the most angry faces I've ever seen in anime. Of just you can't just accuse people of being Fujos. Get a lot of use out of that one.
That's really funny. I gotta look into that.
Ino's an amazing character. She fucking rules. She's a vicious little fascist, which is a very funny type of character to have in a romance manga where nothing happens. Just completely unable to meet her own goals and completely out of touch with her own feelings. Like,
so would you say she's like a girl failure?
She's a girl failure in a weird way, because she has extremely good grades. She's extremely put together. She's extremely competent, but she doesn't actually give a shit about any of that. She wants to get fucking laid. That's what she actually wants. Her actual desire is to be a party girl who gets laid. And so when she gets like the barest sniff of male attention, like every part of her character falls apart rapidly. Like just like she's like this like extremely vicious disciplinarian who's like ruthless and mean and like extremely rigid about like enforcing social rules on everybody. And then like as soon as there's like any sort of whiff that like a boy might be into her, it all evaporates. Just like just completely gone. It's so funny. just any proximity to male approval and attention dissolves her. And if she was the main character or was the only female character, I would say it was incredibly misogynistic.
Mhm.
But because there's a contrast point with the other women in it who are just like, what is wrong with you? It's a very funny type of person to have.
Mhm. It reminds me a little bit of another character I really like. I don't know if you've heard of Himoto Umaru-san before.
Kyoto Umaru-san. Is that the one about is that the fucking like goblin girl?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I need to watch it. It's on my watch list. But
So
I've seen the
she's
memes
like,
from it. Yeah.
yeah, so she's like this perfect, beautiful, like high school girl. She gets like perfect grades. Everyone loves her. She's super popular. But when she gets home, she just like goblins out and just starts like snacking and playing video games. And she just like doesn't give a shit. And she just like irritates the hell and treats her brother like a slave, like
Yeah,
go to
no,
the
I've heard about
store and
this.
pick up my manga, buy me some chips.
It rules. It rules. I love that. I need to watch that because like
It's pretty funny. It's pretty good.
I do like this as a genre. I do like this as a way of like engaging with feminism. As like because like this is like so like here's our waves of kind of like female portrayal through like a real cursory, not even feminism 101, a feminism 001, feminism 021. It's like we've got this long discourse of women as like this as like helpless, pathetic, mewling objects to be protected and guaranteed and controlled by men.
Yeah, yeah.
And blah 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 blah. The 60s and 70s, blah blah blah. And then the 80s, we get this whole like girl boss aesthetic thing.
Mhm.
And when we're in the 80s, this girl boss aesthetic thing is like transgressive and novel and interesting. But by the 2000s, it feels like not merely worn out, but actually kind of oppressive.
Mhm.
Like I don't want to like impugn or like question your relationship to this, but like I definitely have known women who have expressed like frustration at this idea that like the expectation that is created by the whole girl boss mentality is like you owe feminism, you owe the women in your life, you owe your foremothers that you have a really successful career and you have kids and you are like mentally well all the time and
Mhm.
you can't just be a fucking person. And
I kind of do. Yeah, I do see where you're coming from with that,
Yeah.
and I do agree with it.
Yeah.
I think for me personally, though, I am just like I don't necessarily feel like I have this sort of like responsibility to like be like I don't know, be a girl boss or whatever.
Yeah.
But I am just such like I guess like I don't want to say I'm like a strong, independent woman, but I'm just like I'm a very independent person, and I don't particularly like the idea of like people telling me like how to live my life and like what to do.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like I put myself first, basically. I put my wants, my needs first, and I've been called like selfish for it and stuff, but I don't really care because like I feel like if I'm not happy, then like what's the point of being alive?
I will say, because I know some of the people here do know you, but some of the people here don't know you. I have always felt like you're very competent. I've always felt like you're very competent and very confident. I think these are good attributes. I think these are good attributes, and I appreciate that level of self-possession. I think these are good attributes. And I think where I was going with that is I think like the girl failure genre is kind of a reaction to that. To that because like you don't feel like you need it, but I think that's just because you kind of achieve it. I know that I'm not going to question whether or not you have your struggles because that's insane that somebody
I mean I've had my girl failure moments.
Yeah.
I've had my issues and stuff.
Yeah. I do get the impression that you don't tend to ruminate on them terribly much. That you tend to be pretty good at picking yourself up and forging forward.
Oh no, I ruminate on them a lot. I'm just very good at like not showing it to other people.
Okay, fair enough. And it's an interesting genre and discourse to me as a man who is like really prone to rumination and putting other people before myself. Because like it's like very a lot of this relies on a portrayal of masculinity that I find personally alien.
Mm-hmm.
This idea of like masculinity as like a purely selfish and self-possessed and individualistic endeavor, and I'm like, I feel so embedded with my community and the people around me and my family, and like I owe so much to them, and like I'm always trying to like meet the needs of dozens of people who view me as an important like caretaker.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the masculine side of it, unfortunately, in media portrayals, I think largely lags. Because so much of masculine art is just like masculine power fantasies.
Yeah. It's interesting that you bring this up because I was thinking about this earlier today. I've always felt like, because I mean, this is probably just like a weird way of like interpreting like myself in comparison to other people. But I've always felt that because of like my, independence and my kind of like desire for like, personal strength and stability, that I'm more of like a masculine person than a feminine person. But I think that's also because like I grew up watching a lot of shonen slop, and I'm still into shonen slop. So the idea that like you can overcome your problems through like physical strength and just like punching them until they go away has always really like appealed to me and resonated with me.
There is a real appeal to that. And I think part of that is the appeal of just like believing that you can kind of overcome your problems at all. And part of that is also the there's definitely like an individualistic appeal to that, and there is that this is actually a super interesting conversation, because I feel like this is somewhat clarifying of like some of the relationship between me and you in specific. Like this is what it's like to fucking drink with me, folks. You're getting like a very like real Almantas chat here thing. I do tend to think of myself as having a lot of very feminine traits. And like I've viewed myself primarily as like a support and a caretaker through my life. And those are traditionally very feminine traits. And that's kind of like how I view myself, as like how I fit into a social circle, is always like, I'm the one who brings snacks. I'm the one who like takes care of people when they get too drunk and like need help, and like stays up with people. Yeah, very healer main coded here. And so like, this is of course in contrast to the fact that, like, my presentation and my portrayal of myself as a VTuber is like hyper masculine, right? But like I do see this in yourself, that like you are very feminine as a streamer. You are very, very feminine as a streamer. And that you have this sort of like emotional masculine, I don't even want to say core, but like nugget or whatever. Like
no, I get what you're trying to say. Yeah. I get what you're trying to say.
Like, I don't know.
I do agree with that, and I do feel like that is true, but I don't necessarily feel like it's particularly healthy for me.
Oh, okay.
And it was kind of born out of like a desire to like protect myself, I guess, because like I went through a period in my life where like I really didn't have anyone that I could rely on, and so I kind of felt like I had to become strong for myself. And I still, like, in my various friend groups, I have been the mom friend. I'm the one who makes sure like people are okay. And so that's kind of like resulted in me also feeling like I have to be strong for other people. So like I feel like I always like kind of have to keep this illusion or this mask of like strength for myself and for other people, which has caused me problems and is a bit toxic at times. So I'm still trying to work on that one.
Oh, I mean I've got my own version of that kind of toxicity. I have DMs from like 3 or 4 different people, plus my therapist, just from the last week, all being like, why are you putting other people's needs ahead of yourself so frequently? like you need to cut this shit out. Like you like you are, I am a very like lighting myself on fire to keep other people warm type of person. This is, and I guess though what all of you folks here should be taking out of this, all of our audience should be taking out of this, is like, you can kind of make almost any trait toxic. Like almost anything can be being very, now I'm getting into fucking classical philosophy. This is fucking Aristotle here. any trait you have can be a virtue or a vice depending on your ability to moderate it.
Mm-hmm.
You can go too deep into almost any trait, and it can turn into like a really toxic trait. And like for me, it's like this is like need to be like this self-sacrificing caretaking hero, and for Alex, it's this like independence and unwillingness to budge.
And it's definitely like a problem because it's become like so difficult for me to like express like, you know, vulnerability, that like the idea of doing that makes me feel like physically ill. It's really bad.
I will have to say, Alex, I'm really proud of you because you are expressing vulnerability with me right now.
Oh, thank you. You're right,
doing a
you're
good
right.
job at it. You're doing a good job at it right now. And I know that it's hard to
because
even...
of the booze. It's because of the booze. I wouldn't be
also,
able to...
I was going to point out, we're one drink in. Like, we are 1 hour in. This is going to... this is gonna get fucked up. We are on one today. I am trying to stay ahead of you.
Well, I just finished my my vodka soda, so we're at the same pace.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I am trying to stay ahead of you because I was inspired in large part by this because you have done a drinking stream before.
I've done several, yes.
I caught one of them. And you were fucking on one, buddy. Like the part where you had the Hobbit art book open, and you were talking about how hot you found various dwarfs from the Hobbit.
Oh my god.
I was like, this is not the Alex I know. This is some shit. Alex is on some shit right now. I need to tap into this. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I need to tap into this. So like, I was figuring based on the amount you had, that I need to go like twice as hard as you just to like keep this at a reasonable pace. So I need to speed up a little bit. Also, I just want to point out that Kara's another streamer. She's lovely. She's one of the funnest people to tease on this entire fucking website, which is a stiff competition. She was going off in my chat about how she can handle 5, 6, 7, 8 drinks, and she was talking to
Drinks
people.
Of what?
Like shots and glasses of wine. She was like talking to another streamer, like another person in my chat, and she was like they were like, oh, I can go like 5 drinks. She was like, bet, we're going to do it now. We're going. This is a bet now. We're gonna do this. We're gonna fucking do this. And then the fucking next day, I have her in my DMs, completely sloshed, unable to spell anything, and she's had 2 drinks.
Oh my god.
Just yeah, off of 10 drinks, you're fucking poisoned, Kara. Like, I know how this fucking goes. I was in my 20s once. Kara, I started a game night to help you sober up. Sorry, you're saying, Alex?
Oh, like what? It was beer normally like 5 to 8, 10%.
IPAs are pretty strong. This one's 7%, so 5 or 6 is probably expected. I honestly am a lazy bones about this and a slob. I think that, like, from my experience, my mood and what I've eaten before I start drinking is more important. And then like 5% versus 7%. So that's I don't know. I'm kind of slovenly about it. Like, I just kind of rate like 1 bottle of beer is basically 1 glass of wine is basically like 1 shot of whiskey.
Okay.
The
Is that boy math?
That is like literally learned in elementary school during the drug abuse resistance education program.
Okay.
Like, I think that's more or less accurate, but like obviously like there's stronger beers and stronger wines, and like if you're talking about like port, that obviously doesn't apply because port's crazy strong. That's a real evidence that I am a total wine slob. Is that I actually like port more than I like any other wines. I don't like wines.
Yeah, I don't like wine either.
The tannins, it gives me a fucking headache.
I just never liked the smell.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I do like red
like
slightly better than whites, but yeah, go ahead, keep going.
Because my parents, they drank a lot of wine. They drink a lot of wine. You know, they're like a wine glass a day type of people. And you know, when I was a kid, that didn't really bother me so much. I mean, it kind of annoyed me. But then, you know, I was raised Catholic, so I had to go through my confirmation and my like whatever it's called. And you know, when you do that, they make you you have to take a sip of like the church wine.
Yeah, the Manischewitz.
And that shit is so nasty. That shit is so nasty, and that made me like hate wine forever. And like to this day, the smell still irritates me.
Okay, so most confirmation. Hold on. We just had an insane error.
We're disappeared.
We just had so the stream still appears to be running. What the fuck was that? I got an AMD driver error.
Oh no.
No, you did not mess it up. I got an AMD driver error, and extremely annoyingly, it also reset my fucking monitor settings. So now my monitor is like I got flashbanged by both of my monitors.
Oh god.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to just live with that. Yeah, audio is good. You should be able. Yeah, the models are out. And I can't open up I'm going to have to kill VTube. Yeah, VTube. I just have to kill VTube Studio.
Okay.
Alex, why don't you set up the collab? You've got the collab thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How about
I can host it?
Yeah. How about you host? I will grab my second beer out of the fridge.
Okay.
And you can entertain chat while you set that up. We'll be back. I will be back in a moment. What an incredible level of scuff. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Let me move chat over here so I can actually see people while I set this up. There we go. So how are you guys? How are you guys doing tonight? You guys enjoying the stream? I hope. The Revenge of Almantas. Oh yeah, Almantas. I keep forgetting about that. Let's see here. Password. There we go. Oh, I probably shouldn't. Okay, I probably shouldn't say the password out loud. Okay, let me just make the password first. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Model's really pretty. Thank you, Pecco. Thank you. You can say the password. I won't tell. No. I made a really big mistake in my I mean, it wasn't a huge mistake in my last like the drinking stream I was doing that Almantas was talking about, right? Where I was thirsting over like the Hobbit movie book. And I was like trying to Google something, and I opened up like Google, and the screen capture was on, so like the viewers could see my browser. Thankfully, it didn't show anything, like it didn't dox me, but it was kind of like close. Like if I had I was looking specifically for the Panda Express menu, and you know how these websites work. You have to like type in you have to put in an address before you can see the menu. I hate how they do that now. And I almost put in my fucking zip code. I was sloshed, by the way. I was way drunker than I am now, and I almost put my fucking zip code into like the browser, which was being showed on stream. It was so bad. I almost fucking doxed myself. I was so close.
Oh my, yeah, I've gotten God. Yeah, no, I have learned to set if I'm pulling Firefox, I've learned to set it to like a high level of exactitude. Because like I remember, because like I do the dailies, right? I've got my dailies, and I used to close them when I completed them. I used to close them when I completed. Are you hosting?
Oh, sorry, I'm figuring stuff out right now.
Okay.
Keep talking.
I used to Control W whenever I finished one of my dailies, and then like I Control W, blah 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 blah.
I sent you the password, by the way.
Excellent. Good, good password. Where's my model? My own model hasn't loaded in on my own VTube Studio. Okay, there it is. I think somebody loaded in the almond model though, so I'm gonna load that in first, and then if somebody, I think that's where it crashed. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not using a dedicated Chuba browser. Actually, hold on. Almond initiate. There we go. Test trigger. No. Okay, I don't know what's happening with something's
Well, you're
gone.
figuring that out. I'm gonna crack open the strong zero.
Yeah,
9%.
I just cracked open my second two-hearted.
Nice.
I need to like speed up. Like, there's no shame in being a lightweight. I know that Kara is ashamed of it, but there's no shame in being a lightweight. And the fact of the matter is that I'm a big, fat, hairy white guy. So, like, there's just volume and mass considerations here.
Dude, when I was living in Japan, I used to drink like a strong zero like 4 days a week.
4 days a week. Oh, okay, hold on. There's more problems here. I need to kill VTube Studio and Vbridger now. Hold on, let's kill both of these fuckers. I constantly find it amusing that almost everyone I know drank way more as a result of COVID. And then, like, I kind of only drink socially. Like, it's like...
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Yeah, because I didn't really, like, start drinking until I was, like... At first, I started drinking socially, and then, like, I was just like, yeah, like, I basically, you know, I was living in Japan, and I was like, you know, you can get, like, a canned cocktail for, like, $1. So I was like, ooh, what's this? I'm going to try this tonight. And then eventually I just was like, you know, drinking so often. And I was just like, okay, like, this is my life now.
Okay, hold on. I'm having a separate problem that I was not expecting.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Don't do that. I broke my model so badly. Okay. Let me... Okay, I've got to find the really great sign for the strength and value of this. How do I join you? Have you started? You've started it, right?
I started it, yes, and I'm online, so you should be able to join.
Okay. I can't join you by right-clicking through Steam Friends.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it through the VTube Studio itself, I think.
Folks who are not streamers, VTS's collab system is completely fucking insane. It is absolutely ludicrous. You can only join people you're already Steam friends with, right? You can only join people you're already Steam friends with, and you need to have a password, and you need to be invited, and the password needs to be strong. Like, all of those have to be true simultaneously. Like, what is happening? Like, and what are they going to do? What can you do inside VTube Studio? You can like make.
Oh, and also if Steam is like, you know, going through maintenance, then you can't use it.
Yeah, like, it's completely ridiculous. The part where it needs a strong password is the part that drives me insane. Like, this thing has substantially more security than my bank. like. Okay, I just said a source problem. Yeah, you have to be friends with Al. You have to be friends with Almantas. There we go. Now you can see. Okay, so you've cracked open your second strong zero.
Mm-hmm. Well, technically, because like, I'm gonna tell you about this. So, strong zero in Japan is a like shochu cocktail. So it's basically like shochu, lemon, and I guess like it's carbonated, right? Sparkling water or whatever. It's like 9%, so it's like it's like this pretty strong. It's pretty strong for like a canned cocktail. There is an American version of strong zero called -196, which is a vodka seltzer.
Yeah,
which is unfortunately only 6%. It's pretty good, but you know, it doesn't hit the same, right? However, I recently found out that they also have the -196 in Australia.
Oh,
and the
okay.
one they have in Australia has shochu in it. I'm like, how come they get the shochu and we don't?
Shochu. That's pretty crazy. Okay. It looks like, sorry, redeems are, I think, fixed. Okay, redeems are fixed. Okay. You got a free 10 minutes of almond. Because I think the almond's funny.
I didn't realize you could change your model when you're in the middle of a collab.
Oh, man, I have so much power with model changing. What do you use for redeems? For redeem management?
I just do it like through Twitch, like natively.
Okay, that's not gonna do it.
I did use oh god, what's that program called? Hold on. I used to use Mix It Up. I used to use Mix It Up for a while, but then I was figured out how to do it through like natively through Steam.
Okay.
I mean, not through Steam, through
in order to do
program.
the crazy powerful stuff with redeems, you need to use either Streamerbot or Sammy.
Oh.
You need to use one of those two. I use Streamerbot. I am only kind of okay with it. I like Streamerbot, and I haven't changed to Sami because Sami is a much more like visual, graphical interface.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Streamerbot is very like text interface, is very like it looks like code. It looks like you're coding.
Okay.
But I think Sammy's slightly more powerful these days. It's like slightly better maintained, and annoyingly, I went with Streamerbot because some of the people I was really close to prefer Streamerbot, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we can just like we can give you like tutorials." But now the person who I talk to the most, who's like deep into this stuff, is Bug. I don't know if you know Bug VT.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, she's really cool. Her whole stream gimmick is that she's trapped in 2006.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Lots of 2006 music on her channel. But she's like trying to do like Shindig stuff. Like she's doing like Shindig's level. And like Shindig's also uses Sami. And like as cool as the stuff I'm doing, I can do with it. What Shindig's does with this stuff is insane.
Oh yeah, I've seen like he does crazy shit.
I am Tayamisi. No, I am not going Clonk route. There's Clonk route. I'm not doing fucking Clonk route. No fucking way. When I did my collab with Clonk, his way of doing his model, he did it all custom on his own end. He programmed all the programs himself, so that the plugin that I used to pull him into the collab was a program that he wrote himself. Completely insane.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's all that Clonk does. That's all that Clonk does. Clonk is insane. If you get the chance to meet Clonk, you should take it. Clonk is very cool, and his wife is so cool. Maud is so cool. She's so much fun. But actually, you'll appreciate this. I partially bring this up because there's a funny story. Because I met them at MagFest, and like we're hanging out in the convention hall, and I'm talking about my July Dark Souls that I did last year, because this is before I did my March Dark Souls, and I'm like, oh yeah, Dark Souls was really fun because I'm probably like the worst Dark Souls player. I'm awful at it. And Maud is very sweet. She's very kind. She's very effusive. She's a social butterfly, and she's just like, no, like I'm sure that it's not actually that bad. And Clonk comes in and is like, no, Al is actually the worst Dark Souls player. Like it is actually him.
Yeah, I can't dispute his claim either. I'm sorry.
It's really funny to me because there's definitely folks in here who fight me on it. Like I definitely have people fighting me on it who are like, you're actually pretty good at this, and I'm like, I don't think so, man. I don't think so, man. And I'm comfortable with this because like I don't think of myself as a gamer. Like that doesn't hurt my feelings. It does not hurt my feelings for somebody to be like, holy shit, you suck at this. Like, that doesn't bother me. That's fine. If somebody was like, you were really kind of being a dick there, like, that's going to bug me. That's going to get under my skin because I'm trying to be nice here. I'm trying to, like, have a nice time, but me being bad at video games is just funny. That's just more content.
Yeah, it's good content.
It's good content. It's good content. People want to watch the old man die a million times. And we need to probably get away from this because I said like the one thing I don't want is Dark Souls spoilers, and I know that I have frustrated you so much. I know I have made you so fucking mad.
It's kind of like the way I see it. It's kind of like oh god, how do I say this in the nicest way possible? You know how it's like you see a toddler and they're trying to put like a round peg in a square hole. And it's like you want to say like maybe you should try putting it in the round hole, but it's like, you know what? You just got to let them figure it out. You just got to let them figure it out on their own.
I mean that's like an education philosophy question. And you've done some teaching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've done some teaching, and like this is a difference in different education philosophies. Is like how much hand-holding do you do? Like that's like a philosophical question in education, and I definitely remember even with like college students. I actually remember like when I was first teaching at the college level. Not my first teaching ever. My first teaching I was like 14. Like who the fuck put a 14-year-old in front of a classroom? But they fucking did. But when I was first teaching college students, I had come right out of grad school. And so I was trying to give assignments that were like split up into groups of 3 and analyze this article using this method. Mm-hmm. Like have an open discussion between the 3 of you using this method that we learned in class. And I remember like a couple weeks in, one of my students like came up to me and I was like, this is a waste of fucking time. Like, okay. Like we don't know enough. You need to be like you are wasting our time with this class. Like you need to be like in front of the classroom, like telling us what to do. Hello, Lena. But like you need to like be giving us more information to work with. Like you can't just like expect us to get this because like again, I had been in graduate school for years at that point. And so like I had like really become enamored with this like very hands-off teaching method. But like it's a very much like a philosophy question. It's very much a like, what are you doing with your folks kind of question. Because like and it definitely depends. I definitely feel different ways about different things I've taught. And like definitely when I'd come like from like sociology graduate school, and I was like, everybody knows this stuff because this is just a matter of like thinking really hard and thinking critically about the environment around you. Like how do the people around you talk? Yeah. How do the people around you dress? What do they mean when they do this thing? Like it was, I thought it was just like, I was like, if you just like think hard enough about it and critically enough about it, you'll figure it out. And that's not actually true. Yeah. Like that's a result of spending like 6-10 years studying really hard. Is that you get to the point where that all feels very intuitive. And because like that's not how I taught other subjects, right? Like it's you know, it's not how I taught math when I was a math teacher. I
mean, for me, I feel like it really does, like the way I see it is that it really does depend on like a person by person basis, because you know some people are just like good at picking up on things and other people are like, no, I need you to explain this to me. So I feel like really like I've had a lot of struggles with like education, and I've I've been in situations where it's like I've gotten like no help from things and I've like not able to understand them. And other times where it's like I have gotten help from things and like I was able to understand them. So like for me, like the way I see it is like because like I've had so much struggle with like education myself and just like learning things, retaining information, is I kind of like want to make it like the way I see it, I want to make it easy for people to understand, but I also understand that like some people do like want a challenge, like they do want to be able to like have their autonomy to like think themselves and figure things out for themselves. So I feel like there is really like a balancing act that you have to like figure out for these kinds of things.
There's very much a balancing act, and like there's a paper that I think about and I reference all the time. Burping like 5 times in a row right there. That's about math education specifically. And the way that this guy is so fucking mad about math education, and I've taken this to heart. I keep on talking about this, that like chances are you don't hate math. Chances are you were taught math in a way that was incredibly inhumane. There was like total moral dereliction.
Yeah.
So like the way that an actual mathematician, I partially think about this because like my drinking buddies in graduate school, when I didn't want to hang out with the other social scientists, was the math department. Those were the people who I took a break with, was the math department. And the way that you actually do math at the higher levels is you just think really hard about something that nobody has. Oh, Nate has seen me drunk before. One of the rare people. Voverin has seen me drunk before. So one of the rare people in here who knows what I'm like drunk, other than at this before now. That like when you're doing real math, you think really hard about an abstract concept, and if you hit and then you try to prove that it's true. You have this idea and it sounds insane, and then you try to prove that it's true. And if your proof is true, the question is like, is it a beautiful proof? And this is what mathematicians argue about, is like, is it aesthetic? Is the way that you you're trying to prove true things about the nature of the universe. And the question is, how beautiful is your proof?
That's like incomprehensible to me.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. It's insane. It's completely insane. It is way more similar to like a painting class.
Yeah.
Or like poetry than it is to like engineering. And then when we teach math, you don't get to practice or exercise those skills until you are past calculus. Like you start learning, you start exercising those muscles in like real analysis. Is like where you start in like math 202 in college. And so it's like there's like so many filters that happen before that to you as a math student that like filter people out before they get to any of the skills that actually matter for mathematicians. What an insane way to do things, right?
Yeah.
And the metaphor this guy used was, imagine if for music, for painting, right? For painting. Imagine for painting, the way that we taught painting was until you get into your second year of graduate school, you only do paint by numbers.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's what math teaching is like. Like a person can get imagine if somebody could get a painting degree, a bachelor's, and then get a master's of education in teaching painting and teach high school painting and never do anything other than paint by numbers. That's what our math education system is like. Insane, right? Like, insane.
Yeah, because math was one of my subjects that I was never very good at. Like, I think I failed algebra like twice.
Brutal. And you shouldn't have. You fucking shouldn't have. You fucking shouldn't have. Drives me insane. We have broken math education so horribly. And IPOP, I am using the word beautiful for a very, in no small part, because parsimonious isn't the only form of beauty. Mathematicians have philosophical arguments about what makes it a proof more or less compelling. Like, it's not just parsimony. It's so many different things that go into it. Like it truly is art.
That's like that's like so alien to me.
I know,
can't
right?
Even, like conceive of that.
I know, and yet, this is what actual mathematicians do. Like, this is what actual mathematicians do, and like, I'm just driven insane by the knowledge that like a huge percentage of extremely good mathematicians got scared off by like pre-calc. That like we have probably some extremely good mathematicians who never even tried their hand at math because they got told that math was about like memorizing equations. And the thing about it is that like math is such like a talent-based thing is like the worst part. That's the part about this that makes us like so awful. Is that math is actually
this problem is like only really a problem of the American education system, or do you think it's like a worldwide kind of problem?
I think it's worldwide.
Okay.
I think if anything, the Americans are probably better. I know we're not the best. Because Eastern European countries in particular tend to produce really good mathematicians.
Oh yeah.
There's the highest prize in math is called the Fields Medal.
Mm-hmm.
And it is disproportionately won by Hungarians, Iranians, Bulgarians, Russians.
Mm-hmm.
Not particularly by Americans.
Yeah.
Part of this, though, is also that, like... So caveat here, unfortunate caveat. If you had asked me 6 months ago, I would say that the American education system is actually phenomenal, but not in ways that people are used to thinking about it. This is changing very, very rapidly. I am very unfortunate to say that the last 2 months have changed this very radically. It's very specifically the last 2 months. Like it's been a very rapid, radical change. But in terms of producing scientists and literary scholars and historians, the U.S. was up until a couple months ago by far and away the best in the world. By far. And it's non-trivially, like, our education system is this kind of weird thing where we're pretty much half-assing it until we get to the university system, and then our university system goes so hard it makes up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are multiple state universities that are... If you were to rank all of the schools... in the world, all of the schools for like producing scientists and engineers and stuff in the world, and you're to make a top 100 list, it would be like the top 100 would be like London School of Economics, Indian Institute of Technology, Sorbonne, Oxford, Cambridge, and I think the rest are US. Like, it's insane. It's completely fucking insane. Rutgers is better than Oxford. The State University of New Jersey, one of our most benighted and hated states. The curse of the East Coast has a better university system than the United Kingdom, the second best fucking country at academics in the world. Like, no, Rutgers is actually insanely good. Rutgers medical, philosophy, literature, physics, chemistry, economics are some of the best in the world. Like, yeah, it sounds so wrong. The University of Kansas stands a real chance of being better than the London School of Economics, which makes it better than Jawaharlal Nehru University in India. Like, it's so obscene how, like, rich the U.S. is in educational assets, and it's all in the university system, and we are currently torching it, and it's driving me insane. But
I have this friend. He's from Russia.
Yeah.
I remember I was talking to him, and I was telling him, like, yeah, I'm really bad at math. And he was like, he couldn't really understand that. He's like, what do you mean you're bad at math? And I was like, yeah, I'm not good at math. And he's like, I don't understand. He's like, no one in Russia is bad at math.
No,
Okay.
this is the thing. So, minor Almantas lore, because I've talked about this a little bit before. I used to teach math to prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite jobs I've ever had. I loved it. The men I was teaching, generally middle school dropouts.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is bad at math. It isn't like there are three levels. There's only really one differentiator between like good at math and not good at math. And that is like, can you prove truly novel truths about the universe that nobody in all of human history has managed to reach before? And then there's everybody else.
Yeah, because
there's
pretty much every like you said, like everything here is like memorization based.
Yeah.
It's like you need to memorize this formula, you need to memorize this equation,
You
need to know
patience.
how to do this.
It's just
pretty
patience.
much.
It's just patience. And so this is where I think the fucking high school education system has gone completely fucking wrong, and it drives me completely insane, is like everybody will get to the same conclusions with math. No matter what. You will get there, no matter what. But, like, again, I was teaching guys who dropped out in 7th and 8th grade. And they got there. They got to the same conclusions that the best mathematicians in the world do. The thing is that the way we've structured high school math is that we are not treating it primarily as a way to teach math. We are treating it as a tool to figure out who the good kids are and who the bad kids are. And because of the fact that everybody is going to eventually get to the same conclusion in math no matter what, as long as you are disciplined and take your time, you will get there. That means we have to impose a whole shitload of artificial limits on how much time you're allowed to use. And how you're allowed to learn. We have to impose artificial challenges. We are not testing can you beat the game, we are testing can you speedrun it. This is not can you beat Dark Souls, this is can you beat Dark Souls in 3 hours. That's how we teach math.
Yeah.
You're only good at Dark Souls if you beat Dark Souls in under 8 hours on your first try. That's how we teach math. And that's bullshit. That's
it really is. It really is.
It's bullshit. It's awful. You're not bad at math. You were taught math in a horrible way. That's my belief.
No, I think you're definitely right with that one.
And I will not lie. Part of why I get so heated about this is, again, I taught prisoners. These guys had so fucking little. And math was so valuable for these guys. Because you can't take math away from somebody. If you put somebody in solitary confinement, they can do math. You can take sociology away from them. You can take physics away from them. You can take music. You can take eyesight. You can take communications. You can take painting away from somebody. You can't take math away from them.
Do you feel like math is some kind of like intrinsic human ability that that needs to be cultivated properly?
I actually think it's deeper.
Okay.
I think that math is an intrinsic property of the concept of logic. I think that humans tap into math because we start to learn logic because it's really hard to talk to other people if you don't use some sort of logic. Like you can. It's just hard. It makes things easier if you use some sort of logic. And once you start engaging with logical reasoning, because like, again, that's important to being, that helps you be persuasive, that helps you communicate with other people, that helps you establish like, how much do we actually have in common with each other? How much do we see about the world together? Then you start getting into math as a result of that.
I see.
I rarely do math and can barely add things together. You're not thinking abstractly enough about math. Blue, you're not thinking enough about math. And you said you were good at math. You can think about this more. Math is about right angles. Math is about circles. Math is about if I know X, how do I know Y? Like it's about how I love that Nate, a guy who I've met once, is following me. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Nate, for now you've got fucking drunk Al. Now I'm fucking drunk Al. Yeah, love the triangles. Love the triangles. No, it's I think it's deeper than fundamental to humans. I think it's this is one of those things I actually really love is I love looking at people trying to make robot challenges. Have you ever heard about these kind of things?
Like, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we're like I remember particularly back in like 05 or 06, I was keeping up with tournaments of Prisoner's Dilemma, where people would write programs to like try to do the Prisoner's Dilemma, and then they would put all of their robots into the same server, and see who did well on the Prisoner's Dilemma. And I thought it was really shocking to see that like one of the winners in like the 06 tournament, they had independently invented martyrdom.
For robots?
Yeah. Like their winning strategy involved like like their robots had like an algorithm for figuring out like who in-group members are, like in and amongst each other, and then like they would suicide themselves to pump up the points of like elite members of their own group.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Like they managed to program suicide bombers. Like,
oh my god. That's
like
so scary.
Through pure logic. These things don't have any biological impulses. These are lines of code. Like, I find this really compelling that like if you can get a series of code to do a human behavior, that shows that you don't need a biological explanation for it.
Has science gone too far?
Has science gone too far in teaching us that like we like this is not even like a human behavior. This is like a transhuman behavior. This is a subhuman behavior. So cool. I'm sorry. I find this so cool. Like below human nature level bedrock to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like so weird. Like so weird. It's so cool. Yeah, tit for tat with forgiveness is like the usual strategy, and like it's I mean the sort of like default way of thinking about the prisoner's dilemma is like be super nice until somebody betrays you, and then if somebody has ever betrayed you once, go full fucking scorched earth. I would say no, JD. What it is that the computer is approximating human behavior. Alex?
Oh, sorry. I really have to pee, so can we...
I need to
right
pee as
back.
well. I'm going to put on the fan
okay.
gallery, and then we'll be back. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, folks. Give us a second. All right, Alex, the silent stoic one. But yeah. No, you almost got me crying there. I get so I get fucking heated about this, that like math is a beautiful thing, and it's beautiful that we have the opportunity to tap into this thing that is deeper than us.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of hesitate about this religion. Not this religion. This talk, because it sounds kind of religious. Hello, the best Jada. Hello. This kind of, I kind of hesitate on this because like I'm a pretty non-religious person, and religious talk tends to make people pretty fucking nervous. But it does have that kind of sensibility to it, right? That like, this is something that's truly deeper than us, and well, and actually, no. How we didn't mention this in Boundaries, but how do you feel about talking about religion?
Oh, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
Because I am an atheist who grew up Catholic.
Okay.
I know you said you grew up Catholic. Are you an atheist or are you something else?
I would describe myself as ironically Catholic.
Ironically Catholic. Okay. I describe myself as culturally Catholic.
Okay.
Very frequently. In the same way that like I have a lot of Jewish friends who like don't believe in God, but they still like believe in eating challah on Fridays. I kind of like, that's interesting. Well, I actually kind of want to hear more about this. I kind of want to hear more about this because I will, cards on the table because I'm the one who brought this up and it's my channel, so I may as well.
Yeah, I don't mind talking about this at all. I'm totally comfortable talking about this.
Cool. So I grew up Catholic. Nice Irish Catholic boy.
Oh my God, same.
Yeah. And Commodore, I have to be nervous because I'm the one who is the channel. like you, as the audience member, you can do whatever, but as the host, I have to think about this. I'm nervous as a host, not as a guest, not as an audience member. So I grew up Catholic, and a lot of the people I know who grew up Catholic had a lot of really bad experiences with it. And I kind of just didn't. My mother is profoundly religious, and I love her dearly. My dad's a Catholic convert, and he's super normal, which I did not realize that this was unusual until I was an adult, until I was like on Twitter.
Yeah, there's something about Catholicism that like it makes people just turn like a little. There's something like there's just something about it,
Well, like the funniest part is like I knew two Catholic converts growing up. I knew my dad, who is like, he's pretty Catholic, but he's like very normal about it. He's like, he goes to church every Sunday. He talks to the priest on the regular. He's happy to have a conversation about theology if that's what people want to talk about. But mostly what my dad wants to talk about is like, are driverless cars possible kind of stuff. Like my dad's problem is not that he's a Catholic convert, it's that he's a techno optimist. Like he's a pretty normal guy who wants to talk about like sports and tech. Like whatever. Like you wouldn't even think about it very hard. And if you grew up Catholic, you would not even recognize that he was a convert. The other convert I know is a Jewish guy who converted when he was like 17, and like he's the only person I've met who joined the Knights of Columbus before he was 60. Like who joins like you grew up Catholic? Who the fuck joins the Knights of Columbus when they're 21?
Yeah, that's a little
fucking weird. Like it's fucking weird. No, Commodore. No, I would not say that at all. Admittedly, like me and Alex are both Americans, and so the majority of people we've ever met are non-Catholics.
Yeah.
Like the main thing that happens, I think, when you're a Catholic in America is like you talk to non-Catholics and you're like, where did you get this idea? like the number of people I know who think that Catholics, like individuals, they think that, like me and Alex personally are taking direct marching orders from the Pope. Like, absolutely not. That's so complicated. That's so difficult. Like, come on. Like, no way. The Knights of Columbus, JD, are their fraternal order is the term that Americans would use. I don't know if that, I don't even know if that helps. They're guys who they hang out. It's very much like a college frat. Murray has it correct. Murray, great Irish Catholic name right there. Murray. Great Irish Catholic name right there. Very much like a college fraternity. It's a group of old guys who dress up like it's 1650, and they march around, usually with like clergy. Like they like escort priests around places, and like when there's like a processional or something, they'll march in order and then like stand side by side and like hold their swords up in a salute, and like,
yeah, pretty much.
like that's what they do. It's a thing that retired Catholic dudes do to like
It's
have
kind
a
of
sense of community.
LARPing, but not
It's very
really.
LARPy. It's very well. It's,
yeah, it is like
very,
LARPing.
I mean, I'm trying to use. I knew people who like LARPed just purely recreationally, and I don't have a very negative opinion about it. Like it is very LARPy. It is like for like old Catholic dudes who are retired, it's like a thing to like kill time and hang out with other dudes. So like a 20-year-old joining it is crazy. Like, that's nuts. Actually, most people. So this actually tells you a lot, Zone Kami, about the type of Catholics that I grew up with. By the way, hold on. There we go.
Oh, opening the number three.
Number 3.
All right, I'm still on number 2.
I should be ahead of you because I probably have like 50% body mass on you.
Probably, yeah.
But I also didn't eat very much today.
Okay.
Yeah, Murray has it correct. They have poker nights and do pancake brunch fundraisers after mass. It's very old man bullshit. But this does tell you something about the kind of Catholics that I know and I grew up with, is that the Catholics I know love Francis.
Mm.
The Catholic that I know that doesn't like Francis is JD Vance.
Yeah.
Which is understandable because because the Pope fucking despises him.
Yeah, when the Pope has it out for you personally, it's hard not to like, you know.
I grew up from my father. Like I said, he's a convert. His father was Congo, United Church of Christ Congregationalist.
Oh, okay.
Which is, for people who might not understand what the fuck that means, that's Obama's church. They're hippies. Again, I come from hippies. I come from hippies. This is open information. Like I have family who thought Marx was kind of conservative. Like that's the kind of family I come from. And JD, I love being old. Being an old man rocks. Highly recommend. Highly fucking recommend. But anyway, like the people I grew up with like Francis quite a bit. And I still remember my grandfather very strongly disapproving of John Paul II for being so conservative.
Mm-hmm.
This grandfather was a civil rights activist and he was a minister.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, like when it's honestly like so funny. Like I grew up with this like very religious family and background, and like I talk to other people who have it, and I just have like such a different one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually know what you mean by demo Catholics here. Like, do you mean like just like demographically Catholic or what? Because like I would say liberation theology is like kind of what I grew up with. Number one most cited Bible passage in my childhood was, "Let he who has 2 shirts give one to he who has none."
Mm.
Anyway, that's my divergence in talking about my Catholicism. I didn't actually give you a chance to talk about yours at all.
So I would say like I grew up in like a relatively like religious family, but I wouldn't say like I didn't really have anything like forced on me. Well, I mean, I was forced to go to church every Sunday, which I didn't really enjoy, but you know, that's just how it is, you know. But like you know, like I say my experience was probably similar to yours. Like no one was like, "Oh, you're gonna go to hell if you do bad things," or like
not an important part.
Talked like that.
Not an important part.
Yeah. You know, it was mostly about like, you know, being charitable, being a good person, doing the right thing. expanding your knowledge of theology and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I remember I had to go to Sunday school.
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention to any of it. I just
Fair.
drew hats on the pictures of Jesus and his disciples in the textbook.
Oh my
which
goodness.
I do kind of regret not paying attention to, because I do find theology to be very interesting. And, you know, I think there's a lot of like interesting history there. So I do kind of regret not, like, you know, actually paying attention, taking it seriously. But I've noticed that, like, I did like internalize a lot of like the things I was taught. Like, I definitely have a lot of like internalized Catholic guilt about like things. And it's like, it's weird because no one ever made me feel that way. It's just something that was kind of like, I just developed for whatever reason.
Okay. Do you want to talk more about Catholicism, or do you want to talk more about guilt?
I guess I can talk more about Catholicism.
Okay. Because I did, my whole prep for today was actually a podcast about the Zizians, who I think you'll find really fun. But that was the guilt tree. So we can get back to there later if you want to hear more about a fucking 21st century cult. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Like, I hear about this like Catholic guilt thing all the time, but it's like more often I hear about that from the outside.
Okay.
Like when I think about like how I relate to Catholicism, I think a lot about the Simpsons skit about heaven. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, where there's like Catholic heaven and Protestant
heaven. Yeah. Okay.
I love that one.
Okay. So do you want to fill in chat, or shall I?
Oh, okay, I'll do it. So it's basically, I don't remember the context of it, but I believe it's Homer. And he's like talking to God or something. And because Homer was like, what was his deal again? Was he like Protestant, but Marge was Catholic? Do you remember what that
I think it was the other way around, because Marge is definitely Protestant. Marge is extremely Protestant. And the church they go to is Protestant, because their minister's married. So like, definitely a Protestant ministry. But but
basically, okay, but basically, like, he gets to see, like, two heavens. He sees, like, Protestant heaven, which is basically very, like, waspy. You know, they're playing croquet. They have their sweaters tied around their necks, and they're all very prim and proper. And then he sees, like, Catholic heaven, which is just, like, Mexicans and Irish people, and they're drinking, and they're partying, and they're having, like, a great fucking time.
The part that I remember is, like, it's like Homer, I think it was actually Marge was having the dream. Because like I can remember like Marge's like concern, like like her very first person concern that like Homer never notices that and like in the Catholic heaven there's like people like smashing whiskey bottles against the clouds and getting into fist fights, and then like it all stops so they can do river dance.
Oh yeah.
Like that's like my understanding of Catholicism as a person who fucking grew up in it, was like, and this is like to do the huge history lesson here. This is the origin of Baroque music.
Really?
Yeah. The origin of Baroque music is from the Protestant Reformation. That like the Protestants, your Calvinists and whatnot, they're all like having these really staid, austere, brutal church meetings. And then at the Catholic Mass, you get to listen to fucking Bach, which is actually kind of a banger. Like, you get to listen to this like Baroque music that is like elaborate and interesting and expressive and emotional. And that's Catholicism. Whereas the Protestants are skewing all of that. Like, so Milkshakey has asked, what is on the menu? Miss Azarashi.
I am drinking a strong zero straight from Japan, canned cocktail beverage.
I think I actually have the asset for that. Let me add that to mine.
I forgot to mention we should put the assets on there.
I'm just going to add existing, not the beer. Hold on. Strong zero. I literally have a strong zero.jpg as an asset in OBS. So I am having Bell's Chew Hearted. Bell's is a favorite brewery of mine from Comstock, Michigan. Bell's is phenomenal, but their Chew Hearted IPA is, to my mind, one of the great American IPAs. And up until about 4 years ago, I would say it was the second best. My favorite IPA until maybe 3 or 4 years ago was 6 Point Bengali, but the 6 Point Bengali sucks now. They changed the recipe and it's no longer actually particularly good. Yeah, Tayamisi knows this. This one fucking rocks. This fucking rules. This is such a good IPA. But yes, Alex has had a vodka soda and now a strong zero. So I'm putting the
I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
It's fair. I have always assumed that you are like 120 pounds. Based on
that checks out.
All right.
I won't confirm or deny that, but you're in the ballpark.
Fair. Oh wow, I totally broke Vbridger there. Oh, I understand how I broke Vbridger there. There we go. Camera's literally pointing at my wall. Yeah, blue. This makes sense to me that you would like strong zero. Blue is a fellow New Yorker. I won't dox her more than that, but I have an understanding of her life, and but no, it is a fun thing. Tayamisi has met me in real life. It is funny to me to think about, like, I've said this a little bit on stream before. I did say this was one of those things I didn't particularly want to talk about, so we'll probably move past it and back to Catholicism pretty quickly. I know that you kind of went for a model that kind of looked like yourself.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Especially the boots.
I wish I had boots like that.
I know. They're crazy fucking boots. They are crazy fucking boots, man.
Okay, hold on. Can you? Okay, this is a weird request, but can you like wipe up the spill on your table because it's really bothering me?
That's fair. I will need to grab a paper towel. So I'll be back. You are I'm in
just
charge
like one of those
chat.
people who hate seeing things be messy, and I'm just like, it's messy, and his hand is getting all wet, and I can feel it on my hand. You know.
This is now your responsibility. You get to be responsible for chat. You have volunteered yourself so that I can.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. I'll do it. Yeah, that's like my one weird thing is that like I'm the type of person where it's like, it's like when you're like you're walking around in socks and like you step in something wet and it's just like, oh, that's how I feel looking at that splash of water on the table. It's like, it makes me feel like that like I can feel like my hand, like I don't know how to describe it. That's just like a weird thing I have, Yeah, it's like that wet socks feeling. It's awful. It's like one of those things where it's like you see someone and they're just like how it's like sometimes you go over to like some people's houses and they like walk around barefoot and they're like they're like, the kitchen is tiled and they're walking on the kitchen tile barefoot, and you're just like sitting there thinking like, how do you do that? How do you do that? Like I get liking like the cool feeling of the tile on your feet. I get that. But like, if you drop something down there and you step in it, it's just like, oh, like the worst thing ever. It's like this. It's like I don't even know how to describe it. Like reverse ASMR, where you like see something that makes you like visually, like you. At least for me, maybe I'm crazy about this. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm like getting that feeling. It's like I know this is like, have you ever seen like people have like weird fetishes where they like want women to like step on things and they find it like arousing? Except for me, it's like the opposite. I'm just like, ugh,
Okay, hold on.
It's only a way for me to tell the floor is dirty.
Hold on, I need to hear about this because you're talking about like giantess fetish stuff. So hold on.
Oh God. Okay, no, not specifically giantess stuff, but it's like I've seen these like posts on Twitter or like whatever where someone is like, oh yeah, I got this DM from this guy asking me to like step on eggs or like step on ants or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right, that's someone's thing, whatever. But it's like the idea of like stepping on an egg and like feeling it like on your foot, that's so unsettling to me. That's just it's just one of those things.
Well, milkshake, yeah. So okay, hold on. Alex, I'm going to have to request that you like you interject if I like hit on anything uncomfortable for you here. Like
Okay,
I'm going to
okay,
have to
okay.
request that you like be really forceful about boundaries here, because
Okay,
Alex is
okay.
not a person who particularly likes to talk about sex. And like I don't know how to like talk around this concept at all without like talking about it from a sexuality perspective. So I don't know when I'm going to trip alarms for you. So I'm going to have to request
Okay,
that.
okay. I mean, it's like if it's a theory thing, I don't particularly mind. If it gets more like vulgar, that's when I have like a
Oh,
problem.
okay,
You know?
okay. Because like I mean, this is a joke that I talk about all the time. Is like I am pretty comfortable talking about sex on stream, but the way that it tends to shake out is like people ask me a sexuality question, and then I'll be like, "Oh, this is actually a really interesting part of like divorce rates."
Okay.
like I have like the least sexy sex discussions. Like I'm very comfortable talking
Okay,
about
okay.
sex, but it's like I'm talking about very like sociologically and like
Yeah,
academically.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's
That I'm a little more comfortable with.
okay. That's one of those things like I've always like been kind of like walked around a little bit with you. But I mean, Milkshakey, like it is probably worth saying that like some of the sexual excitement for people comes from the unsettlement.
Mm.
Like all of H.R. Geiger's stuff is incredibly horny,
Yeah, that's true.
but it's also deeply unsettling. I hope that people find H.R. Geiger deeply unsettling. I hope that there's not a person in here who is like Alien is like a completely normal movie about work. Like, like that would actually be very upsetting to me if somebody.
I mean, there's people who are horny from the alien from Aliens.
Oh, I mean, H.R. Geiger was like the designer was like that was intentional. Like it's very deliberate. So like, yeah, like. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's the feet guys. There's the, like you said, like there's the stepping on things always feels very much like a giantess thing, but that might be because I know some people with that particular fetish, and also, I don't know if you've encountered this guy yet, but there's a kind of infamous VTuber watcher, who like will just proposition random female VTubers to try to get them to do giantess audio ERP stuff.
I do not know about this guy. No,
Okay.
I've
So you
never
haven't
heard of
encountered
this
him.
before.
I don't know if he's dropped out or if you just haven't encountered him yet, but I know a bunch of female VTubers who like at least a couple years ago, this guy was like kind of like a known quantity. That like he would just like kind of like reach out to random VTubers and be like, "Can you do this erotic audio recording on this script that's like very giantess focused?" I think I know like 5 different women who've encountered this guy. Like, you know, like it's like a kind of a guy, and it's. But I guess kind of where I'm going is this actually more interesting rather than just like talking about random fetishes. Well, I mean, Blue, like banned from what? Like he gets banned from individual people's Twitch channels and servers, but like he's not banned from like the concept of being online. Like we have not managed to ban Asmongold from the concept of being online. So I cannot express how much I hate that man. But but yeah, like people I guess kind of find like the unsettling kind of sexual, and I think this is like a common thing about how people develop fetishes. I kind of have this theory. This is like a broad theory, a very, very broad academic theory, is that when people have like sexual things that they're into, I think about 80-ish% of people, doing the little hand wiggle in front of the camera here, 80-ish% of people, it's about reinforcing existing social norms and identities, and then about 20% is about the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Like 80% of people who are into like submissive women, and then 20% of people are into dominant women.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of thing. Like I that's just kind of like a broad take, and it's not, the number is out of my ass. The number is like totally out of my ass. I just assume it's a wide majority are about reinforcing existing social norms, and then some minority is about friction with the existing norms. That's kind of my broad take on this.
I think that checks out.
It's very broad. It's very 100% sub 100% to Dom. Sure, go for it, buddy. Go for it. I'm not going to tell people what to do with this kind of stuff. Consenting adults, yada yada yada. But I forget where we were. But the Catholicism of it all.
Yeah, how funny that we went from Catholicism to like
it's
fetishes.
so fast. No, it's so fast. It's so fast. I can find you academic articles like within minutes about like how various saints relate to BDSM. Like it's
really?
so fast.
That's fascinating.
It's so fast. No. Like folks. Okay, I know at least one person watching right now is a fellow New Yorker. Possibly more. If you go to the Met and go to the medieval part of the Met, one of the things that will stand out to you is that it's like burp number 5 in 2 minutes. Art of Jesus. His abs look unnatural. You've probably seen this, right,
Now
Alex?
that I think about it, there is a lot of religious art that's very like very detailed about Jesus's physique.
Yes. So he will not merely have a six-pack, but he will have this very strange six-pack where the bottom 2 parts of the six-pack are way bigger.
I never noticed that.
That's because it's supposed to look like a cock and balls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, sure, why not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's to sexualize him further. Like, there's actually a very funny line from the fucking mid-ass Netflix original Orange is the New Black, where there's a nun in there, and she says, what we did was we married Christ. So, jorking it to Jesus is not against our vows.
You know what? Yeah, that's true.
I know, right? I know. So this gets us to talk about like one of those things I always find really fun and interesting about having grown up Catholic versus how non-Catholics perceive the Catholic Church, is that the way like to me, Catholicism has always seemed incredibly flexible. Like you grew up with that feeling, right?
Yeah, but I also feel like it's probably more flexible now than it used to be. Because, my parents, they both went to Catholic school, and so did my grandparents. And, they would tell me stories about how the sisters would, like, hit them, misbehaved and all that shit, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, that was also normal in the Protestant schools, right? And I grew up with, like, a particularly insane dynamic in my family where my mom and my aunt, her younger sister, both went to Catholic school. And so, like, my mom hasn't really talked too much about really what Catholic school was like. My mom was like a super overachiever and like graduated like a year early and then like took like 6 classes a semester when she went to college. Like my mom was like a super intellectual person. And like if she had been born 10 or 15 years later, my mom probably would have been a scholar.
Oh, wow.
But like she was kind of like was not born at a time where that was a serious option for a woman of her age and personality. And the way that my aunt tells it. So my aunt is younger than my mom by a couple years. And she would talk about, she would be like, to grow up in the shadow of Saint, my mom's name, Saint Mary. Easy Catholic name right there. Saint Mary. To grow up in the shadow of Saint Mary. What a horrifying experience.
Oh.
That like my mom was like this like super student and like super perfect, whereas my aunt like, you know, was skipping class to go smoke and stuff like that. Like, well, so Zonkami's South African, and one of my closest collaborators outside of VTubing is South African. I actually end up learning a lot about South Africa, and one of the most important bishops. People may not know this. They should, though, if you're reading the news at all. One of the most important bishops of the 21st century is South African. Desmond Tutu.
Oh, really?
Desmond Tutu. He's South African.
Wait, no, actually, no, that checks out. That checks out.
Yeah, he's South African. I think he's Zulu. Yeah, I forget what ethnic group he is specifically. I'm pretty sure he's not Xhosa. And I genuinely cannot keep track of South African ethnic groups other than Anglo, Bear, South, Xhosa, and Tutu. I'm sorry, and Zulu. I generally cannot keep track. Yeah, Desmond Tutu's super chill. And he's like, to me, he's very normal. To me, that's a very normal Catholic, is Desmond Tutu. But it's... I forget where I was going with this. This is what happens when I get drunk. I'm like this on stream when I'm sober. And it's so much worse.
We were talking about Catholicism.
Yeah.
And then you started talking about bishops. And I don't know where you were going with it either.
I don't know where I was going with that. No. Okay. So, a lot of what I think was going on with like our parents and grandparents' generations of Catholics was like being American, was like American conformism. I think a lot of that was not like unique to Catholicism. I think that was like American schools in general, up until the 90s, secular schools, you could beat students.
Mm-hmm.
And so like the fact that like at a Catholic school, like the nuns could slap you was like, that's just fitting into America. That's just being American. And the Catholics have, as a culture, very much historically been about, you know, to get along, you go along.
Yeah.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You know, when you're a VTuber, you have to do debuts. And... you know, overreact to things and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, it's that kind of shit, right? And so I think I do wonder how much I don't know that much about, like, what it's like in South Africa. I know more than most Americans about what's like in South Africa, but that is saying very little. That's mostly damning of Americans. I do wonder how much that's a matter of, like, in South Africa, always from the people I've talked to who are South African, it seems like a pretty harsh culture. I wonder how much that matters, but like, so anyway, to re-engage my actual collab mate here. So you grew up Catholic. And I'm kind of wondering, like, you said, it was like a pretty chill version of Catholicism.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how I experienced it, right? Like it's like wild to me that like I talk to people who are, I have like friends from Texas, and like they talk about like what they thought Catholicism was like, and they're like, oh, it always seemed like super strict and super regimented, and like your priest gives you like very specific commands about what you need to do every week, and it seems like you had so little freedom compared to what the rest of us had. And I'm just like, man, they did not give a shit.
Yeah, no, like all our priests would tell us, he'd like tell us like, you know, like a story from the Bible, and he'd just be like, yeah, you know, just be nice to each other. Just be nice to each other. That's all he ever asked of us.
All you have to do is be nice to each other. I actually kind of had this. So St. Patrick's Day is coming. We got St. Patrick. No, sorry. We've had St. Patrick's Day. We got Easter coming.
Yeah. Oh, Easter is coming, yes.
Easter's coming. St. Patrick's Day has gone. I need to double check. We didn't miss Ash Wednesday, did we? That's like the only like Catholic holiday I actually observed.
I think, Ash Wednesday, I think, has passed.
Fuck. Fuck. I think we did. Yeah, fuck me. The one Catholic holiday I ever actually observe is Ash Wednesday. But the fuck me. I'm a dumbass. Was that yesterday?
I think it was like a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
I thought it was in April. Fuck.
Let me check.
This gives you a sense of how bad I am as a Catholic, right?
It was in February. February 18th. Oh, that's
Oh no,
2026.
I got completely mixed up. I'm mixing up with Palm Sunday. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
I'm not giving up meat on Fridays for Lent. I gave up knowing on when Lent is for Lent.
Because technically, you don't need to like observe Lent.
I mean, I don't need to observe that part of Lent. If I wanted to like be a good Catholic, I would figure out something else to give up. Mm-hmm. I grew up Protestant, so being nice to each other was downstream of work ethic and not ideating sex. Christ. Thank you, Gringotts, for that. But yeah, I grew up with this where the fuck was I? I think you're more sober than I am at this point. Fuck me.
Oh, we were talking about we were talking about Catholicism.
Yeah.
And you were like asking me something, and I then you said something, and then we started talking about like Ash Wednesday, and you got hooked on that, and I don't remember where we were. Hold
on. I think I can recover this. This is why VTubers don't do drinking streams very often. It's because we have to like retrace our steps. It's like it's bad radio to have to do this, but it's.
I remember we were talking about like how chill it was.
Yeah. So the concern was always like these moral lessons about how to treat other people. Mm-hmm. That was always like the core of it. And the thing I've thought about somewhat frequently is that like there are Catholic saints who never met Jesus, who like never like learned about the Bible. Like Saint Kevin is like an Irish saint, and like he like died like hundreds of years before Saint Patrick, and he's just like a pagan like demigod hero who just like gets to go to heaven because like his vibes are chill. Like he passes the vibe check, so like he gets to go to heaven.
I looked this up. You said Saint Kevin?
I believe it was Kevin. He like turned into an otter.
Saint Kevin of Glendalough?
You can tell some.
Yeah, Ireland. That's
you can say like any random Irish word, and I will follow along. I'll be like, yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, like died like 300s, 400s AD, something like that.
Sorry, I'm just reading his Wikipedia.
Yeah, she's reading the Wikipedia. She's reading the Wikipedia to double check me. But like, no reasonable way that this guy like ever met like an actual Christian minister or had like faith in Jesus as an individual, right? Like that doesn't make any sense with his story.
Yeah, there's nothing on here that really says like he did this thing and thus was like deemed worthy of sainthood. It's just like, oh yeah, he was canonized by Pope Pius X in 1903.
Yeah, like this is the part that like people is like way a million years back in chat. Somebody was asking like, so was asking like, how does this all feel? Like, where does this all fit in? Do you think that non-Catholics are all? Do you view like non-Catholic X as like insane people? I was like, no, we kind of view all Protestants as like really weirdly focused on like words.
Yeah.
They're like insanely focused on like words and rules. Like to the Catholic mind, it's like this like general concept of goodness that flows from the concepts of kindness and charity, and like that's it. Mm-hmm. Like that's it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like if you do those things, like you get to go to heaven. Like it's very vague. It's very
It
vague.
is. It really is. Yeah.
It's not like did you follow the rules properly? And so like when I talk to Protestants who grew up with this sense of like I like thought a mean thing about my mom and therefore I'm going to go to hell, and I was like stressed out about it for months. I'm like, that's fucking crazy, dude. Like that's fucking crazy. Like that is not what it was like for me growing up at all. Like
Have you ever seen Dairy Girls?
yeah, Dairy Girls is so cool. Dairy Girls
I
is
love
so
Dairy
cool.
Girls.
I need to watch more of it. I never finished it. It's so cool.
Oh, you should finish it. I should finish it. My favorite line from that show is like one of the sisters, like she was reading something and someone said something like, "Oh, Catholics love statues," and she was like, "It's true. I do love a good statue."
Yeah. To fill folks in. Dairy Girls is a Netflix original.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, a Netflix original about growing up in Northern Ireland during the 80s. And for folks who aren't parsing together, specifically in the town of Derry, and for folks who aren't parsing this together because they don't know their Irish geography and history, Derry is also known as Londonderry, which is a good way to get your ass fucking beat. So it is a Irish Catholic community that is on the border between Northern and Republican Ireland. I should probably say between Imperial and Republican Ireland. That's probably a more accurate way to put that. Between Republican and Imperial Ireland. And it is, to this day, kind of the main checkpoint between the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland is Derry. And so Dairy Girls is about some Catholic girls at a Catholic girls' school during this period. During this era.
Which was a very turbulent period.
Very turbulent. For people who are not, I'm assuming too fucking much about my audience. I forgot how fucking young people are. Fuck my life. That this is the 80s border between Republic of Ireland and UK is like primary terrorist spot for the entire planet. Hello, SkyirishBear. SkyirishBear is actually Irish.
Oh, cool.
Hello. He is actually Irish, so he probably has better things to speak about than the two of us fucking plastic patties over here. But I mean, to me, the you might have told him you were speaking of Ireland. Thank you, Cara. To me, the plastic patty over here. I love that phrase. Do you know this phrase?
Yeah, I've heard it before.
I love it. It's so funny to me. It's so fucking funny. I think it's supposed to be like purely derogatory, but like I don't know. I'm just fucking owning it. I'm just fucking rolling with it. Like fair. That's actually totally realistic. That's totally realistic. God. Funny ass dumbass story. So I'm a New Yorker. And there's an entire industry of Irish bars in New York. And they're bars to serve Americans that like they're almost always American owned, but they always want the bar staff to be from Ireland. And so there's this whole industry of like, you get people from Ireland to come over to the United States for a couple years on a work visa to tend a bar in these tourist ass bars in New York City. And I remember talking to one of the bartenders at one of these, and it's still just like seared into my brain because like we got there early, so like nobody was there. Like nobody was there. It was like a bar with like a 50-foot long ass bar, and like me and my drinking buddy were the only people at the bar. So like we were like way before people showed up. And so like we're talking with the bartender. It's like this like 5'2" girl with like the thickest Irish accent. And I'm like, so why the fuck did you come here? And I still remember going, it's a land of opportunity, isn't it? And I'm just like, you missed out by like 50 years, bud. Like, well, I mean,
Yeah,
Vobern kind of hits on this, like it's a, because they fuck up shepherd's pie. I mean, Skyrish, I have bad news for you, which is that I make vegan shepherd's pie, and people take me seriously on it. It's like, dude, like I don't know what to tell you. This has lentils in it. Like it doesn't have mutton in it. It's got lentils. But no, Vobern hits on an important part here, which is like the purpose of this is to appeal to the Scots-Irish immigrants, descendants. Like, my family came over here during the fucking American Civil War. Like, my family hasn't spoke Gaelic in over 100 years. I have a stronger connection to the Chicago Cubs than I do. The amount of shepherd's pie I've seen made with beef. I know what you're talking. Yeah. Imagine the temerity to think that shepherds herd cows. Like the goofball nature of it. No, Skyrish Bear, I'm sure that if you came over to my place and you asked me to make your shepherd's pie, you would be extremely mad at me. I'm sure that you would be really mad at me.
Oh, not to distract you or anything, but Impossible Meat has this new like chopped like steak meat. It's like chopped steak, but it's Impossible Meat, and I really like it. It tastes fine, but I don't like it because of how realistic the texture is. It throws me off so much. It's got that kind of like, how it's like the thing I don't like about meat is it has that kind of like sinewy kind of like texture to it. That's what it has, and it really gives me the ick,
Ooh, I'm sorry, I forget this, because I've been vegan for 12 or 13 years now, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you vegetarian? I forget.
I'm pescatarian.
Pescatarian. Okay. Yeah, now I remember. Now it's flowing back to me. Real sign of how good I know my friends. I'm truly a good friend here. Yeah, no, not Nagi or Psycho. That's why. Everybody knows it. That's like your deal. But yeah, it's. No, I get that. I actually know some vegetarians who like have trouble with mushrooms because they're too meat-like.
Oh yeah, I don't like mushrooms either.
I kind of go back and forth on mushrooms. I don't know. They're like my mom's favorite, and like as I've gotten older, I've kind of like I didn't like them when I was growing up, and then I was like, okay, I need to get over this, and I need to get like into mushrooms. And then like at some point I kind of just hit this point where I'm like, this doesn't even have fiber in it. Like, why am I doing
Wait, they
this?
don't have fiber?
Mushrooms, not really. No. They're
really?
not plants.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're not plants. Their fiber content's very low. I'm like, why am I even doing this? Like, I'm using this as like a vegetable, but like I could just have some cabbage. Like I could like stir fry some cabbage or something like that. Like this is like, what am I doing? Alex.
Yes.
How are you doing, my dude?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm feeling good. I still haven't finished this CAD yet. I've been slowing myself down a little bit.
Good. Pekoneko. I love saying your name. I love the many ends. Pekoneko. Have a good night. But Alex, I was going to ask if you are down for keeping track of chat because I need to use the bathroom again and grab another beer out of the fridge.
Go right ahead. Yeah,
and I'll probably grab the sushi so that people can see what my midstream snack is going to be. I'll be back.
Ooh, okay.
Keep chat entertained. I'll be back, and I'll try to fit in. I'll try to fit in.
All right. Hello, chat. Hello. I'm pretty sloshed. I don't know if, I haven't been talking that much, but I'm pretty sloshed. I'm almost done with this can of Strong Zero. My favorite flavor of Strong Zero is the double lemon, which is the normal flavor, but my friend brought back double grapefruit, which is admittedly not my favorite, but you know, it's still Strong Zero, so I'll drink it. Pretty much is language basically all but dead? Oh, you mean are you talking about Gaelic? Sorry, I'm just like trying to get back to what we were talking about. Sounds really good too. Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. If you ever go to Japan and you want to get like well, I don't want to say crunk, but kind of crunk, you gotta get a can of Strong Zero. You gotta get a can of Strong Zero. They call this stuff the gaijin killer, the foreigner killer, because it like makes people like super like, you know, like drunk really fast. Because generally speaking, like canned cocktails in Japan are like maybe range from, they have ones that are like 2% to like 5 or 6%. Been told good things about Strong Zero. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, generally speaking, like Japanese people in general, like don't really have a super high alcohol tolerance. I mean, obviously, you know, there's exceptions to this. So you won't really see a whole lot. I mean, you'll occasionally see Japanese people drinking this, but it's like I would go to the supermarket. I would go to the supermarket every week, and I would get a 6-pack of this, and I would feel so awkward because everyone else is buying beer, and I'm just buying this like fucking 6-pack of 9% canned cocktails. Think fungi's DNA is closer to humans than fungus is to plants. Oh, I've heard of that before.
That makes total sense to me. That makes total sense to me. Also, I'm back.
Nice. Oh, 7% white. You know, I've never actually had a White Claw before. I've been meaning to like try it, but the liquor store near me doesn't sell them individually. They only sell like multi-packs, and I don't want to commit to like a big pack when I don't know what they taste like, you know? I don't want to make that kind of commitment when I've never had one before. Don't they suck? Okay. I'll take your word for it then.
I mean, okay. Actually, hold on, Nagi. Have we never made you drink a White Claw while you've been in the States? Not Nagi's European. Nagi's the European snack. Some suck, most are good. I mean, to me, like they're like a category of like wine cooler. Like pre-canned vodka soda. Also, I have to call out because I think that you had it when you were at Off Kai. Okay. You were pretty drunk at Off Kai. No, what am I talking about? I wasn't at Off Kai. Magfest. You were pretty drunk at Magfest, so I don't know at Off Kai. Literally garbage water with ethanol. I'm sorry, Nagi. I'm sorry. I don't mean to impugn your honor as a European. Sorry, I have to fucking call out Civil Cole here because I think Alex in particular, you will enjoy this. One of my favorite streaming experiences was I was fucking drunk for completely non-stream related reasons. Totally nothing having to do with stream. I was just drunk. And I get home. They
call me a tractor because my tank needs filling. I love that. I don't know what the context of that is. I just love it.
I was just fucking drunk for completely unrelated reasons. And I show up on stream. I show up and Sybil is streaming and she is playing Elden Ring. And I am fucking trashed. And I just bogart my way. I just force my way into like collabing with her. I'm just like, let me the fuck in. Let me the fuck in. I want in on this shit. And she is doing some fight. I've never played Elden Ring. I don't know anything about Elden Ring. I don't understand what Elden Ring's mechanics are. I know nothing. And I am just doing sports announcer shit. While she is doing this fight, I am just going full into like my best transatlantic accent, trying to describe what is happening while Sybil is doing these boss fights, and completely ruining her time because like I remember her like cracking up and like dying because I am just utterly ruinous to her ability. Died like 30 times. I only remember like 2 of them. That's how bad I was. Wonderful experience. I love Sybil. Sybil, if you don't fucking know Alex, get to know Alex. I think the 2 of you will get along.
Hi, I'm Alex.
This is Alex. And hold on, can I do it with my chopsticks?
There's apple flavored strong zero. Yes, I've had it before. The thing I don't like about it though is that it's not as strong as the regular strong zero. If I recall correctly, it's around like 5 or 6%. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's not terrible, but I like the 9%.
9%.
Oh, tell me about your sushi. Tell me about your sushi. What do you use to
vegan?
Make it?
I made 2 rolls, and I'm a slob, so these are pretty thick roll. These are pretty big rolls. I could have made it smaller, but these are pretty big. So this is ume. It may look like something else.
Plum.
But it is plum. This is pickled plum. That's what the red is doing there. That's pickled plum. And I just made 1 roll of pickled plum, and I alternated it with, I don't know how apparent this is, what this is, natto.
Oh, natto? You're a natto eater?
I bought a bag of freeze-dried natto a while ago because like I hadn't had natto since the last time I was in Japan. And I was like, is natto really that bad? It has like such a terrible reputation. And my conclusion after having had 3 or 4 or 5 rolls of natto sushi is it's fine. I don't know. Okay. I can't have a strong reaction to natto. The thing that I didn't bring in today because it would have required making a 3rd roll, which is a lot of fucking sushi for me, is oshinko.
What is that?
Oshinko is pickled. Hold on, daikon. It's pickled daikon. Pickled radish.
Oh, okay.
It's actually delightful. It's actually my favorite. I actually love.
I feel like I've probably had that before, but I didn't know what it was at the time.
So these are actually all traditional rolls. Like I know people sometimes think that like fish is essential to sushi, and that's actually not true. Sushi refers to the rice. The rice preparation techniques. So there are vegan sushi that are traditional. I probably would have done oshinko and natto, but it doesn't look good on camera. Like it's just like it's like uncompelling on camera. So I did umekyo and natto rolls and absolutely California roll is 1 extremely non-traditional on account of California not being part of Japan. I feel like that should be a really big tell.
Yeah.
In addition to the fact that it has 2 different Japanese orthographic violations.
Among other things, yes.
Among other things. But yeah, I wasn't even a fan of California rolls when I was vegan. The non-vegan sushi that I still like in memory is unagi.
Okay.
Unagi is delicious.
Unagi is really good. I love unagi.
Unagi actually fucking rocks. I'm sorry to say this is like a huge vegan violation, but I'm not vegan for the taste. I'm vegan. But yeah, I've got some wasabi from powder.
Nice.
And soy sauce and white pickled ginger.
Have you had vegan gimbap before? The Korean sushi?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty good. Like the one I've had is made with like I think it's made with like fried tofu or something. But I really do like gimbap. It's pretty good.
Okay. I feel kind of insane because I traditionally have not really liked Korean very much. But I also really like gochujang. Okay. I love gochujang. The worst kind of vegan. I mean, again, I'm vegan for ethical reasons. I am not here because I think that non-vegan food is untasty. I am here because I think the animals deserve better. Yeah, Skyridge, I Korean is like, if I haven't done it yet on stream, but I kind of have it in my head of like a tier list of Kara, what the fuck did you type? Because the way that it rendered on stream is insane. I'm sorry. Can you see this, Alex?
I just see like the little up thing.
Okay, it also. Oh no, something else is happening. Oh, that's fine. Never mind. No, never mind. That was an OBS error. There was an OBS side error that caused Kara's upward caret to render as the Unicode.
Oh.
For it was just like the Unicode numbers. Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't see a caret. I saw Unicode numbers, but that was an OBS error. OBS, my beloved. And I tend to find it's called a caret. Yeah, it's called a caret. Yeah.
Wait, it's called a carrot with a C? I didn't know that.
Yeah, C-A-R-T. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm gonna take a big old bite here.
Oh my god, this is now a mukbang stream.
Why are you letting people just hear my chewing sounds, you fucker?
I don't actually hear anything.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I hope nobody else heard that. That's pretty gross. The ASMR stream was Tuesday. It's ASMR all over again. Hold on. If you're sensitive, cover your ears.
Have you ever? So I've been seeing like.
Alright, you're being a very bad girl. Oh, okay. I mean, Blue, just clip. Just take a clip. You can take a clip. I've allowed clipping for everybody. You can type exclamation point clip. Should be fine.
Oh, but before you did that, I was gonna ask you if you've ever had that like quote unquote vegan salmon before.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't. I do have actually in my freezer right now some of the Gardein vegan fish sticks, and my experience is they're actually pretty good.
Wait, they make vegan fish sticks?
Yeah, they're actually pretty good.
Really? Okay.
I mean, the truth of the matter is that folks, if you're wondering about vegan options, and you're wondering like, are they any good at this? Have they figured out a good way to do vegan X? You can just buy the Gardein version of it, and if it sucks, then the answer is no. Gardein is miles...
Yeah, I'm not even a vegan, and I can attest to this.
Your Gardein is miles ahead of Tofurky. Like, I think they're miles ahead of Impossible, as well.
Really?
Yeah, I Impossible does texture a little bit better, but I think they do taste a lot worse.
Okay.
I kind of feel like Gardein is the gold standard. Yeah, no, they're pretty good nowadays. I mean, and I admittedly, like I said, I went vegan out of ethical considerations, and we were talking about like ways in which like the Catholicism is kind of stuck with us.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those ones, is like this idea that being self-sacrificing is like makes you more ethical.
Yeah,
it's like one that's kind of like stuck with me. Like if you have like a nice way of doing something, and you have a way of doing something that's like personally painful, like the personally painful version is the better version, which is like feels very Catholic to me.
It really does.
And hello pickles. Oh, it's very late for pickles. Pickles are usually here super early. Kind of. Is drinking a type of mukbang?
I don't know. I feel like it probably is.
I don't know. Cover it for me for a second. These sushi rolls are too fucking big. Oh.
Okay. I remember like there's this one I've been pretty open about the fact that I don't like ASMR for like various reasons. But I remember there's this one time where just like for whatever reason I decided to like try out some kind of like ASMR mukbang video, and I could not even get like 5 seconds into it because those like chewing sounds were so visceral. I wanted to vomit. It was so bad for me. I was like, how do people enjoy this, you know? It was crazy. I mean, I guess like, you know, like eating sounds are different from like speaking sounds. But yeah, that was pretty intense for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't experience ASMR, so it's all been super abstract. Like I mean, I did an ASMR stream on Tuesday, and that was mostly because like it was something that people have been curious about me doing for a while. People like my voice, blah blah blah.
Did you do it with your normal microphone, or do you have a special microphone?
All I hold on. Forgive me, folks. I pretty much just kind of whispered and got kind of close to the microphone. This was really kind of it. Didn't require a new audio setup. It was just a matter of technique.
Okay, you can stop now. You can stop now.
Yeah. All right, fair, yeah. I mean, some people respond pretty positively to it. I did give you a warning, Skeleton, so fucking lie. Like, there was a fucking warning there. And I don't know, it was a reward for my most recent subathon. So but it's, I don't even know where I was going with that. It's I guess kind of generally interesting to me as a concept, because I don't experience ASMR. 80% of people don't.
Okay.
The majority of people don't have any sort of ASMR response that is detectable under laboratory conditions at all.
Laboratory conditions? They've actually tested this.
Yeah. No. Like this is like big business, and it's like obviously the psychology students are going to try to cash in on it, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
And total aside, I continue to feel like natto doesn't really taste like anything. Like it's like nothing to me. Very neutral flavor. How is it so popular? I mean, 20% of the population is a lot of people. That's over 1 billion people, Nagi. And I also think that part of it is that some of the people who are listening to ASMR are not listening to it because they actually experience the ASMR phenomena, but because ASMR audios have other psychological things going on with them.
Okay, that makes sense.
That like a lot of so much of ASMR is like BFE, GFE roleplay stuff.
That's true.
I think that I think the demand for BFE, GFE roleplay is larger possibly than the ASMR thing.
That's true.
They're experiencing the pants phenomena. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Nagi. Sure. Yeah. I think that's actually pretty fair to say. I wonder if I can actually eat half the roll without killing myself.
They don't look that big on camera.
They feel very big to me, but maybe I'm used to taking small bites.
Oh, okay. Because like when I get like kimbap, the Korean sushi, those rolls are huge. Like if I try to put the whole thing in my mouth, I will like choke. It's happened before.
I have fucked up and made futomaki that were like killing me. But like I can pull out the more objective option here. So like 2 by 1. Why am I doing this like literally behind your head?
Oh damn, you got a measuring tape. Okay.
Yeah. It's like 1 on the short end, 2 on the long end, so like 1.5.
Okay.
And then a little bit under 2 high.
Okay.
I think they're just kind of too high, and I cut them in. I use like a single sheet of nori, and then I cut them in quarters. And
okay.
I think you probably are supposed to cut them a little bit shorter than that. Like I think in terms of thickness, they're fine, but in terms of like height, I guess.
Because if they're that high, they're more of like a gumkan, right?
Yeah. Why is there a measure? two different people are surprised they just have a measuring tape just sitting on my desk. Like,
I have a measuring tape handy.
what are we measuring?
Yeah, I keep a
Kara,
measuring tape
I'm
by me.
measuring like where I'm going to drill holes so I can mount things on my wall. Like, my microphone and my camera are both wall mounted. Only Almantas would take measurements of his dinner. Thank you, Owlinka. I can't believe I'm getting owned for this. This is. I'm not even boomer coded anymore. I'm fucking like greatest generation coded. People are gonna start thinking I served at like Guadalcanal or some shit.
This is like this is related to nothing at all.
Yeah.
But I saw this post on Instagram where someone was touring like this Starbucks in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about the Starbucks is that it was situated so that you were basically could view, it was really close to the border so that you could see like North Korea from like the balcony of the Starbucks. Like you could go out there and see North Korea. And there's just something deeply ironic about like, yeah, I can see North Korea from Starbucks. You know, there's just something really funny about that. I don't know
that feels like a flex to me. I mean, that's the thing about flexes, right? Is that like all flexes sound completely insane. Like that's like the goal. That's the goal of doing a flex. Is it like in isolation, any flex sounds completely fucking insane.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they're supposed to sound insane. Like, and so like we're flexing on North Korea so much that you can put a Starbucks on the border. Like that's a flex.
Like the Starbucks isn't even good. That's the worst part about it.
Yeah. No. So Starbucks isn't even good. Like when I think like, God, yeah, no, Starbucks is not good. It's Starbucks is a testament to the ubiquity of Starbucks is a testament to the strength of Starbucks. It's not a testament to the like quality of Starbucks.
Pretty much, yeah.
Or the value of Starbucks. It's a testament to the like Starbucks of Starbucks.
Decadent capitalist dogs in their chain coffee shops.
I go kind of crazy that Starbucks is so successful in New York because like most chains are not in the city.
Because Starbucks is from like Seattle, right?
Fuck me. Never mind. Couldn't chomper that one in half. Well, digitally do. I think it depends on your politics, right? I think it depends a lot on your politics and your own personal beliefs on like how much of a flex that is. It being terrible makes the flex even harder. Nate, Vovern gets it. But yeah, no, like this is the thing about like big flexes. Like they depend a lot on like your personal politics. Like even like a medieval ass level flex. It's like, is this a flex about the intelligence of the people doing the flex, or is this a sign of like their hubris and cowardice?
Like my lord has more wives than yours.
Yeah. Well, like to use a really old one is I was listening to a history podcast earlier today between two Greek historians of ancient Greece. And so why did the Greeks prevail against the Persians? And so like as early as the 1st century, we have historians pointing out that if the reason the Greeks beat the Persians is because they are better equipped and better trained, there's no glory. It's like, yeah, this was a stupid. The victory at Marathon and the victory at Plataea are stupid foregone conclusions. These don't mean anything. The emotional meaning is included in the fact that it was against the odds. So like if you're making an argument that like, oh, the Greeks were just like better equipped and better, et cetera, that's because that's like a coward's argument. And one of the ones I think about a lot is this is gonna for the millennials here. to make the millennials feel a little bit old here. Back in like 06, 07, I remember reading accounts from the Taliban that the fact that Americans used MRAPs, those big mine resistance armored personnel carriers, that was
is that what those are called?
Yeah, mine resistant. That's what an MRAP is. It's mine resistant. That was the kind of, when we decided that the Humvees weren't cutting it, we moved on to MRAPs as our preferred like way to transport people around Afghanistan. And they're like armored trucks that are like they're very high from the ground. Hold on, let's see if I can make this work on screen. They're very high from the ground, and they have lots of armor on the undersides to protect against improvised explosive devices.
Oh, okay.
The Taliban propaganda about this at the time is that the Americans are such cowards that they require this kind of technology in order to stand up to literally people not showing up.
Oh, I see where they're going with that one. Okay.
Yeah. The Taliban, the reason why the Taliban are going to win is that we show up to battle with just a rifle and Allah's favor and spirit. That's all we have. And the Americans need air support and armored personnel carriers, and they won't step outside of their vehicles, and they're green zones and blah, 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 blah. And so this is, well, I mean, Blue, like, this is because you're an American. This is like you can spin anything anyway, is what I'm going for. Is that like, if you know how to spin things, you can spin anything in any direction. That's kind of what I'm going for, is that like...
Yeah, because that was part of the beliefs of like the Taliban, is that if you die valiantly in battle, you will be rewarded in the afterlife.
And the lack of valor on the American side is evidence of the lack of belief in their own mission. I remember talking to World War II. Actually, I think one of the funniest ones to me is talking to World War II vets. Hold on a second. I sound so fucking weird when I have food in my mouth. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll wait for you to chew.
There was like an echo. That was weird. But the way that I remember some World War II vets talking about it is that they thought that the people who volunteered were mercenary cowards.
Oh, okay.
That, like, the whole point of the fight between liberalism and fascism was that you are placing your trust in a government that you voted for. And that government that you voted for, they'll figure out who needs to show up. And so if you get drafted, that means you were important. But if you volunteered, you felt like you needed to skip the line for a paycheck.
Oh, okay.
That was the way that one of the World War II vets in my family talked about it. He was like, it was kind of fun to talk to World War II vets. I'm obviously as old as I am not a World War II generation person. I'm too young for that. But it was kind of fun to talk to them about this and like how they felt about engaging in World War II and how they felt about different branches, and like all of them, all the vets in my family, all except for out of 20 vets in my family, I think 18 served in the Navy. And 2 served in the Army. Obviously none served in the Air Force, because the Air Force was founded after World War II. I don't think any were Marines.
Okay, I think my grandpa was actually in the Marine Corps.
The branch for psychos. I've had this conversation like 3 times on chat. So my brother was a Marine, so I feel like I get a little bit of a pass here. But they all thought the way that the Navy did the division between officers and enlisted men was fucking psychotic. They're all like, this is stupid bullshit. Like, even the officers were like, why are we doing it this way? This is insane.
Yeah, I remember like I'm pretty sure my grandpa, I know he was in the Marine Corps, and I know he was stationed in, I think he was in like China. He might have been in Japan for a little bit during World War II. But I remember one time when I was a kid, I was probably maybe like 5 years old,
Mhm.
and I asked him like, "Did you ever accidentally shoot any of your comrades?"
Oh my god, that's a funny question. That's an insane
And
question.
I don't remember what he said. I think he gave me kind of like a roundabout like answer, like he said something without actually answering the question. But only
Oh
when
my
I was
god.
older did I realize that's like a fucked up thing to ask someone.
That's a fucked up thing to ask someone. One of my father's favorite movie about World War, possibly his favorite movie ever, but it was very much a World War II movie. It's called Kelly's Heroes,
Hmm.
and it's a what's that fucking? He was a pretty good act. There are two guys who are synonymous with cowboy movies, and one's a complete asshole, and one's like a big asshole. Clint Eastwood's a big asshole, whereas
Yeah.
John Wayne's a complete asshole. John Wayne's such an asshole. Clint Eastwood's just a huge asshole. So it was an Eastwood movie from back in the day, and it's about a World War II armored unit. And diddly-do, that means he was a terrible shot.
Okay.
The rule of veterans is if they're comfortable talking about how good they were at something, it means they were fucking terrible at it. But so one of the parts I really remember from Kelly's Heroes was the unit that you start off with, is like the main unit of it is a recon unit, and a German manages to break through the lines to defect to the Americans and like surrender preemptively, which is a big part of World War II. Was because everything other option was so bad by the time Americans broke to Paris that like if you could like you just went out of your way to figure out ways to surrender to the Americans if you could figure out how to do it. Because the other options were really bad if you were German.
Yeah.
This guy goes and he surrenders to the Americans, and he's like trying to give this American recon officer intel, and he's like, "You are faced opposing like this and this German unit," and the American grabs him by the lapels and is like, "I am being shelled by this unit, this unit, this unit, and this unit, and they're all other Americans." I don't have time to worry about the Germans. The other American friendly fire is too much of a problem. I actually this is just history chat. Now you've triggered history chat here. Upwards of 25% of casualties during World War II were friendly fire.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like really rough. And I do want to research that a little bit more because it's one of those numbers I kind of grew up with. But like I've gotten a little bit more versed in World War II history as I've gotten older because I've increasingly become such a fucking grandpa that like reading World War II books is like such a thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
And like one of those things that's really hit me is like how much particularly the Russian side of it was just shooting their own soldiers all the fucking time.
Oh yeah.
Like they would deploy entire battalions to do nothing other than shoot their own units.
Yeah.
Because they didn't trust their own units because there's so much like intra-ethnic animosity inside the Red Army.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Regular plug to read Divided Armies by Jason Leal. It's one of the best books I've read in the last couple of years. How do they even know the guy's surrendering on the battlefield? Is there a procedure to this? Absolutely. This is actually one of those things that's really interesting about how like movies and video games talk about combat, is that they will very frequently be like, oh yeah, we're doing like a no surrender thing. Like no prisoners taken. We're just going to kill everybody. And like, you don't fucking want to do that. Like very few armies want to do that. Because like the thing is that once you start doing a take no prisoners strategy, then that means that nobody surrenders to you. And you actually want the opponents to surrender to you as much as possible. But you also want your own units to feel okay with surrendering. if they're totally fucked.
Mm.
Because that actually improves morale and cohesion inside your own units.
I read this post the other day about how during World War II, when like Americans were trying to like, signal to Russian units that like, like, hey, we're not Germans, they would just like yell out like, like, eh, Amerikanski, Coca-Cola, until they like
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, finally realized that like they're not German. I don't know how accurate that is, but
I mean, you just try whatever, man. Like, that's the part that drives me the most insane when I like read like amateur history stuff, is the like, oh, this seems like an unusual circumstance, therefore it didn't fucking happen. And it's like, no, weird shit happens all the fucking time, man. And like, just like think for 10 minutes about what you would do.
yeah, you gotta try anything.
Yeah. Like what would you do if your own allies, one, their main weapon is artillery, two, they don't speak the same language as you?
Just like throw a Coca-Cola bottle at them until they like figure it out.
Yeah, like you just yell at them a lot. Like, no, it's a fucking mess. It's an absolute fucking mess. Like, World War II was an extremely messy war, as makes sense for a war that got millions and millions of people killed and decided the fate of the world for a century. That was, like, in many ways the apocalypse. Like, if you are in the apocalypse, if you're some fucking farm boy from Iowa...
Apocalypse now, some might say.
Apocalypse now, apocalypse now. Apocalypse now, apocalypse then, apocalypse forever, I guess. But, oof. Making myself sad by making jokes about movie taglines. But, you, like, why wouldn't you try... You would try whatever, right? Like, that Russians end words with ski. So you say Amerikanski, right? Like that's what you know. That's about what you know. That's about what you know. Working through my sushi.
Yeah, almost done.
Almost.
So I finished my can of Strong Zero, and I feel like I'm at that point where I'm like, oh yeah, I should like open up a bottle of soju, even though I know that's not a good idea, and I'm gonna regret it tomorrow if I do that.
Okay.
I remember I went to a friend's New Year party, and I brought with me 2 bottles of soju, and I told him, like, whatever you do, you cannot let me drink more than half of the second bottle of soju. Like, no matter what happens, you can't let me drink more than,
so
like,
specific. You were asking a lot of your friend. You were asking so much of your friend to expect him to remember that. That's
I mean,
too many steps.
He didn't. So props to him.
That's impressive. That's asking way too much. I am not that good of a friend. I'm going to encourage you to have that bottle of soju right now. I'm going to be like, no, this is party time.
Okay, I think it might be. Do I have any? I might have it in the basement, so I might have to go down there. Do you mind entertaining chat?
I can entertain chat for a few minutes, so I will expect you to entertain them when you get back, because I need to piss again. But I can finish.
Okay,
off.
Fair enough. I'll try to be quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But yeah. Folks, read Divided Art. Oh my god, her model is. I'm mad. Her model's way better than mine. Her, God, fucking driving me insane here. My neutral face is not this good. My neutral face is not this fucking good. But yeah, I've recommended a million times. I've recommended a million fucking times to read Divided Armies by Jason Leal. Phenomenal book. I believe it is banned now in these Americas. Also chat. Actually, no, wait. I'll wait for her to get back. But incredible book, and it made a lot of things make a lot more sense to me. Because I've been a bit of a nerd for the Congo Wars, and it makes so much more sense to me. Like the Congo Wars are this insane story where Rwanda, a peanut of a country, according to one Congolese person I remember reading an interview with. Oh, Nagi, we're banning books all the time. Nagi. The state of Florida has banned the concept of books. The state of Florida banned books from schools, period. They didn't ban specific books, they banned books. Like the whole thing. Like the whole thing. Like you're not allowed to have books in schools anymore in Florida. Yeah, technically they need to learn the Bible. Yeah. Hello, Geoff. Hello, Geoff. Hold on. I gave Geoff a shout out. Geoff, have you been Nagi because they're Nazis? Like I don't know. I haven't been that political on chat here, but they're fucking Nazis. Yeah, no. Florida has banned everything. Florida's on the cusp of banning everything other than just like stating your allegiance to Donald Trump, which is incoherent because their concept of Donald Trump is also is out of step with reality. I really always like to point out, yeah, you're in Texas. You're a Texas boy. You're a Texas boy. Geop is the embodiment of like gentlemen from Texas. I want people to understand. I appreciate Geop a lot. I think Geop is super smart and super cool. He is actually incredibly knowledgeable. He's also incredibly Texan. It's a wonderful combination. Zone Kami, I'm so political. I'm so You do not have boots or... I'm sure you have some sort of boots, Geoff. You might not have the cowboy boots, but I'm sure you have some sort of boots. You do not have the cowboy hat, though. I'll allow that. Yeah, no, Vovern hits on something that's just really fascinating, which is the U.S. military academies banned every thesis that involved wargaming. They banned every thesis. They're all unsearchable. They've all been removed from the entire thesis, the entire database of military educational ratings is wargaming. The entire concept. It's all gone. I'm sorry.
Is someone getting a little political?
We got
in the
super.
stream?
We got so political so fucking fast. Oh, it's like that fucking meme. It was a fucking meme. Oh my god.
It's your stream. You can do whatever you want. I don't care.
I am going to have the sushi.
I got myself I'm sorry it took so long. I made myself like a soju cocktail because the only flavor of soju I have left is like peach flavor, and I despise peach flavor, so I had to put some lemonade in there to disguise it.
Interesting. Yeah, my feel when the chemistry department bans the camera. That is what it's like. I'll linger. My hypothesis, this is to be super political here. People have asked me why. And my approach is that fundamental to fascism at a constitutive element is that your enemies have to be simultaneously incredibly weak and incredibly strong at the same time. And so any accurate assessment of what your opposition is planning on doing is intrinsically anti-fascist. Just being accurate about looking at reality is intrinsically anti-fascist. And so you ban actual accurate looks. If you're a fascist, you ban actual accurate understandings of reality. It's from Umberto Eco. Alex and everybody else gets to look at me do something very stupid. You understand what you're looking at, Alex? Does chat understand what they're looking at?
Oh no, you're gonna eat the wasabi?
Yeah, big old wasabi left over. I don't waste food.
Fair enough. Gotta chase it with that ginger though.
I do love ginger. I do love pickled ginger. Okay, Alex, you're going to have to entertain chat for a minute. We're going to have to tag out here. Like it's pro wrestling, because I got to put this in the sink and grab a beer. So I'll be back in a moment.
Another one?
I'll go for number 5. I cajoled you into having a whole bottle of soju, so I can at least be prepared for having another beer.
You know, that's fair.
Yeah, so I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, drink the leftover soy sauce.
I'm not. That might be a little bit far. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'll.
Oh no.
More balls. All right. That actually wasn't that bad. So
Okay. Yeah, we're sipping tonight. We are sipping TF up tonight. Oh my god, I was gonna. What was I gonna say to you guys? I was gonna say something. I completely lost my thought. It's up to you to make the chat go down for the ref count. I'm gonna regret this tomorrow, and I'm gonna like, if I end up having like a severe like migraine hangover tomorrow, I'm gonna be so mad at Almantas. I'm gonna like tell him like I fucking hate you. Oh god. I don't know what happened. I just like went down to the basement to get my soju, and then I was like put in my headset, and I heard I heard like something about fascists, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Oh man. I do have water here though. I should probably drink more water so I don't like. I mean, I'm probably gonna have a migraine regardless. But how is Asahi? The beer? I don't like beer. I'm not a beer person. I don't think I've had Asahi before, but every beer I've had, I don't like the smell of beer. I don't like the taste of beer. I had this like experience where is Strong Zero a high ABV or low ABV? It's a canned cocktail at 9%. So the can on the screen is one of the large cans. The can I was drinking is like a normal sized can. I like both. I feel like 9% is kind of high for a canned cocktail. Like the highest canned cocktail that I know of is Buzz Balls. And I don't drink Buzz Balls. I've never had a Buzz Ball before. They scare me. I look at them and I'm like, if I even have a sip of that, it's going to give me like an instant migraine that's going to like take me out for 3 days. So that's why I've never had a Buzz Ball before. They genuinely scare me. Drink more water than you feel you need. Yeah, I know. I should do that. But the last time I drank beer, so this was in Kyoto with my friend, and he somehow convinced me to go to this like, there's this like river, this big river in Kyoto. I don't know what it's called. It's like this big river that goes through Kyoto, beautiful river. And we were walking down one of the side streets, and my friend somehow like convinced me to go to like this hookah cafe that was like just on the river, right? And so I was just like, whatever, like I'm not gonna partake, but you know, whatever. So we get out onto this like there's like a deck that oversees the river. It's like a beautiful view, right? And the guys there, they bring out this like hookah. I don't know what they're called. It's just a hookah thing.
Pipe.
And the thing that they required is like, oh yeah, like we require you to buy like if you're like, it's like 1 drink minimum, that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah.
So we're sitting out there, and you know, since it was the both of us, we each had to like get a drink, and he for whatever reason he ordered like a beer for the both of us. I think that's because that's all they had, and it was we got like a Heineken, and I remember I was like, yeah, I'm not, you know, he was smoking, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna smoke, and he's like, okay, well, you have to drink your beer though, and I'm like, do I really? And he's like, yeah, you got it. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I'm like trying to drink the beer, you know, I'm just like, ugh, like every sip I take, I'm like, ugh, right?
Oh yeah.
And I'm being super dramatic about it. And so I finish about like half of it somehow, and my friend, his bottle is like empty or like close to empty. And so he goes to the this is really shitty of me. He goes to the bathroom. And while he's gone, what I do is I pour the rest of my beer into his bottle.
So that's so specific.
And I don't tell him, and he doesn't notice.
Oh my god.
But I was like, I literally can't drink the rest of this. This is so nasty. I can't drink this shit.
This is the Heineken. Heinekens are fine. They're like utterly unremarkable.
I'm not a beer person.
Well, that's okay. I feel like that's a true sign of being like just not a beer person at all. Is like if you can't handle Heineken, which is just like one of the most unremarkable beers of all time.
Yeah, no, I never liked it. It just tastes gross to me.
When I was undergrad, I had a drinking buddy who was on study abroad from the Netherlands.
Okay.
And true to Dutch form, the guy is fucking gigantic. Even by Midwestern standards, the guy is enormous. The guy is big by Dutch
People
standards.
from the Netherlands are normally pretty
They're
tall,
huge.
though, aren't they?
They're fucking huge. There's 2 countries that are taller than Americans on the entire planet, and it's Belgium and the Netherlands. It's those 2 countries. Like the low countries, oddly, they make up for it in height in the people. The country is low. The people are tall. And I do like dark beers, Nagi, but not as much. I do like stouts and porters, but not as much. No, this guy was like probably like 230 centimeters. The guy was gigantic.
Wow, okay.
The guy was enormous.
Yeah, that's pretty tall.
And like, I would get drinks with this guy. I was like his like go-to drinking buddy. And we would buy those little mini kegs of Heineken. And I was trying to go like drink for drink with him. What a fucking disaster. People were asking if the 2 of us were going to go drink for drink tonight, and I was like, no. like no. No. I probably have like 100 pounds on Alex. Like, no. Like, that's not reasonable. Like, that's not a sane thing to do. Yeah, no, Heineken's cheap. It's like extremely ordinary alcohol. Excuse me.
Have you what was I gonna ask?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me think for a minute. I was gonna ask if you've had I completely forgot what I was gonna ask you. I damn it. Okay, I don't remember. I will remember. I will remember. Hopefully, maybe. Oh wait, no, I remember.
Hell yeah.
Are you a vodka drinker?
A little bit, not a huge amount.
Okay.
In terms of like the dichotomy between vodka and gin drinkers, I'm a vodka drinker.
Okay.
But in terms of the dichotomy between like clear and brown drinkers, I'm a brown drinker.
Okay.
So like I will
because
I hate gin. I hate gin. But if you give me a test between whiskey and vodka, I'm going to pretty much always prefer whiskey.
Okay. Have you had Grey Goose before?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Grey Goose is really good.
Grey Goose is fine.
But I discovered a really interesting chaser for vodka.
Okay.
And it's ketchup.
Okay, that's insane. Holy shit. That's insane.
Okay, I know, but listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so have a shot of vodka. Get fries. You know, don't obviously don't have the ketchup by itself, but you know, get a basket of fries. Fries and ketchup after the vodka, totally gone. Can't even taste it anymore.
This is pro party girl moment here, shit. Like,
No, I discovered this completely on accident.
You are only reinforcing my point. Okay,
okay, maybe I should give you the backstory. Maybe that'll help. So I was in I was in a bar with my Russian friend.
Costco,
and he was like teaching me. He's like teaching me like the proper way that they drink vodka in Russia. You know, it's basically like normally they have it with like pickles or something, like a strong flavor to chase the taste, or like a strong smell, right? Something like that. And we had ordered a basket of fries, which came with ketchup, just like as a snack, you know? And so like I had a shot, right? And I was like, okay, whatever. And like I still felt it in my mouth. So I just, I just had some fries with ketchup, and I was like, oh my God, I don't even taste it anymore. And then he tried it and he's like, oh my God, like that's crazy.
You are doing some shit here, man. Like you are, I don't even know what to say, man. This is
Look, it works. You can try it if you want, but it works.
Oh man.
But you probably, I feel like you probably can handle vodka better than I can. So
I mean, maybe. Maybe. I like I said at the top of stream, my alcohol tolerance tends to be like I'm not that big of a drinker. Like this is the most I've drank in a long time.
mhm.
Since like August. And that was for my family reunion, which unsurprisingly goes crazy. Or surprisingly, I don't know what people think.
Yeah.
What people's family reunions are like. My family reunion is crazy. And the next mag, I'll try harder. Fair enough. Fair enough. Total random aside. You were not at mag. If you were at mag, I'd be fucking mad at you. If you managed to go to mag and I missed you the entire fucking time, I'd have been fucking pissed.
No, I didn't go to mag. I didn't go to mag.
I would have been fucking pissed. But there were two parts where like I like looked at like there's a main party happening and there's a completely random off party thing happening, and where I chose the off party, and I'm super happy about both times. I'm super fucking happy about both times. One time was Vover and was just like, hey, we're getting wasted in my hotel room. So, and so it was just like me and Vover and like 3 other people, and that was actually really good. And the other was like there was like a big party happening, and instead I went to karaoke with Eggy and Bodega and a lot of other people. Total random aside. If you ever meet, I don't know if you know who Wise the AI is.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I remember I went to Offkai last year, and just by pure chance, one of my friends was having like, he wasn't hosting it, but he was kind of like supporting this like room party that was happening, which was actually like it wasn't like an open party. It was like a semi like closed party. Like if you know someone, you can get in kind of thing. And so like I was just like, oh yeah, like he's just like, yeah, I'm here, like, come on, I'm like bartending for this party. And so they had a bunch of like VTuber inspired drinks. And I remember there was this Gargura inspired drink that he had made called the Chum Shot. I don't remember the exact ingredients, but it was bright blue. I think it had like blue Caraco in it or something. But it was actually like really good. I remember being like, I getting like a couple more of those. I was like, I felt like really embarrassed telling him like, yeah, can I get the fucking Chum Shots? But it was actually pretty good.
Oh god, that's how it be sometimes, right? That's how it be sometimes.
Yeah.
I can't believe that this is how Deedly-Doo learns about Bodega Rat. I love Bodega. Bodega's amazing. You know Bodega Rat, right?
I know of her, but I don't think I've caught any of her streams before.
Oh, you should watch. Okay, the thing I was gonna say like won't make any sense to you. Bodega Rat's beautiful, amazing person. She's an amazing streamer, incredible streamer, and Giop and Vover and Tayamitsu have met her. She is somehow like this is an insane thing to say. She is like 120 to 150% of her VTuber persona in real life.
Interesting. Okay.
Like her VTuber persona is like closer to like a normal person than like who she is in real life. It's insane. It's completely it's remarkable. It's amazing.
I see the name Bodega, so I'm gonna assume she's a New Yorker.
Yeah, she's a New Yorker. She owns a bodega. Yeah, she rocks. I think you'd get along with her. She's a very like arts person whose brain was completely and irrevocably warped by Invader Zim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, she rocks. But yeah, it's bless you.
Oh no, that was just
I
me
heard it.
slurping on my drink.
Yeah, I heard the slurping. I heard the slurping, which encouraged me to have some water. Have some water.
I should probably do that too.
Yeah, you probably fucking should, buddy. You probably fucking should.
Well, the good thing is I've almost finished this 16-ounce bottle of water since we started to stream. So
that's good. That's good. That's good. That's like how much I have, like an hour or less. I think I probably I probably have closer to 32 ounces an hour.
how much water do you drink in a day?
So much, man.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
I'm like a gallons per day kind of person.
See, I would be, but the problem is that like, since I live with my family, we have like a shared Brita, and I hate refilling that thing.
Oh,
I have to refill it like every couple days, and it drives me crazy.
Interesting. I never
like
thought that was like a task.
I could go for some delicious cold water, and then I open up the fridge and the Brita's empty, and I'm like, I have to wait for my delicious cold water.
I remember in college, I had a like a huge Brita, not like the kind that you pour out of, but the kind that has the tap on the side. So like 120 ounces or something was the capacity. And like I had to go on vacation. I'd leave school for a bit. And so my roommate, like, he never bothered to like clean it or refill it or anything.
Oh.
So it just became a complete mold factory.
No.
But now I live in New York, where like the water is so good that the Brita actually makes it worse. So like I just like cannot. I just can't. Like the New York City water is actually better than the Brita. The Brita actually makes it like actively like unfilters it. So like,
oh my god, you know what I thought was like an over exaggeration until I actually tried it was like Los Angeles tap water.
What about it?
I was in LAX for some reason, and I remember I had my water bottle with me, and I'm like, okay, I'm out of water. I'll fill it up at one of the water bottle stations they have. So I filled it up, and then like, I was like on my plane, and I'm like about to drink my water, and I taste it, and I'm like, ooh, this isn't normal.
Oh no,
this is weird. It's just something was off about it, Because like people always like I've heard people who say yeah, Los Angeles tap water is like really bad, and I was like it can't be that bad. And I tried it, and I was like, oh yeah, you guys weren't lying about that.
Oh no. I'm like such. I have been to 40 states, and California is not one of them. I have like there was actually, I don't think it'll happen because I'm planning on going to Off Guy, but there was a real possibility of me managing to pull off 49 states before I pulled off California.
Okay.
The real trick was obviously unsurprisingly California and Alaska. I had an excuse to go to Hawaii and Alaska, and I had an excuse to go to Hawaii a few years ago that I should have taken. There was a minimum safety standard, but now it's boil advisory because of the LA fires. That's
ooh,
that's brutal. That's brutal.
Have you been to Guam before?
No, I haven't.
Is that a state or is that just a territory?
It's a territory.
Okay.
It's so hot little minor hot take. Does it count as a layover once in Alaska? I don't know. I think it does. I was going to count layovers. So one of those things that's like been a minor hot take, minor nuclear take to me here is the like turning Canada into the 51st state thing.
Okay.
There are a couple levels where this drives me a little bit nuts, and I know it's not the point. The real point is like Canada's an independent country that has a different culture, and frankly, if you put me on a firing line between like, do I care about Alaskan independence or American independence? I'm gonna not Alaskan, Canadian independence or American independence. I'm gonna care about Canadian. Like most Northerners, I kind of have more loyalty to Canada than I do to the United States. And the part that drives me nuts, there are two parts that drive me nuts about this. One is like, Canada already has like 14 provinces.
Yeah.
So like why would we incorporate them all as like one province and not just like roll those 14 provinces in all together as like new states.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
And the dumber part of this is so like we're at 50 right now. And so we add like 14 or so states to the United States. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then we can add DC, Puerto Rico, Guam, Samoa, Virgin Islands. And there's another one we got out there. There's a fifth one we got out there.
Oh, I don't remember what it is.
I don't remember what it is either. This is a real bad sign here. And that gets us up to 69 states.
Nice. No, I'm kidding.
It is nice. That's what I'm going for. like no, we could get up to 69 states. Come on. Also, hello, Vex. Let me give the shout out to Vex.
Tried the strong zero. Nice.
What'd you think of it? Miss Vex?
That's good shit.
South Carolina sulfur tap water. I think Southwest tap water is actually even worse than South Carolina. South Carolina's pretty bad. Oh, it was Marianas. Okay, yeah, it was Marianas. Thank you, Vovern. The one justifiable reason for U.S. imperialism, and I'm here for it. Yeah, we gotta get it up to 69. Like we didn't spend this long creating the 69 nice jokes to not use them on our next flag.
Like, you spat it out. Yeah, I will say that strong zero to the uninitiated is probably tastes like battery acid. That's the best way I can describe it is it's like drinking battery acid. It's extremely acidic.
Oh. I mean, Oh, the strong zero. Okay, the strong zero was fine. No,
the strong zero. Okay.
The South Carolina tap water was the problem.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the strong zero.
Which would have been fair. I don't know. What am I saying? I don't really drink those things. The vodka spritzers and the wine coolers are all like pretty foreign territory to me. I'm a beers guy.
I like my cocktails. I like my seltzers, my vodka sodas, my mixed drinks. I'm that kind of person.
I do like Manhattans. I will say that. I do like Manhattans.
I don't know that I've ever had a Manhattan before.
All right. I'll keep that in mind. It's whiskey, sweet vermouth, cherry juice. It's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's pretty sweet.
I'm not super crazy about whiskey, but I do enjoy highballs.
Okay. You'll probably like a Manhattan. Like as a whiskey drinker, I feel like Manhattans and old fashions are like very different.
Yeah, because when you said cherry juice, I was like, ooh.
They're quite sweet. Manhattans are quite sweet. They are more sweet than they are whiskey. I would say that. I would say that.
Yeah, because I'm one of those people where it's like, I don't like going to bars because I'm like, I'm afraid that I'm going to order something and then the bartender is not going to know how to make it.
Oh, no. Like they do a whole thing for that. I mean, I guess worst case scenario, you get like a rum and Coke or something, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, a vodka soda, rum and Coke, I'm fine with that. But I remember I had this one cocktail in Japan that I've never had before that was actually really good. It's called a China Blue. I don't even know what's in it. I just I was at a bar and I saw some guy order it and he got like this blue drink and I was like, ooh, it's blue. I want to try that. And so then I ordered it and I was like, ooh, it's blue and it tastes yummy.
Hell yeah. I have this very strong memory of being in Japan, and it was one of those I forget how to say it in Japanese. Those iced those like frozen, those like sliced ice things, like an Italian ice kind of place.
Oh yeah.
And I remember them saying I remember looking at the flavor list and they had Hawaiian blue as a flavor. And I remember me and my friend asking, like, what the hell is a Hawaiian blue?
I watched this video recently on like specifically blue raspberry flavoring and like the history behind it. I don't know if blue raspberry is the same thing as Hawaiian blue, but it was pretty interesting because it came from like the need to separate like, you know, they had cherry flavoring and they had strawberry flavoring. They can't have like 3 red flavoring. So they had to like figure out a way to like, okay, we need to have raspberry flavoring or like, yeah, raspberry flavoring. And we need to figure out a way to like differentiate it, right? So then for whatever reason, they're like, oh yeah, let's make it blue.
Did they add like blue food coloring, or did they add like a way to change the flavor?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Vexen Cat is right. It has this lychee liqueur that's pretty good, and the blue Curaçao.
Hawaiian blue is a cocktail you can get here in South Africa. Interesting. Wait, hold on. What does the Z in South Africa stand for?
Oh yeah, I just noticed that.
Suited Africa?
Maybe it's like one of those like those Dutch things, you know.
It does look like a Dutch thing to me, unfortunately, for better or for worse. Yeah, no, I remember Zuid Africa. Oh, yeah, Dutch. That makes sense. Yeah. I remember asking the guy, like, so what is Hawaiian blue? Donna aji. Hawaiian blue, dono aji desu ka? And this old Japanese guy being like really like straining and being like, Aoi desu.
Yeah, it's just blue. It's just blue. Okay, sure.
Yeah, sure. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. And the only way I can kind of describe it is like it tasted like blue raspberry minus the raspberry.
Okay.
Like it was a fascinating flavor. It was kind of wonderful. it was a kind of amazing.
I'd try it.
I've definitely had worse drinks. I've definitely absolutely had worse drinks. Well, I wasn't even drinking at the time. It was ice. It was shaved ice. Yeah, sometimes shit just tastes blue. That's
so true. It's so true.
So true, Owlinger. So true. So true.
I feel like you could probably do like a whole psychological, like some kind of like psychological analysis of like what does blue taste like, and I feel like a bunch of different people would give like a bunch of different answers.
That's a good point. I do kind of wonder about this, right? Because like synesthesia. Like I do wonder how much synesthesia is a like unique phenomena. Because I've known quite a few people who have synesthesia, and I don't want to be like, you weren't experiencing synesthesia. I'm just kind of wondering, like, how much do people who don't have like clinical synesthesia experience things that are like synesthesia? And I'm pretty sure psychologists have studied this. This feels like one of those things that psychologists have studied quite a bit, because I know that psychologists have studied that like you associate memories with smells and sounds and locations. One of those neat little tricks that really helped me quite a bit in college was to look up where my finals were going to be and study in the rooms that the finals are going to be in.
Oh, okay.
Because like that makes like you kind of remember based on location.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So it was a pretty useful little trick. And I guess I do kind of wonder about like how truly separable is a person having synesthesia from the rest of us? Like how?
Because I'm wondering how like a person with synesthesia would perceive like there's a kind of like we're conditioned to believe certain colors taste certain ways. Like you see something that's orange, it's like, okay, it'll taste like orange. You see something that's yellow, okay, it'll probably taste like lemon or banana, you know. It's red, it'll taste like, you know, apple, strawberry, or cherry, right? So it's like over time we've become like accustomed to these things.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, how does that like interact with someone who has like, you know, a synesthesia?
Okay. Yeah. Well, and Vovern has an interesting point here, which is he's read some papers and it winds up with a lot of false positives. High false positive rate, and that's pretty interesting. That's pretty fascinating. That makes me feel very much like I need some more education on the topic. If there's like a high rate of false positivity on that, because it's to me emotionally, right? It feels like there should be a bit of a case of the like synesthesia is a spectrum. That's kind of like my emotional stance on this is like people of synesthesia are explaining are describing something that feels strong to me, but not impossible. It doesn't feel completely alien to me. It doesn't feel like it feels less alien than somebody describing color blindness to me. Like color blindness feels much stranger to me than like how people describe synesthesia. And so synesthesia example that sticks out to me is a magician who could see notes as a color. They did a mock-up on their violin. I can see how you might do that. And like I feel like I've known quite a few musicians who describe that phenomena in those terms. Less so with other. Want to see the colors exclusive to the shrimp?
Oh yeah, because shrimp can see like more colors, can't they?
Yeah, the fabled mantis shrimp. The beloved.
How can they get the extra colors?
I mean, that's a one of my favorite Twitter posts is the
how come they get the DLC colors?
The DLC colors. I mean, that's like Kari Charybdis' whole thing, right? But I'm still thinking so much about this old Twitter post of somebody asking about the colors that the mantis shrimp can see, and then the top rated reply was, "Jealousy is not the way."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Interpreted with their own experience of analyzing conditions, it becomes easy to apply retrospective without fully understanding the condition. Yeah, this is a thing, Vover, and that is like a huge problem in the social sciences and psychology is like. So this is actually like a known thing. It's like this doesn't even involve going into the UV. Is that words for colors are somewhat different across cultures, and so there's actually like a whole law about the order that languages develop words for colors, and English is actually not the most advanced on this spectrum. Russian has distinctions about colors that the English speakers don't have. Okay. Within what we would consider blue, they talk about and perceive, not even perceive. They talk about and understand as it's kind of distinction between like basic colors and like shades. And it's a really complicated phenomenon because it's very easy to overstate. So, for an example that's really strong is from the Iliad. From the Iliad, they talk about the wine dark sea. The wine dark sea. And so we think of red as... We think of wine as red. Yeah. And the sea as blue. But like, so like the sea is blue, so how can it be red? So like clearly they're having a problem with color descriptions here. But like really, like think about it really hard. Think about it really hard.
I mean, it's obviously not an Evangelion type of situation, right?
Yeah, like you can see the veins on my hand, and they're blue. Okay, I got very veiny hands. would you describe the sea as looking that color?
Yeah, I guess so.
But it
Some
doesn't
places, yeah.
really. Like, it's not a dark blue at all.
Mm.
Like a store, like think of you see probably seen the sea. Depends on the sea, depends on the conditions of the sea, depends on the time of day, depends on a lot of factors.
It makes me think they were referring more to shade rather than like tone.
Yeah.
What's the proper word for that? I don't remember.
There's tone, there's hue, there's shade. We're not neither.
Hue. I think hue is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
perhaps.
neither of us are particularly visual artists, unfortunately. But we're having like a visual arts ass discussion. But like it's like I've seen sea look the color of this glass, which is we would usually say amber. This is amber glass. Is the phrasing for this type of sea. And so like this is the thing is like people sometimes said like, oh, the ancient Greeks didn't see the same colors as us, and it's probably more accurate to say they didn't categorize colors the same as we did.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I you gross IPA, I'd call it trash. I am for better or for worse an IPA guy, Vover, and you've met me. I'm basic as hell. I'm a little basic little bastard. How colors would be described in the Darmok episode of Star Trek. How much of a Star Trek girly are you?
Yeah, I'm more of a Star Wars girly.
Star Wars girly. Okay, interesting. Hold on. I'm trying to remember because the original. We're going way back.
I have a love-hate relationship with Star Wars, where it's like I hate what Disney has done to it.
Oh,
I actively resent Disney for what they've done to Star Wars.
That's extremely fair. I am with you. I actually think it's yeah, Glitchica, why did I get a DM saying you're drunk on the stream with a heart? Because I am. I thought you would think it was funny. So here we are. No, I'm fully with you. Alex. That like it's absolutely outrageous, and I'm really blown away by the fact that the Star Wars fandom is like how outrageously powerful of a fandom that was for generations, and now like Star Wars has reached a level of like cringe that like it never had before.
Yeah, you're on the mark with that.
Like it's like it's one of those things that's like hard to like quite conceptualize if you're remotely normie, which I kind of feel like almost every person on the planet is at least like medium levels of normie. There are only very few people who are truly radically turbo online. I've only met a handful of them despite being a VTuber. And the extent to which like Star Wars went from like, oh, this is like a nerd ass hobby, but they were pretty good movies, to just like, oh, this fucking sucks.
Have you ever watched Red Letter Media before?
Only a little bit.
They do this bit where they've done it a few times where they pretend to be these like ultra hardcore. I mean, they are Star Wars fans. They pretend to be these ultra hardcore, obnoxious Star Wars fans. And it's basically like their bit is that like they're having like a podcast and the whole room is just decorated with Star Wars memorabilia, and they're wearing these like Star Wars outfits with these nerd glasses on, and they're just like acting in this extremely over-exaggerated way, being like over-exaggerated excitement for like any bit of like Star Wars slop that like, you know, exists.
Oh my god.
Like, I don't know if you saw the review of like, I think it was Rogue One that they did.
Okay.
But there's a bit that we're doing where like one of the guys is just like he's like, ATST, I know what that is, and then they all cheer. You know,
oh
it's
my god. Okay, hold on. I'm going to ask you to keep going because I have realized that I'm specifically at the point of the night where my body rejects alcohol and needs water.
Okay.
So I need to refill
Fair.
my water. I will be back in just a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex, for watching class. I'll be right back.
Yes. Asajj Ventress is a great character, but a complete ripoff of the cooler Kamari Vosa. You know, I will admit I did like the Clone Wars. This is going to sound controversial, but I am. Listen, I grew up with the prequels, so even as cringe and as like awkward as the prequels are, they still hold a special place in my heart. That's just how it is for me. Like I watched some of the prequels with my cousin a few years ago, and we were just like watching the interactions of like Padme and Anakin. We're just both sitting there like cringing, like, ooh, like, oh, that's so weird. Oh, that's so awkward, you know? But like I still enjoy them because, you know, it's like something that I kind of grew up with, right? So it's kind of like, you know, I do dislike the newer movies for various reasons. I hate J.J. Abrams with the
He sucks so much.
He sucks. I hate him so much.
He's a dog shit director just on basic directing capabilities.
He really is. He really is.
It's infuriating.
Yeah, we got more memes from them. Exactly. We got a lot of memes from them. But, you know, it's just like one of those things where it's like, I see like Star Wars slop. It's just slop. It has nothing behind it. It's just slop. And people are just like eating up this slop, like, nom, 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 delicious slop. And it's like, on one hand, I get it. I do enjoy my slop. I do enjoy my slop. But, you know, when it's coming from such a place of like, we are just exploiting the thing you like for money, it's kind of like, and like it gives that image of like the Funko collector guy.
Oh,
you know, the
geez,
Funko
yeah.
collector.
Yeah.
And it's yeah, you know where I'm going with this.
I do know where you're going.
Yeah, it's sad when it's from such a lore intensive world. Exactly.
So Glitchica points out this thing about like the JJ to Ryan to JJ direct. It's just like, I always feel kind of insane about this because like my Star Wars watching was, I watched pretty much all the Star Wars stuff up until episode 7, which I thought was awful. Like, genuinely one of the worst movies I've seen. And I've seen a lot of fucking movies. You and Glitchica are two of my like movie watching buds, like two of my like cinema nerd friends. And like episode 7 fucking sucks. It's so bad. And
how did you feel about Rogue One? I'm curious.
I did watch Rogue One. I actually liked Rogue One.
I like Rogue One too.
Yeah, I liked Rogue One. I think Rogue One is a perfectly, I don't think it's great, but I think it's perfectly fine as an action movie. And then I like when I saw like how much Disney was announcing, I was like, I am not going to watch any more of these Star Wars films until they give up.
Yeah.
Because I have this kind of stubbornness about rewarding bad behavior. Like if somebody
I get it, because I've been boycotting I've been trying to boycott Disney for a long time because I hate what they've done to Star Wars so much.
I'm just like you get rewards from me when you stop doing something that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Like, well, the thing is like the thing is like episode 8 is one of those things that is really kind of interesting. I haven't seen episode 8, so this is not like an opinion based on like my personal opinions on the art. There's something really disturbing and distressing about the fact that there is a significant number of human beings on this planet who draw their paychecks from spending 40 hours a week being mad about episode 8.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fucked up. That is,
yeah.
Like there's more than one person on this planet who has a full-time career of being mad about a single movie. I don't care about what that single movie contains. That's fucked up. Like they don't even need to watch a second movie. Like, that's messed up. I can't get over this. Like, I can't. That's so strange that, like, a significant.
Yeah, I will say I was not a fan of like all the culture war bullshit that erupted around the new Star Wars movies.
Oh, it's dreadful. It's a
irritating.
non-trivial part of like why I'm so uninterested in seeing it until Disney just fully gives the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what's gonna take it to drag me back out here is like Disney just like fully quits. Like that'll get me to watch Star Wars again. So like I haven't watched episode 8 largely on the basis of just like I actually do like Rian Johnson a lot. Probably my favorite Breaking Bad director. But like I have priorities higher than my love or hatred of Star Wars, and this really stops me. Like, yeah, I mean, at least in episode 7, it went nowhere. Honestly, nothing in episode 7 went anywhere. Like that was what was so frustrating to me. It was like I was just like watching this, and I'm just like nobody like this is. Like,
yeah, I was just sitting there like that was a movie, I guess. You know, like okay.
I saw it not that long after I stopped watching. After I saw the Jurassic Park reboot.
Okay.
And both of those were movies that I saw where I was just like, why did I go to the theater for this? Zone Kami, I will make a brief aside to say that episode 7 is very much a retread of episode 4, but it is artistically dramatically worse. It is substantially as like a movie is a significantly worse movie. Episode 4 is a okay movie. This was like one of the most painful things I ever did as an adult was rewatch Star Wars and deliberately put it on the same level of criticism that I put like a movie that I watched the same year. Like treat it the same level of seriousness that I treat like. I'm trying to remember what year I watched it. Let's just assume it was 2018 because I remember a lot of movies from 2018, like First Reformed or Sorry to Bother You. Like putting episode 4 next to Sorry to Bother You. Like, honestly, episode 4 is just okay.
Yeah.
Like, Sorry to Bother You is really fucking good. Is like a lot of the issue here. Sorry, like episode 4 is just fine. Episode 7 is actually pretty bad by that standard. Like it is much worse than episode 4. It is the same plot points and structure as episode 4, but way less interesting.
Yeah.
Al Linga, First Reformed rocks. Please watch it. First Reformed rules. And so Sorry to Bother You also rules. And Geop has managed to completely predict the entire course of Jurassic Park as a series.
There's another island and it's got an even bigger T-Rex.
It is very much like that. Vovern, I have every person I've talked to who has seen the entire sequel trilogy has said that episode 9 is the worst, unless they were a Nazi. Episode 9 appears to be really bad. I haven't watched it yet.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. There are some Nazis who hate episode 8 more because there's a woman who has an important speaking role.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
But yeah, you cannot be a Nazi if you haven't seen 9. But it does appear that 9 is a completely incoherent gibberish film. Is how I've heard it described.
Yeah, viscerally bad. That's a good way of describing it.
Yeah, just like absolute nonsense, waste of time, kaleidoscope ass film. The sort of film that got made in the 70s when you didn't need to have a budget, but also somehow had a budget for no good reason.
Like, I would rather see Joker 2 in theaters again than watch watch Star Wars episode, like,
That's pretty rough.
7 through 9.
Okay,
and
hold on.
I saw Joker 2 in theaters. I did.
Hold on. I haven't seen Joker 2. But this is me getting myself into potentially problematic territory here, but we need to make things interesting for the content. I actually like Joker.
Joker was a good movie. It was a very good movie.
Okay, hold on. I feel like I'm going insane when I talk to some people about this. I thought Joker was pretty good.
It was a good movie.
Like, I also, like, thought it was obscenely leftist. Like, that was the part that, like, drove me kind of insane. Okay. I talked to, like, people who have watched the movie and people who haven't watched the movie, and then, like, I watched Joker and the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, that is to say, and, like, the Joaquin Phoenix Joker is, like, I would say it's like a 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
And, like, the main reason why it's a 3 out of 5 is that, like, I'm a fucking academic. I have watched North Korean propaganda films. By the standards of North Korean propaganda films, Joker is an extraordinarily blunt instrument.
Mm-hmm.
It is so preachy. There is a
I was watching it and I was like, this is the movie that people were saying was going to cause the incel uprising?
Yeah, no,
what are you guys talking about?
Complete misunderstanding of incels. Complete misunderstanding. Like I'm so mad about that element of this. Is like, no, like, incels don't want, like, a guy who looks like what liberals think an incel is. They want movies about, like, totally aspirational figures.
Yeah.
They want 300.
Mm-hmm.
Like, 300 is the incel movie. Like they don't want a movie about a guy who never fucks and, like, feels bad about it. They want a movie about a guy who fucks all the time and, like, has no flaws other than being betrayed by a feminized world. Like, that's what the incels want. Like, they don't want a movie about, like the American Psycho is, like, a good, like the incel movies are, like, American Psycho, 300, and The Dark Knight. Those are the incel movies.
Yeah.
Like, Joker is not. Joker is Taxi Driver for people for whom Taxi Driver was too subtle.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary... There's a part of Joker where a social worker explains Reagan's effect on institutionalization.
Yeah, I was, like, watching it and I was like, this is so blunt. This is, like, I was, like, surprised. I was like, they're really, like they're holding a sign in front of your face that says, like, you know, what it is, and people are not getting it. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
They're laying it on so fucking thick. Like, again, I have seen North Korean and People's Republic of China communist propaganda films that were more fucking subtle. Like, it was so unsubtle, and it's like the poor and the mentally ill are dispossessed, are like a dispossessed people, and the only way for, like, rights for the mentally ill and the disabled to progress is a broad class-based agenda of revolution against the police. It's like that's what...
it makes me wonder if it was some kind of, like, media publicity stunt to get people to, like, see it, you know, because like it just, like, when you see it, it's like there's no way that people actually, like, thought of it this way, right? My hypothesis is that The Dark Knight is the actual incel movie.
Mm-hmm. Like incels fucking love The Dark Knight. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that a really beloved actor died during it. You know, Heath Ledger fucking died during it. And so critics shut themselves up and were unwilling to say with their full throats what The Dark Knight, like The Dark Knight's place in our culture. Because I'm sorry, Glitch, it is a good film, but, like, a good film, like, I'm not saying, like, incels aren't the same as, like, necessarily having bad taste, but incels do like The Dark Knight. And Heath Ledger was a gem, did do a good job. But because Heath Ledger died during the shooting of it, critics felt uncomfortable with saying, like, Heath Ledger was playing out an incel fantasy. Which is part of what made that such a compelling film, is that, like, this is part of what makes a fiction a really compelling and interesting fiction. I already regret pouring this beer.
I was gonna say, like, oh boy, all right, that's a bold choice.
My fucking stomach right now. Why did I do that? I'm going to be hungover.
Well, at least I won't be the only one with a headache tomorrow.
I am more worried about my stomach. But I think I might be puking before I go to bed tonight. But yeah, first stream tomorrow I might be a little. You might have. I'm doing a puzzle game tomorrow. I'm supposed to be smart tomorrow. I'm doing the Talos principle tomorrow. Like, people were like, "Wow, you're solving these puzzles so fast." I might not be doing it tomorrow. But no, I think Diddly Do has it correctly. I think Diddly Do has it largely correctly. Is that, like, the Heath Ledger Joker is kind of a Chad, and the Joaquin Phoenix Joker is a total Omega.
Absolutely, yeah.
And incels do not want to notice or even perceive the Omega. Like, they don't want that to be portrayed in fiction. Like, they believe that even like witnessing the Omega and seeing masculine vulnerability and weakness, they think that is like an evil unto itself. That like the Omega-ness that they experience in their own life is an instance of wish casting. They're like, Hollywood wish casts Omega-ness onto them, and that more portrayals of Omega-ness and their own plight makes their plight worse. So, like, I think it was shitty critics in that way. Yeah, Heath Ledger was a very strong was a very strong actor. And so, like, again, incels also do not want to see themselves honestly portrayed.
Like, they want aspiration.
They want aspiration. They want chats. How do I feel about The Batman with Robert Pattinson? I haven't seen it. When you said The Batman...
I haven't seen it either.
I was ready to parse out as in The Batman with Val Kilmer. And I was like, well, I'm sad that Val Kilmer passed away. Yesterday, I believe.
I did hear that Robert Pattinson did a pretty good job in there, but
I'm assuming
he
did a great job. I'm assuming he did a great job because Pattinson's actually a phenomenal actor. Like, I see why the almond hate that has been gold. Yeah, I fucking hate that guy. like take that to the fucking bank. Like, despise him. Blue, you are selling yourself super short. Pattinson's a phenomenal actor. Pattinson rocks. I actually really like Pattinson. Paul Dano is also good. Paul Dano is also a very good actor. I still haven't seen it. Did you see the Twilight movies?
I didn't. I was very anti-Twilight in my youth.
Okay, I'm the puzzle pieces clicking together.
What does that mean?
This fits into this all fits into a complete Alex Azarashi portrait.
I will say I was very much a contrarian in my youth, and I feel like to this day I'm still somewhat of a contrarian.
I get that. I also am. I wonder about that. I was rewinding a million years ago into the stream. Like, the people who I get along with tend to be people who are in many ways kind of unlike me, but in weird ways. Like me and Nagi get along phenomenally. And Nagi is like 180 degrees from me on like a million different ways.
Oh my god, I want to tell you something, but you might get mad at me for
Let's hear it. Anger's funny.
When Twilight was popular, I was like, obviously I was like, super contrarian. I was like super edgy. I was like, oh, Twilight sucks because it's popular, and I hate the popular thing.
Yeah.
And I went so far as to, like, my library was giving away like books that like they just like didn't have room for anywhere, that were damaged, and they happened to have like a copy of Twilight that they were giving away. So I took that copy of Twilight And then I brought it with me on a camping trip.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I know where you're going.
you know where I'm going with this. I was like, I'm going to burn the book because I hate Twilight so much. And that's what I did.
I'm not super bothered. Okay. I'm not super bothered. So like books get destroyed all the time. Because overproduction of books happens all the time. It happens all the time. And it's not like we're going to run out of copies of Twilight on any reasonable time scale.
Yeah.
So I'm not like...
I just know like some people are like really like... They have very strong feelings about books. Like I know there's people who will like get mad at you for even like dog-earing the pages, which is something that I've always done. I don't give a fuck. That's convenient. I'll do it.
I think that I don't need to get too much into the like details of that, but like no, that's not like a thing that offends me. I mean like what is it called? One of my favorite YouTubers, Dan Olson, his copy of 50 Shades is profoundly damaged.
Mm-hmm.
He has a copy of 50 Shades of Grey that is perhaps the only copy of 50 Shades of Grey. Wow. Okay, I'm hiccuping. That's pretty bad. That has been thrown into the Bow River. Because that was one of the shots.
He threw it into the river.
Yeah, he threw it into the fucking river. And caught it on camera and fished it back out. So he's got it. And like in order for it to be thrown into the river, he also had to glue the pages together so that it wouldn't flap apart in an unsightly way. So it was like an extremely damaged copy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like it's just a prop. Like, let's be realistic here. Like it's a book. Like, the thing that makes a book valuable is the reading of it. And like, books get destroyed all the time because like storage space is also a resource, and you kind of have to weigh the resource of retaining books versus storage space.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not that bothered. Like,
okay.
Like the reason why that famous portrait of a book burning is so important is not just that they were burning random books. Like, sometimes that gets deracinated. Like, the famous Nazi book burning was not random books. It was burning the entire research of the Institute of Sexuality Studies. Which included a lot of original and hitherto unreproduced research on transgenderism.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was because they're transphobes, and this was an expression of transphobic dominance over the population by an extremely rare minority of violent, murderous men who, you know, there's a straight line between that book burning event and millions of Germans dying. And millions of Russians dying. And especially millions of Jews dying. And so, like it's not the act of book burning in the total abstract. It's like which books they were choosing to burn and why. And it's like, burning a popular copy of a book that you thought fucking sucked, that we have a bajillion copies of, like, I don't know, fucking whatever, man. Like, but as a movies person, you might appreciate seeing the movies. I might subject you to the movies.
Oh God.
They suck. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. They're bad. They're bad movies. But I remember when they came out, the paratext of why people hated them was that they hated them because Pattinson and Stewart were bad actors.
I remember that being a big thing at the time.
Which is bullshit. That's bullshit.
They're both good actors.
They're really good actors. I'm not that discerning. I think Alex is a more discerning person. about acting.
Yeah, like I've seen. I don't have as much experience with Robert Pattinson, but I definitely have seen Kristen Stewart in quite a few roles, and yeah, she's pretty good at what she does.
She's really good. She's really good. She's really good, and Pattinson is really good. And I think my read on it is, I think actually non-trivially about a thing that Pattinson said from when the movies are still being shot. It's like a long time ago, 2006 or 2007, where he said that he got the script and he looked at the script and like he shows up to, and like he's reading and he's thinking about the character and he shows up to the audition and there's all the other guys there. I'm like, this is Hollywood, so they've all been talking about it for weeks. And other people are looking at the script and looking at who Edward is supposed to be. And they're trying to make him into a Prince Charming. And he looks at the script and he's like, this guy's like a World War I veteran who is in love with a girl who was born in like 1995.
He sees it for what it really is.
Yeah, he sees it for what it is. Like, he sees it for what it fucking is. It's like, this guy's fucking creepy. And so he plays into that. And that's how he gets the part. I have seen Pattinson in quite a few other roles. I actually think Pattinson's probably better at comedy than he is at drama.
Have you seen like his admissions that he's like basically like made shit up in interviews? I love that.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I haven't seen that, but it's perfect. No, those interviews are so frustrating. I am so grateful that kind of interviewing has not come for VTubing so far, because like, did you see the BoJack episode about this?
I have not. I've never seen BoJack before.
Okay. In season 3, the first episode of season 3 of BoJack, they're interviewing BoJack about a role that he's been in, and they're asking him like they just, this is like the whole episode is like him being asked the same like 5 questions by like 30 different people.
Oh yeah.
He's like, and like him. Because
that's what celebrities have to go through.
They have to go through that, and like, so I understand why Pattinson just like makes shit up to fuck with them. Like, I like extremely get why they don't respect the process, because it's extremely boring. Like, and but yeah, like the way I see it, Twilight, is that Pattinson and Stewart were the actual characters they were given were not like the true romantic heartthrobs of the world. It was, what if the 2 weirdest, creepiest kids in your high school just started making out? What if the 2 kids at the back of the classroom, like, eating paste, just like start making out? Like, that's what Twilight's like. Like,
pretty much. Yeah.
Like, it's they actually, I think, do a really good job. Like, if you don't respect the romantic storyline as aspirational, I think they're actually doing a really good job. Like, I think they did really good. The editing, by contrast, horrendous. Like you, like, as like
I've seen clips of the movie. It has this like weird like blue-gray filter.
It's so frustrating. It's so gross. It's infuriating. It's awful. It's awful. It's so bad. It's so bad. The blue color grading is so awful.
It's like the opposite of like the Mexico filter, you know?
Yeah. It like the irrecoverable racism of the whole series.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. And
Wasn't Stephanie Meyer like a born again Christian or a Mormon or something?
Super Mormon.
I don't remember.
Super Mormon.
Okay, she's
super
Mormon.
duper
Yeah, that checks
Mormon.
out.
Super duper Mormon. Incredibly Mormon. And she's extremely Mormon, and Mormon in like a really annoyingly, boringly American way, where like she wants to randomly appropriate certain Native American claims to like a long legacy and connection to the land and all sorts of other random hippie bullshit without spending any fucking time to familiarize herself with the cultures involved. Absolute scumbag shit. Utter scumbag shit. And those compete for the worst parts. So like the editing is horrendously bad. Particularly in the first movie. The first Twilight movie has like some of the worst editing I've ever seen. Really frustrating. Really frustrating to watch. And then there's a minor character. It's like a major plot point of the whole series is that like the vampires and the werewolves are going to have to go to war. Like they're going to have a war. And that's like, and like we have to train the vampires up into fighting war because the vampires are all like erudite and prissy and like not like macho like the werewolves. Like they're going to have to like learn how to fight and stuff like that. And the person they learn from is a vampire who was a Confederate soldier.
Oh no. Oh no.
For any Europeans who might still be awake at this hour. The Confederacy lost. Pretty decisively. It's kind of important. They kind of didn't do anything else. There's kind of no other history to the Confederacy of America other than losing a war. And it's really part of what really killed it for me was this character didn't have a Southern accent until this becomes a plot point.
Oh god.
So his accent isn't very good. It's not a very good Southern accent. It's like he's just this guy who sounds like me, and then all of a sudden he goes like, "I do declare, when I fought for Southern independence."
Oh my god. Okay, now you're actually making me want to see it. And I hate to say that. I hate the fact that I'm saying that. I do enjoy a bad movie. I do.
I feel like you have a much better tolerance for it than I do. I've got like a pretty low tolerance for the bad movie. Like I kind of can't do MST3K. I kind of what's your feelings on that?
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I've never actually watched it before.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. Alex, we've got to, I'm sorry to like rope you into this, but we got to do like a Discord night where like we get some folks together to watch some MST3K episodes.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm down. I remember my uncle tried to get me to watch it, but I was like, I was, you know, still in my edgy child phase, and I was like, I don't know what that is. That sounds gay. I'm gonna go play my DS in my room.
I wasn't supposed to bring up how you're younger than me, but can someone explain the Jacob Groomer plot point was about? Okay. This is actually pretty straightforward. So, imprinting.
Jacob was the werewolf, right?
Jacob was the werewolf. So there's a love triangle between Edward, Bella, and Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a pretty... Actually, I think it's kind of okay as a love triangle. If you don't know like how it ends, I think it's actually kind of okay. Edward is a werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
Bella is just a human. Jacob is Edward is a vampire. Jacob is a werewolf. Bella is a human. World of Darkness ass rules here, right? Vampire the Masquerade ass rules here. And yeah, thank you. Jacob is a werewolf. I'm sorry. Yeah, Edward is a vampire. Jacob is a werewolf. Jacob is a Native American werewolf. Edward is an Anglo-American vampire.
Mm-hmm.
And Bella is a Southern Baptist American human who.
Wait, where does Twilight take place?
Washington. Rural Washington.
Okay.
Rural Washington. And like Cascadia kind of place. And Edward and Bella fall in love. I'm sorry, I'm doing slightly insane by the fact that I got some black ink under my fingernails, and like, so I can notice. I don't know if anybody else is noticing if it's dry.
I can't see it.
Okay, fair. That's good. That's good. And so Edward and Bella start like going out, and Edward's actually staggeringly immature. Like, he's like immature in the way that's like stereotypical for like a 14-year-old, but is kind of ludicrous on like a 120-year-old guy.
Yeah.
But like he's like very immature in the way that like a 14-year-old boy is, where he's like, I've got these like obligations to my family that mean I'm not allowed to fall in love. It's like, that's not true. You're just a dick. And so Bella starts hanging out with Jacob because Jacob like gives her the time of day. And
okay, I'm assuming they all go to the same high school.
They all go to the same high school. They'll go to the same high school, and Jacob is just like a kind of normal dude who like, the two of them work together on like fixing a motorcycle together, and it's actually kind of like a reasonable way that teenagers hang out to me. Like, actually those were the best scenes of the movie, was between the two of them. I thought they actually worked pretty well together. And the editing was actually not terrible during those scenes. That helped a lot. The majority of interesting cuts. Yeah, Jacob is an actual teenager. Jacob is an actual
so he's
teenager.
not like immortal like Edward is.
No. He is a werewolf, but like his change from being just like a guy to being a werewolf happens when he's like 16 or something like that. Like somewhere in there. Like it's pretty it's like maybe this makes me team Jacob, but like I thought that was a better executed plot line, and like I think it's a pretty reasonable plot line of like, girl falls in love with boy is an immature jackass about it, she goes to the guy who's more mature about it, sucks to suck. Like that's like a reasonable romance plot to me, but that's not a one true love plot romance, or like a love at first sight plot romance. So like she inevitably goes back to Edward, because sometimes the Mormon fingerprints on romance stories are really heavy-handed to me.
Okay.
All right, Vilbert, have a good night. Have a good night. And so that's the main love triangle that is kind of the main motivation of the plot line of all of Twilight, is that like Edward and Bella have this like hot and cold, will they won't they kind of thing, and Jacob's just kind of like a straightforward guy who's like, I like hanging out with you and I think you're hot. Maybe I'm a dumbass and that's how I do things, but I was more sympathetic to that. But so Bella ends up hooking up with Edward, and they get married and have lots of sex, because sex is fine as long as you get a priest to say it's okay first. And then they have a kid. And so now I have to back all the way fucking out of here. All the way out of the Twilight plot line to talk about some like weird evolutionary psychology shit. Which is that some psychologists found in the 70s or so that if you raise animals in captivity, they wind up with really weird sexualities.
Okay.
And so like the common one is that like, you know what the term hand reared means?
No, Not vaguely, not really. I could use a explanation.
So like, you have some geese, and the geese lay eggs, and those eggs hatch into chicks. And those can either be raised like by their own mother, or they can be hand raised.
Okay.
As in like the farmhand raises them.
Oh, okay.
And so when you have like hand raised goslings in particular, you know, like they get used to the idea that their mother is not another goose, it's a farmhand. And so
does this make the geese more or less evil?
I don't know. I'm too much of a vegan to like comprehend this question. Like they interpret, because they start to interpret the person who raised them as a human. That means that they view humans as adult sexual partners and not other geese.
Oh, so is it kind of like when your dog humps your leg, that kind of thing?
A little bit. It's related.
Okay.
It's related. It's like, yeah, like they learn like a pretty unnatural way of viewing what mating looks like because of how they're raised. Because part of how they understand who they're supposed to have sex with. Foot job Jacob. I cannot believe this was the moment you decided to follow you. That's weird. But, like the gosling or other animals, like their understanding of who they're supposed to mate with as an adult is partially based on who they're raised with. And the terminology used by I'm sorry, Glitchka. The person's name is Lily Footjob _Jacob. Insane. And now it's on the fucking UI. If somebody redeems Tall, at least get to cover it up. I cannot believe nobody's redeemed Tall or Small, because it would have affected Alex. So this is this is called imprinting in the biology literature. Okay, we've got Tall and Sock. Alex, you look really funny.
Let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, it hasn't updated on my screen yet. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So now you get to have a Sock explain to you about goose sexuality. This is Rinny's called this the thigh high, when you do the Tall and the Sock at the same time. Yeah, it covers it. Thank you.
So I'm assuming what you're saying is part of the reason why when they typically rescue animals and rehabilitate them into being reintroduced to nature, they try to spend like the least amount of time physically touching them and just like being around them as possible. Like I see this a lot with like seal rescues and stuff.
Yeah.
Like they try to avoid like imprinting onto the seal.
Imprinting is the word in question. And so Stephanie Myers has a very half-assed understanding of imprinting. So the thing is, like, you understand how you understand more than Myers does already. I don't want to shit on Myers too much, because Myers is fundamentally writing like Mormon safe pornography, and like I understand that that's like a very restrictive format to try to work within, and I'm not going to hate too much on trying to like circumvent the totalitarian oppressive nature of the culture you are raised in by writing
the little porn. Sexual expression that they are allowed to have.
Yeah, I don't want to be too shitty about it, but she is fully using the concept of imprinting like deeply wrong. The imprinting, she knows that imprinting is a way in which a wild animal who has unusual forms of contact with humans, or importantly actually for like the research done, it doesn't even have to be humans. Like animals have imprinted sexually on like Jeeps
Oh.
Like, it's not strictly humans. It's like anything that they're raised around too much.
Mhm.
It's like kind of a consequence of like being isolated from an environment where they would be surrounded by their co-species on a regular basis.
Mhm.
And so the way that, so that's like kind of how imprinting works, is like you take an animal who would normally be growing. Karatsun, I'm actually kind of already sobering up, but I'm pretty drunk.
Damn, okay.
This is the reason why beer works for me, is that like beer takes up so much volume in my stomach that like I can't get truly wasted before I actually get other forms of stomach sickness first. I will start to throw up before I get too wasted off of beer. But no, Car, I've been pretty drunk for for at least 2 hours now. We are talking about Twilight. We're talking about Twilight. So Stephanie Myers has taken this concept of imprinting, which is like this kind of complicated and long-term concept around animals being raised in captivity, and decided that it's a thing that happens in like 2 seconds.
Okay.
And so Edward and Bella get married and have a lot of sex. And Jacob is moping around.
Mm-hmm.
And then Edward and Bella have a kid, to which they give one of God's worst names.
Wait, what was the name? I forgot what it was.
I'll let you think about it for a second. I'm going to hear guesses. I want to hear guesses.
Bill Edward.
You are staggeringly close.
I used to know what it was, but I don't remember what it is. I remember it being really stupid, though.
It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. It's a portmanteau. So you were correct on that part. It's a portmanteau. It's not Rose. Rose would have been so much better. Yeah, no. Tricio is right. It's genuinely close. You were genuinely close. It's so bad. I want to hear more guesses.
Adela?
No, but you're in like the right like format, but
Bedward.
like the wrong content. Like you've got the right genre, but the wrong like elements. Bedward's pretty funny. Glitchica's also pretty close, but in a different direction. Glitchica is close in terms of sound.
It couldn't be something as simple as Ella, because Ella is a relatively normal name.
No, Ella would be fine. Ella would be fine. Bakeup's so good. Bake-up. No, it's a portmanteau of
Bellin?
No, of the two grandmothers of the baby.
Oh, I don't even fucking know.
So Bella's mother is Renee, and Jacob's mother is Esme.
Oh, it's Renesmee.
Renesmee, yeah. Renesmee. It's so bad. Yeah, Jake word would have been better. It's so awful. Yeah, it's Renesmee. It's awful. If it makes you feel any better or worse, Blue, look up what Renesmee looks like in the movies. It's really gross. it's like a possibly worse.
Was she like a CGI baby or some shit?
It's a really bad CGI baby. It's like actually worse than the Eraserhead baby. It's like truly a vile.
I've seen this before.
Truly vile.
Yeah.
Truly vile. And the half-assed understanding that I feel like I've got a VTuber moment here where I gotta grab my keyboard. I gotta find my keyboard. Oh god, this reminded me that my most recent follow was Job Jacob. Fuck my life. My stupid baka life.
Do you want me to unfollow and then refollow?
No, you're fine, buddy. Glitchica could do it if she's so bothered. Anybody can do it if they want to do with it. the guy who keeps on following and unfollowing VTubers seems to have given up on me.
Oh, I had to deal with one of those not too long ago. Actually, there were 2 of them.
I had one, and it's like a guy who other people have had, and I just like didn't do anything about it because he just like he didn't chat. He just followed and unfollowed, and it was just like a name. It was just like a random like white dude name, and so I just like, oh, you know, so and so, thank you for the follow, and then like he did it while I was streaming with Bodega, and Bodega was like, oh yeah, I just banned that guy. I was like, well, I don't really care. Because like, what's he doing? And she's like,
I don't know if it was the same guy, but I checked in. One of the ones that was like following and refollowing me got banned. So I don't know if that's the same guy.
Oh, it might be. It was just like a random like white dude name.
I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but I do remember it being like a pretty random name, and like a bunch of numbers or symbols or something.
Oh, mine was like a white guy first name, white guy last name. It like did not matter. And so like I was like, I just like don't care. Like this is not like a remarkable enough name. Okay, I am. There we go. That's the fucking. That's the baby. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm gonna change which source I'm using for it. There we go. That's the fucking baby, and I'll disable that one.
Be careful not to accidentally like dox yourself, because I almost did the last time I was drunk.
We talked about it already. I'm just
okay.
I'm just trying to create some space for.
Also, I really have to pee.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I'm gonna do some cropping to make space for anti-Jesus. There we go. There's the horrible fucking baby. There we go. The horrible fucking baby. Yeah, no, it was like a musician. Yeah, you Glitchica knows the guy. It was just like a random white dude name. It was like John Slater or some shit. No, it wasn't Blue. It wasn't. It should have. It's way worse. That's CGI, baby. That's CGI. That is the finest mid-aught CGI. Yeah, go ahead, Glitch. I think that guy's fucking. I think he might be banned. It was something really arbitrary. I think it was something really arbitrary. Okay, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it was Bob Seger. It was like Bob Seger or Jacob Z or something like that, and it's just like. It just like does not matter. It's like John Seger. Thank you for the follow. It's like, who cares? Like, who cares? Like, you didn't even make me say footjob_Jacob. Yeah, he was doing that to everybody, Giop. He was doing that to everybody. Like everybody. Like Bodega and I talked about it on stream. And like, I haven't, like me and Bodega, like Bodega was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? And I was like, I don't even know. I don't even care. And then like, I never saw him again after that. So like me and Bodega and Glitchica, and I'm pretty sure also, Vex and 2 or 3 other people have all had that guy. Yeah, he's just like following it. I don't get it. It's like pointless. Like, I don't really hate it because like he's just kind of refollowing and making me say like, Bob Seeger, thank you for the follow. Like, oh, okay. It would Beautiful Angel. I would be more interested maybe if the bit was like, there is only one Big Bob's Bussy, and like he's just a guy who's like a chatter, and his name is Big Bob's Bussy, and like he's fine, but that's like a much more insane name. The one that's insane is I was collabing with Kari, and she got followed by Feet. Just F-E-E-T. Just the 4 letters F-E-E-T. And both me and her were like we could not pay attention to anything else for like 20 minutes. We're like, you seriously got the name Feet? Nagi, I am starting to sober up again. I'm no longer. I peaked on drunkenness like 2 hours ago. I'm starting to sober up again. She had to use the bathroom. Alex had to use the bathroom. I was pretty wasted for a minute there, but part of the reason why I like drinking beer as my alcohol of choice is that I can't get that wasted before my stomach starts to go into revolt against me. Like, my digestive tract will go into revolt before I get, like, way too wasted. I can only get, like, very drunk off of beer before it fights me too much.
Sorry it took so long. I refilled my water bottle and I got some chocolate cake. And I also almost lost my shit because I heard you say Bob's Bussy.
Yeah, Big Bob's Bussy. He's a regular chatter. He's not on my channel, but I haven't seen him around here, but I've seen him in a lot of other people's channels. Like, he's a regular on both Callie and Charlotte.
That's great.
Accidentally followed Alex during the stream, then unfollowed. Now I don't want to follow after the song. No, Alex is.
I won't take it personally. Don't worry, Zone Kami. I don't take it personally.
Alex is a way more hinged person than me. Like, I non-trivially think that part of why some people like to do collabs with me is that I give them a certain, like, extra latitude to be unhinged on my channel that's, like, a little bit of a problem for them on their own channels. Oh, OC and Whitlock. Hold on. What were you up to? We got a raid.
What's up?
OC and Whitlock. Hold on.
Pregnant Adam Sandler is another good username cryptid. Oh yeah, I've seen that guy around.
OC and Whitlock. Hold on. You were playing XCOM 2. Welcome in. Hello, Icy Travel. Hello, Rebel Rika. Hello, OC and Whitlock. And hello, Random Moose Brains. And hello, Terra Ditto. Hello.
Oh my god, Moose! Hi, Moose!
Oh, you know Moose? Okay.
Yeah, Moose is one of my mods.
Oh, that's a kindness. Hello. I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, and currently I am anime on the internet for money. And I am joined today by the lovely, the talented, the incredibly insightful, interesting, kind, and intelligent Alex Azarashi.
You do me too much honor. My name is Alex. Oh, you already said my name. Okay, hi. I'm drunk and I'm eating chocolate cake.
Yes. Me and Alex are doing a completely unscripted, absolute nonsense drinking collab. I am 5 beers in. I have not kept track of where Alex is at all.
I guess I'm technically like 3 drinks in because like I had good. Okay, let me go through what I've had. I've had my vodka soda, which is 6%.
Okay.
I've had my strong zero, which is 9%. And then I had like a soju cocktail, which I think the soju I have is like 12%. So yeah.
I'll say 3 or 4. I am 5 drinks in, but I also didn't really eat today. I had some sushi on stream. Yeah, you might actually even be ahead of me. And Terra Ditto, thank you for the follow. It's a kindness. I don't know where we were. I have put up a picture.
I just see the picture of the ugly ass baby on my screen.
So bad.
It's bothering me.
It's so awful. I kind of have work tomorrow in the sense that I am streaming the Talos Principle tomorrow, which is a game that requires actual intelligence. So this is going to be a shit show tomorrow.
Have you ever tried Hair of the Dog before?
No, that doesn't go so great for me.
Yeah, I'm too scared to try it.
I
feel like if I tried that, I would like violently throw up.
So me and Alex, I actually didn't even know you grew up Catholic before today's stream. Like me and Alex have slightly similar upbringings, coming from like these Irish European American upbringings. It looks like a really bad painting. It's so bad, dude. Like diddly-doo, you are getting the boulderized version of this. Like what this looks like in motion is so bad. Beautiful. I'm sorry. I have to finish up my thoughts to the Raiders. This is not a normal stream for me. Raiders. This Icy Travel and Rebel Rika and Random Moose Brains and Terradito and Oslin Whitlock. I normally do calligraphy and history lectures. Those are my main content.
Every now and then he plays a game.
I do play games. I am. It is very realistic that I am the single worst Dark Souls player of all time.
Yeah.
I was waiting for Alex to say something about that. Yeah.
I can attest to this. Yeah.
And not generally Terradito, not generally. But that's what gets Random Moose Brains to follow is the worst Dark Souls player. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's Nagi. Nagi has said this multiple times to me about my Dark Souls playthroughs. What the fuck is wrong with you? the classic Nagi Katsali line. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Ozzy and Whitlock, to clarify, I died 123 times to the Asylum Demon.
Which is like insane to me. That's like I didn't even know how to like process that.
I didn't tilt. I did not tilt. That entire time, 123 deaths, and the only thing that tilted me was learning that you can't pause Dark Souls, which meant that like it played poorly with doing mid-roll ads. That's true. I did do much better on the second save file. I did do much better on the second save file. I died 1,337 times on the first save file before I started a new save file. But anyway,
to be fair, the Capra Demon is a completely like bullshit fight, so I don't fault you for not being able to beat the Capra.
I don't understand the Capra Demon. I don't get it. I might still have the. I think I still got the tech source around here. Okay, yeah. Defeated. I on my second save file, I died 155 times, and I beat Asylum, Taurus, Quelleg, Butterfly, and Pinwheel in that order.
Oh, you did end up beating Butterfly. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the first one, I died 1,337 times and only killed 23 enemies total. Sorry, I need to like not talk about this too much because one of the only boundaries I have for collabs is don't give me Dark Souls spoilers, and like I can.
Oh my god, 1337.
Yeah, now you get it. It's leet. It was leet. And I can tell this gives Alex extraordinary pain. Like this is like actually.
I don't even remember what that means. I genuinely don't even remember what that means. I just remember that people would say it.
Oh, okay. So it's this is an internet old thing. This is an old internet thing. So, it was like an old way of like fucking with pre-modern ways of doing like tech searches for hackers.
Mm-hmm.
Was to just substitute like the oldest way, even pre-Rot 13, was to encode things by just like substituting letters for like numbers for letters, which like we've seen a return to with the TikTok thing where people think that like saying unalive is different than killed.
Yeah.
Which like it has been tested, it does not matter, by the way. For people who are wondering, like TikTok does not have a separate censoring for unalive versus killed. People have tested it, it doesn't matter. That's just a Zoomer brain thing. That's like Zoomers doing that's Zoomer internal memes. And so leet, L337, as Terradito is putting it, is just a way of saying elite, like an elite hacker. That's,
elite hacksaws.
Yeah, elite hacksaws. Yeah, so you know it. Yeah. Honestly, using 6 instead of G still throws me. That's like a I don't know what that is. And honestly, I always felt like it was a meme. It was like an internally sarcastic meme to internet hackers that then became a general thing. It never felt like it was a sincere thing. Anyway, we never finished the fucking Twilight thing.
Yeah, let's finish so we can get the baby off the screen.
We can finish so we can get the fucking baby off the screen. I have to finish. I'm a professor. I have to finish my lessons.
And the baby is part of the lesson.
The baby is part of the lesson, for better or for worse. This fucking baby. So Stephanie Meyer has a wrong theory about how imprinting works. Again, imprinting works by, like, if you hand rear a gosling, they will think of humans as adults, and they'll kind of not quite think of other geese as adults. And so when they reach mating age, they will view humans as, like, mating prospects in a way that they will not view other geese. Yes, we're talking about Twilight. This photo is from Twilight, Nagi. This is the fucking Twilight baby. And so Meyer has misunderstood how imprinting works and thinks it's a thing that just kind of happens instantaneously, spontaneously, for no reason. And so Renesmee is born from Edward and Bella. Renesmee is born from Edward and Bella. And is not just a baby, but a psychic baby.
She was psychic too?
She was psychic. No, she's like the Messiah. Renesmee is like the Messiah. Like Bella is not the Messiah. Bella is like Mary, mother of Jesus. Renesmee is closer to Jesus. Renesmee is this baby who is psychic and, like, speaks English within, like, hours of being born, and, like, is the size of a 9-year-old child within, like, months of being born. Like is growing at, like, 10+ rate what a human grows at. And so, yeah, sorry, Blue. You asked too many questions, and this is what happens. Those who question what does not concern them will find what does not please them. One of the funniest tweets I've ever seen. I'll explain that tweet later. They did, Guilty Gear is a similar thing. And so Jacob, as soon as he sees Renesmee, who is only like a couple of weeks old, but is talking like a 2 or 3-year-old, Jacob completely forgets about the years of romance he has had with Bella and is instantly like, this baby, that's the one.
Oh no. No. No.
I have imprinted on this baby.
Oh no.
Total misunderstanding of imprintment theory. Total misunderstanding. Just like all in. I'm all in. Yeah, yeah, this is funny. Blue has never heard of this. JD hasn't heard of this. Deedledee has read the books. Deedledee knows. Deedledee knows. This is how it works. Again, total misunderstanding of imprintation theory. Total misunderstanding of wolves. Totally misunderstanding of so many different concepts. I will say, this is, I had one of my book chats, one of my last book chats was, hello, Macandeg. Yeah, I know, obviously Nagi knows of this. For people who don't know Nagi, Nagi is allergic to good art.
Okay.
Nagi has to read garbage. Nagi can only read garbage. Even like Shonen Slop.
Someone's got to do it.
Even like Shonen Slop is like a potential like hazard zone for Nagi. It has to be absolutely terrible for Nagi's taste. I've seen no movies except for Freaky Friday. Exactly. No. I mean, yeah. So 18-year-old Wolfman sees a baby and is like, yeah, exactly. No, total misunderstanding of imprintment theory, total misunderstanding of how wolves operate, total misunderstanding of so many concepts. And again, this is the baby messiah. Mac and Dag, thank you for the follow. Thank you. That my how did this get published? Blue, that's not the right question. Blue, you're asking the wrong question. Because that happened in like the 3rd book. 1,000 skeletons. You can see all the beers. You can see them. I've kept them on screen for a reason. This is water. This isn't beer.
Oh, thank God the baby's gone.
The right question, Blue, is why did so many people love it?
That's a good question. That's a really good question, actually.
Yeah. That's the question. The question is not how did the publishers accept this? The question is how did the publisher correctly understand that there was an audience for it? Deedle-de-doo, I was Team Jacob, and they got cucked so hard. They wanted to go with Bella's daughter. I mean, it's like I said, I only watched the movies. I didn't read the books. And I thought the movies made the Jacob-Bella romance pretty compelling. But I will say, I'm actually a huge romance lover. I hope that people are not too shocked by this knowledge. I read so much horrible romance manga. So much. And a thing that I crave is the, like, moving on from a failed romance.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not actually that typical.
Yeah.
Like the like you have one romance and that's the only romance of your life is such a typical story.
Mm.
And I'm drunk enough to get real about this. My parents have been together for 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I am at the point where the limiting factor on me getting to a 50-year wedding anniversary is like cardiac health.
Okay.
Like that's like that's insane to me. And my grandparents, both sets of grandparents stayed married for over 50 years. Like that's normal in my family. Like 50 wedding anniversary. There are more 50th wedding anniversaries in my family than divorces.
Mm-hmm.
Which is crazy. That requires remarkable life expectancy on top of like romance. And so despite that, I still find the idea that like if you didn't like so many romance manga are kind of like you fall in love in high school and whoever you were in love with in high school is the only person you'll ever be in love with ever.
Mm.
Like I actually really liked the comic Jutsuwa. Do you know this one?
Mm-mm.
This one's actually kind of interesting. Jutsuwa watashi wa vampire desu. Jutsuwa, the truth is that I am. And so it's this high school boy, and he's got a crush on a girl in his class. And the truth is, Jutsuwa, Nihongo de Jutsuwa, she is a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but it's kind of a slightly harem thing where like several of his classmates are other things. Like one of them is a time traveler. One of them is a ghost. One of them is an alien. And like I'm particularly struck by like the time traveler who just like she falls in love with him, and then like 50 plus years in the future, she's still just like pining and bitter over the fact that he wound up with the vampire.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucked up, right?
Yeah.
But, like she never moved on and like found another person. Like that's fucked up. And so anyway, in the case of Twilight, to make it horrible again, which is at least funny as opposed to just purely depressing, the Jacob is just like fucked up over Bella, and then the only way he can get over it is by falling in love with Bella's daughter, who is 18 years his junior when he's 18.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's a little bit weird. It's hyper weird, and like I don't want to like shit too much on like the folks out here who are hot for the age gap romances, in no small part because it's like 75% of my audience. But also like, where's the puke emotes? Yeah, she's hyper aging or some shit. Yeah. No, sorry, diddly do. No, all of you fuckers, you've asked questions about the Mormon romance. I will also say that this was like a funny thing when like somebody finally convinced me to read a Brandon Sanderson. I'm coming for you, Brandon Sanderson fans here. Coming for the Sanderson fans here. That I read Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. Do you read Sanderson?
No.
Okay. So I read Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, which I thought was fine. I actually thought it was a pretty decent story. But like the fingerprints of him being a Mormon are like really heavy-handed in it. In like the main characters have like a romance plot line, which is fine. Like the whole story is kind of structured, and it's actually like a pretty good romance structure. I don't want to shit on it too much. But like there's this fingerprint of like, these are teenagers who have never been romantically interested in anybody else in their entire life. And as soon as they develop any romantic interest, it's only and exclusively in the one person who they wind up with for the rest of their life. That's one of those things where it's like, oh, this is like Mormon fingerprints on this. This is like...
Yeah.
Like, and Stephanie Meyer, also Mormon. That like... When you fall in love with somebody, it's a feeling that you have when you're a teenager, and it's going to happen forever, and you're going to know it, and it's never going to be questioned or confusing or complicated at all. It's just like you are going to know when you are 18 years old who is the person you are going to be buried next to.
Don't they have to do their like their mission trips too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the mission trips. The mission trips are a what a trip. Do you ever find it kind of weird that like we didn't have that as Catholics?
I'm glad we didn't have
that. I'm glad. It would have been okay. On the one hand, I'm glad because it sounds like a pain in the ass. On the other hand, I kind of like, if I had an excuse to get paid by the Catholic Church to go to like Vietnam or something.
Yeah, that would be pretty chill. That would be
like admittedly, like go to Vietnam and wear long black slacks and a button-down shirt and a black tie and try to convince Vietnamese people that America, the country that bombed the shit out of them, has their best interests at heart, and the only problem is that they weren't the right type of weird Christian sect.
Yeah.
I would find that to be a struggle. I would have trouble with that one. That sounds like a pretty unfun time.
I know a lot of them go to like South America and shit. I feel like it's probably a little bit easier down there.
I mean, admittedly being Catholic and like imagine being sent as like an American to like go to Bolivia and try to convince Bolivians to be more Catholic. Like I feel like that's like a kind of a waste of resources, right there.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel efficient. Like some Mormons in Taiwan. Well, yeah, no shit.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere. I've seen them in Japan before.
Oh man, I gotta say, if you are the Mormon who gets like Tokyo as your proselytization point, like you won the fucking lottery, man. Like, you did fucking good there. Like I know Mormons who like their mission trips were to like Rwanda.
Oh wow, okay.
And Myanmar.
Mm-hmm.
being destined to be someone you meet in high school, the 100 girlfriends who really, 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 really love you goes insane. I actually like 100 GFs a lot, Mech and Dag. I know that this is your first stream here. I actually really like 100 girlfriends. Do you know this one, Alex?
No.
This one's actually a funny concept for you. I don't know if you'd enjoy the manga itself, but I think the concept would at least amuse you. So like in harem manga, there's a bit of a problem where you've got home slice.
Mm-hmm.
You got home slice, and you got half a dozen girls. And home slice is just like an empty concept for the shonen slop reader to project himself onto.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. And then the girls have actual personalities.
Mm-hmm.
And so the thing is that like any relationship is kind of its own character unto itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you've got a relationship between slop and a person, like it already kind of creates a problem. But then you've got 6 different characters that are the relationship between slop and a different type of person. And then it like really falls apart under the weight of the fact that like none of these make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about 100 GFs is that the whole concept...
That's a lot of people to deal with.
It's a lot. 100 girlfriends is a lot of girlfriends for one dude to have. Is that Rentaro, the central point of 100 girlfriends, who caused a divine accident by going to he went to a shrine and on New Year's and wished for love, and he used shonen protagonist slop levels of commitment to this wish. And the gods responded in kind with shonen slop levels of retaliation of how much love he's going to fall into. And that means 100 girlfriends. The thing is that think about how good Goku is at fighting.
Mm-hmm.
That's how good he is at being a boyfriend.
Oh, wow. Okay.
like it's not exactly how it happened. No. He did spend all of his love, all of his luck for the rest of his life on the wish for falling in love at a shrine to the god of falling in love, the Shinto god of falling in love. And he like so here's a problem for any poly couple. Let's say you're dating 3 people, which is already quite a few. How do you make time for those 3 people? Right? Like, it's already a problem.
Yeah, how do you?
I mean, the answer from the poly people I know is very complicated use of Google Calendar. That's the understanding I have from the poly people. Is like I remember going to just a throuple that I knew. I hung out at their apartment pretty frequently, and like they had like a whiteboard that was like already pretty complicated to follow just for the 3 of them, and like so going any higher than that's going to be exponentially more complicated, and so 100 is going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, it seems very inefficient, honestly.
Well, the answer is that Rentaro again has Goku levels of power at being a boyfriend. So the question of like how do you spend a sufficient number of hours with girlfriend 1 and girlfriend 2 is you just be in 2 places at the same time.
Oh, okay.
just bilocate. Just time travel.
Are we talking about like shadow clones here, or
they don't explain it at all? I actually love it that they've refused to explain it. He's just like he just bilocates. He just through the power of love, he is capable of cuddling with one girlfriend while he's researching for another girlfriend. And there's a really funny one where he has a date with multiple different girlfriends at a single coffee shop, and there's road work in front of the coffee shop, and so he just does 6 months of road work overnight the night before.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just truly superhuman. It's I think it's a very funny way to resolve this issue with shonen manga. It's like, how does this guy like? So it's the problem I have with so many of these harem mangas. Like, this guy sucks. Like, this guy is not compelling. Why are these people in love with him? And in the case of 100 Girlfriends, it's like, oh, this guy is outrageously superhuman. That's the answer. like nobody is capable of this. That's how this works. They also have the kind of side resolution of like several of the girlfriends appear to be dating each other simultaneously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like it's just like it's just a bisexual polycule in all sorts of directions. It's like, okay, this actually was like entirely internally more coherent than just like one guy who sucks and has like 6 different will they won't they things going on with different women. My evil instinct is now reminded of another GF manga. Taradito, I am a widespread proselytizer of my incredible hatred of domestic girlfriend. My hatred for domestic kanojo, I hate so much. I hate it so much.
This may surprise you, or maybe it won't. I'm not sure, but I've never really been interested in romance as a genre or romance media.
That does actually surprise me. I'm not surprised that you're not interested in horror. That makes total sense to me. That's entirely coherent. I am kind of surprised that like romance in general is not super interesting to you. That does kind of surprise me. Like I kind of want to hear more about this. Like,
I don't really know why, but I have been told before that I'm not a particularly romantic person, so maybe that's part of it. Okay.
Well, I mean, like, so that still surprises me because, like, again, having talked to you quite a bit and having like we did talk quite a bit about you are a well-known Yume Josh. And Yume Josh is the easiest entry point to a Yume Josh would be to look at an existing romance property and just kind of like substitute yourself in.
I think part of the reason why is because like I am just so picky. Like I'll read something and I'll see something that's like, yeah, I would never do this, and I just like stop reading and I can't continue. Like my immersion is broken. I can't like continue this, and that's happened so many times to me that I just kind of I'm just kind of like, you know what, I'm just tired of this happening. You know, I think that's part of it. Because it's like, I do have my own like, thoughts and my own like, fantasies or whatever that are pretty much like, pretty much just in my head. But like, it's kind of hard for me to like branch out, I guess, especially because it's like, if I'm supposed to project onto someone, if that person is not someone I can project onto, then it's just like, it feels pointless for me, you know?
Interesting. That's an interesting level to be picky on. Again, this is one of those places where like I feel like we get along pretty well, but this is like totally alien to me. Like, because like I rarely really identify that strongly with fictional characters. Like the main writer who writes fictional characters that I can relate to is Hong Kong, who's a Korean like lit-fic author, and I found Young Seo from The Vegetarian to be an intensely relatable character. And like when I read reviews of The Vegetarians, like that like never comes up. They're all just like, Young Seo is like a completely alien character. Like no human is like this.
Okay.
Like well, I mean it's kind of like a joke I have about diddly have a good night. That's the least relatable type of character to me is like the indomitable human spirit character, because I'm a very depressed I'm a person who gets depressed pretty easily, so I'm just like, why would you not fucking give up, man? like what are you doing here, man? Like you can just fucking give up. And the so I generally assume that fictional characters are like not super relatable to me. I know people who are go even further along this. I don't know if you know Mix.uav, but Mix views like relatability as like the most like scumbag way to relate to fictional characters. But he has a
Interesting. Okay.
he's got a different perspective than me or you, and I've got a different perspective than you already enough. Yeah, Mix is on the burb.
Yeah, actually, no. I think Mix was the guy who gave me your cookies at Offkai.
Yes, he was. He looks like a fucking bird. Yeah, no. Mix views suffering as like the goal of fiction.
Interesting. Okay.
That's like the reason why you read fiction is to like experience forms of suffering that you couldn't as like a mortal. Fun dude. But it's kind of interesting. Like if you does it have to be specifically like if the female protagonist is unrelatable?
I mean, kind of. I mean, also if like the person being depicted that you're supposed to romance with, like does something or says something that I don't like, I'm just like, no.
Interesting, huh?
So it's kind of like my only recourse is to like write my own stories, which I have done before, but I haven't really had the motivation to do that in quite some time. Although recently I have had some motivation because I had this very, very elaborate dream.
Okay.
A few nights ago. I've been getting these like elaborate dreams lately. I think it's the result of like this new medication I'm on.
Hell yeah.
And I don't precisely remember what happened in the dream, but I remember the overall like overview of it, which was that like I was some kind of warrior, and you know the whole way the world works is that there was like the human race and there was the demon race, and you know the humans and the demons had been fighting for like thousands of years or whatever. And so I was part of this group that had like decided like, okay, we're gonna you know sneak into the Demon King's castle and we're going to you know kill him, right? And so it was kind of like we like the way the journey went is that through the course of like the battles and the journeys, like my comrades would die or they'd get injured and they'd have to stay behind.
Yeah.
So that I was eventually the only one left to go and like sneak into the Demon King's castle and assassinate him, right?
Right.
And
You're doing Dragon. What's the name of the Japanese series? I know that Nagi talks about it all the time. Dragon. That's why I'm thinking about it. Dragon Quest. You're doing Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest. Oh, is that what happens in Dragon Quest?
Dragon Quest is all about defeating the Demon Lord.
Okay.
Like whatever else is happening in Dragon Quest is about defeating the demon. Yeah.
Okay. Well, eventually, like I sneaked into the castle pretty easily, and I was able to like hide, and I was trying to like you know, like basically sneak up on the Demon King and kill him. But instead of fighting, we basically like sat down and had tea, and then we decided to get married.
Hell yeah.
That's basically like the way the dream ended. And then I woke up and I was like maladaptive daydreaming the entire day. Like I've gotta finish this. You know, I've got like a whole world to work with here. You know.
Okay. You have like such different dreams than me. I remember like theoretically, you dream every night. Like that's the hypothesis, right? That's like the psychology research. I remember like one dream every couple of years. Like I like most of the time like my experience of sleeping is like I kind of like lay down in a bed and then like several hours later I'm either well rested or I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm a terrible sleeper. And my strongest dream memory by far fucking sucks, which is I was at the time I was dating a lady. I was in a relationship with a lady who was deathly allergic to bees.
Okay.
And that's like a thing that was happening outside of the dream. Like I just was the woman I was with had a bee allergy. And my dream was that she had been stung by a bee, and I couldn't find her EpiPen.
Oh no.
And it was hours of me searching and begging to find her EpiPen while she choked.
Oh my god.
And it's like the only dream I really remember. Like,
Yeah, that's
like,
awful.
Like I don't have good dreams. Like, they're not great. Like, okay. On that horrible note, Alex, where are you at?
I'm good. I feel like I'm starting to like sober up a little bit, I think, which is probably for the best.
Because I need to piss again, and the question is, do I grab another beer or not?
It's up to you. I don't think I'm going to continue drinking. I don't think it would be a good idea for me to do that. So, whatever you feel.
It's kind
like
of a question of like another hour or so. That's the question.
Okay, yeah, I could keep going.
Okay, if it's like at least another hour, I can do one more beer. I'll be back. Allow Alex, you have control of chat.
Okie dokie.
Enjoy it. Don't abuse it too much.
She used talk no jutsu. I guess I did. I don't know. You'd watch that? Yeah, I remember I had this like elaborate lore for like the world, and I keep thinking about that. Like this happened like last week, and I still keep thinking about it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, have a good night, Teradito. Have a good night. Have dreams like that. That shit messes me up for days. Yeah, and I've been getting a lot more of those recently that are just like very like normally I never remember my dreams. I very rarely remember my dreams unless there's something really interesting or really like I guess spectacular happens in them. Like if anything, I remember like the general sentiment or like the feeling of my dreams. I will say that all my dreams usually end in cliffhangers. I never get a satisfying resolution to my dreams. Back and egg, thank you. I mean, have a good night. Thank you. Might be time to write a campaign setting. Oh, for like D&D and stuff. I don't know if it would make like a particularly good like D&D setting, since it's pretty much just about me and my personal like fantasies or whatever. Oh, have a good night, Zone Kami. Have a good night. Tell Almantas I jumped through the bathroom window. I will. Have a good night. But there was this, oh my god, I might need to put some eye drops in because my eyes are like really dry. I've been having this dry eye problem recently. Had a dream a couple of nights ago that I was party at the CIA was throwing for the kids of their agents. So like a CIA like kids party. Yeah, that's probably a thing that exists. That's probably a thing that's happened before in the history of things. I'll draw from dreams from any of my projects I never finish. Yeah. That's definitely happened to me before. But did you guys know, I think there's like a McDonald's or something in, what is it, the Pentagon? Yeah, isn't there like a McDonald's in the Pentagon or some shit like that? I swear to God that like I saw this like Google Maps photo of like fast food restaurants that are like inside the Pentagon. And I was just like thinking like how does that work exactly? Like I would hope that they get paid more for working in the Pentagon, right, than for working at like a regular. Yeah, they have a Panda Express. There. I would hope they get paid more for working inside the Pentagon than they do as opposed to working at just like a normal ass like McDonald's or Panda Express.
Imagine having
like,
to get a fucking they have to get a security.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So, like, the two options.
Yeah, you'd have to get security clearance.
Yeah, the options are like you get a security clearance and then you don't get comped for it, or more insane, the guys in the Pentagon don't have to have a security clearance.
Yeah.
Which, like, I'm happy to get political as fuck on here, because it's my fucking channel. And I'm a white guy on Twitch, so, like... who gives a shit?
The theory about fast food places in Washington being able to predict when something big happens, I do not know about that theory.
I don't know how you'd use it. Like... what are they smuggling explosive chicken nuggets? Well, the Panda Express isn't going to because they don't do that. They don't got the chicken nuggies. But
Oh, I don't remember. Speaking of Panda Express, I don't remember if I told you this, but like maybe I did. Panda Express released like some like vegan orange chicken, and I tried it, but it really sucks.
I can believe that. I am like, I don't know if you know Naomi Wu. Do you know this woman?
Mm-mm.
Naomi Wu is a Chinese lesbian from Shenzhen who was fairly popular on social media for a few years. And she's an interesting figure. She has a really extreme grudge with Vice News.
Okay, that's reasonable, I think.
I mean, the core of it is that even though Vice News basically agrees with her on fundamentally every political issue. Hello, thank you for the follow, Alex _5623. They doxed her, so like I get why she fucking despises them, even though like in terms of every major political issue, they're largely on her side. Yeah, no, like I get it, Blue. I like they fucked up horribly there. And so she's reported some interesting things about what it is like. She's a lesbian in China, and I cannot say it in Putonghua because my Chinese is extremely bad. But there's a phrase that she grew up learning, which is that a lesbian steals from two husbands.
Interesting. Okay.
Is anybody confused by what that means? Alex, do you understand?
It's certainly a very interesting way of interpreting that, but you know.
So the reason why they say a lesbian steals from two husbands is both the lesbian doesn't get married to a man and whoever they're dating isn't getting married to a man.
Yeah.
It's extraordinarily misogynistic. Yeah, because both you and your wife. Yeah. Yep.
Wife.
And you know, it's a fucked up saying. Naomi Wu, I think, is not like very on social media because she eventually got in trouble with the CCP police. But like she was fairly open about the fact like she had a beard. Like her husband was a Mongolian man from Inner Mongolia, so a Chinese Mongolian man who was gay. It was a lavender marriage, and so like they would go to gay bars together with like her girlfriend and his boyfriend and stuff like that. And it was one of the things I remember her saying that like honestly it's like the strangely oddest reason why like she is stuck in my brain is that she actually really liked Panda Express. She was like, Panda Express is actually pretty authentic Chinese cuisine, just with higher quality ingredients than you can expect in mainland China.
Okay.
Like people would ask her a question like, why is Panda Express like successful in the United States? And she's like, I don't understand why you're confused about this. This is like pretty authentic Chinese cuisine with high quality ingredients. It's reliable. It's authentic. It's reasonable. Why would it be doing poorly? And I just thought that was like a really fascinating thing. Well, Blue. Okay, Blue. I'm sorry, Alex. This is a topic that like you.
Here we go.
Yeah, no.
Let's do
no,
it.
we got big sociology here. This is one of those topics that like I was really hardcore about studying about a year ago, but I've been like slacking on. Is declining fertility rates. Because like I don't give a shit about the like abstract population decline arguments, the weird and especially I don't give a shit about the fashion ones. I don't give a shit about them. Fuck those assholes. But I read a book about 2 years ago called Motherhood on Ice. Yeah, Humter's known me well enough that he can tell that this is the excited hand gestures. That was about this question. That this was an anthropology book doing an ethnography of women who freeze their eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And why do women freeze their eggs?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, right, it's a complicated question. And the person who wrote this, her specialty was families in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
But she was an American. And so she was looking at... There was something that was really, really weird about the differences between Western and Middle Eastern families. And that's that white men, as opposed to Middle Eastern men, aren't excited about being dads.
Mm.
That's weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, say what you will about Western Civ. All of your critiques about Western Civ, like, it's 3,000 years old. It has possibly 5,000 years old, depending on how you do your tracking. It didn't get to 3,000 to 5,000 years old by being bad at getting straight people to have kids.
Mm-hmm.
But now all of a sudden it is. What the fuck is going on there? What the fuck is the deal with that? And hello, Huggetry. Hello, Huggetry. And so I don't know. I think there's something like genuinely... There's giving birth and then there's being a parent. Well, so what has traditionally happened is that people have tended to... Like historically, people have viewed those as like things that all fall together pretty easily. Like the kind of default expectation. And you know, me and Alex are white Catholics, right? Like, I don't think that you were ever raised with the belief that being a parent was something that was unusual. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that wasn't something that like our parents and stuff like thought was like odd or unusual, or our priests or our grandparents or our aunts and uncles. Like, it was treated as pretty fucking normal that like at some point in your life you would get married and have kids and raise kids.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like that was like a thing that humans do, not by virtue of being special, but or like by God's ordained will, but just because like that's what people do.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that we don't do that anymore is the unusual part.
I see.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's super interesting. I think this is super fucking interesting. And I, fucking hot ass, not even hot take here. Nuclear. Somehow cold and nuclear take at the same time.
Okay.
When I see people write about this all the fucking time. Russ Douthat at the New York Times, one of the like S-tier psychopaths of American culture. This is the guy who looks at The Handmaid's Tale and thinks it doesn't go far enough.
Oh God.
Like lunatic. Like if you were talking like I remember somebody saying like, if you told me that some American writer was proposing that we start executing people en masse for not having kids, I'd be like, oh yes, Russ Douthat.
Okay.
Like S-tier lunatic. Like S-tier lunatic. Like these guys can't handle this shit. So like the way they want to explain it is in terms of cultural terms. They want to look at it as like something specific about American or Christianity or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, is that it's been global.
Mm-hmm.
It's been everywhere. Even cultures that have gotten more, like people will be like, oh, it's a result of like women's lib. But then like, again, if you look at the 70-year rates on how many kids people have across different cultures, all the countries, there's 180 something cultures. countries. I'm sorry, not cultures. 180 something countries on the planet that are recognized by the UN. 4 of them, 4, have had positive fertility rate growth over the last 70 years.
Mm-hmm.
And all 4 of them are in Central Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And those 4, it's like 0.1%. Whereas the average is like 75% fall.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I've seen people be like, oh, it's because of the fall of religiosity. They're like, Americans are less religious, that's why Americans have less children. And it's like, but also, let's list off countries that have become more religious. Let's get hot here. Let's get really hot here.
Okay.
There are countries that have become more religious over the last 70 years. It's not like uniformly the world has become less religious. There are countries that have become more religious over the last 70 years. Do you want to take a stab, Alex, at some of the countries that have become more religious over the last 70 years? Because I can name them off the top of my head.
I'm gonna guess definitely like the Middle East, probably.
Not particularly, but one of them in special, Iran, is a good choice. Mexico has not become more religious. They've become less religious. The countries that have become substantially, radically so much more religious that's really, really hard to deny over the last 70 years. Iran. Obvious. They've become a theocracy. Right? They've become a theocracy. South Korea.
Really? South Korea?
Yes. South Korea was very irreligious 70 years ago.
Yeah.
It was very irreligious 70 years ago. Russia, Ukraine, People's Republic of China, North Korea, Vietnam, all countries that had state-sanctioned anti-religiosity 70 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're more religious and they have declining birth rates. South Korea, People's Republic of China are the top 2 lowest birth rate countries. And they have become dramatically more religious over the last 70 years.
I see.
I mean, Blue, like 70 years ago, was under Mao Zedong. Like they've obviously they've clearly and apparently become more religious over the last 70 years. So religiosity is not a good explanation. Economic prosperity. Humter. This is a fun one for me because Humter and I have a back and forth here. Sorry, Alex. I'm sorry that you're hearing like a little. You're getting a little sidelined here. Me and Humter are both super left wing.
Okay.
As a very, very left-wing person, as a fundamental belief, I really, really want this to be a workers' right issue. As a matter of biases. As a matter of biases, I really, really, really fucking want it to be a question of like workers don't have enough time to care for children, therefore they don't have more children because they don't have the time to care for them. I want that to be the solution, right? I want the solution to be like, be nicer to your workers and they'll have more kids. That's what I want because I want the solution to always be the workers have a nicer time because I'm very left-wing. But the declining birth rate is true in both Norway and Denmark and the Netherlands. The countries are some of the nicest countries to workers, and also true in the United States and Thailand and Vietnam and the People's Republic of China, some of the worst countries to be a worker in. It's something outside of that problem.
I see.
And tag barrel storage. I am having Bell's Two-Hearted IPA and the lovely, beautiful, amazing Alex Azarashi is having Strong Zero.
Oh, I've stopped drinking. I'm on my water now.
You're slowing down. I'm trying to catch up a little bit to you. Well, Humter, this is the reason why. I understand what you're saying. But also, countries that have different economic organizations also have it. Could it be that modern technology has afforded us better way than sex to entertain ourselves? Emotional regulation. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. And Nagi asked about Israel. Israel is actually one of the countries that is doing relatively well. They've still had a radical decline in birth rate. Palestine has not. There is a really horrible hypothesis Crystal_Rose21, thank you for the follow while I'm talking about horrible subjects. Well, I'm trying to resist the urge to become like VTuber Hassanbi, but like, the fact, like, the timing of the follows is like really encouraging, like VTuber Hassanbi. I actually love IBA's tag barrel storage. But the combination of Israel and Palestine both being high birth rate countries encourages a really disgusting hypothesis, which is that birth rate rebounds really strongly from genocide. That the key to fixing the key to getting high birth rates is like lots of communal violence and genocide.
Yeah, that's a tad bit problematic.
Yeah, it's not a great one. It's not a good one. I don't think that's a good way. I don't think that's a fertile direction. JD has proposed, though, looking at modern technology for like entertainment purposes. This is actually a really cool one. So a thing that I think is super cool is that there's this hypothesis. Alex, I know you've heard this one before, right? That violent video games make people violent.
Oh yeah.
So the evidence is obviously in the opposite direction. Like pretty strongly. And so we have a particular, so like the video games cause violence is just a retread of like movies cause violence, books cause violence, poems cause violence, etc.
Yeah.
And we actually have really good data about the movies one, because we can track when movie theaters opened in different areas of the country and like what crime rates looked like. And so the evidence is that when people get access to new forms of media, they get less violent.
Okay.
Because the main way that people, like the main source of violence is bored teenage guys.
Yeah.
Like that's the big one, is like bored teenage guys. So if you give the bored teenage guys something else to do with their time. How are you doing, Alex? I'm seeing a lot of like closed eyes.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just I was just filing my nails. I'm sorry.
No, okay, that's fine.
I was
I'm
looking down, so that's
am I
why.
boring my co-host? I was like, no, I'm committing.
No, I had like a hangnail, and I'm like, okay, I need to take care of this, otherwise I'm going to keep picking at it, and it's going to be a disaster.
Okay. So like Alex Almantas convergence here. Like this is like as long as my nails get. Like I lose my mind if like they get any longer.
Yeah, no, mine are pretty long.
Hold on. Humter and I have like a long going discussion about here. I wonder if I should have Humter on the channel to have this one. You know the saying, it takes a village. Oof. You know the saying, it takes a village, right, Alex?
You
know who wrote that book, right?
I don't.
Hillary Rodham Clinton.
No way.
Yeah, it was Clinton. It was Hillary Clinton. That's her book.
Crazy.
That's good. That's her book.
I thought that was like some kind of like ancient like phrase that's been traded through the generations.
She claimed it, but the book was written by her. She claimed it was like an ancient phrase, and like I do think about it. Humter, I feel like this is like I kind of want to like. I apologize. This is like a question of like engaging with chat versus like keeping my co-hosts like in good spirits and stuff. It's like. I think that's an interesting line of inquiry, and it's something I think about a lot, especially because I am an uncle. I have 6 nieces and nephews.
Oh, wow.
But I have no kids of my own. And I am super, super uncle coded. And I do think that based on looking at the parents that I know in my life, that the expectation that you just like raise your kids with just literally 2 parents is brutal. I think it's way too much. I think it's way too fucking much. Nagi.
I have to say I'm gonna have to go with Nagi's black pill misandrist.
Yeah, let's go. I want to engage with this one. Let's go. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna read out Nagi's
Yeah,
comment.
yeah,
But you go.
that's the one I feel like is like to me it seems like the most accurate
Hmm.
because I feel like so often I see a lot of like I'm on Instagram and I see so many people that essentially just like use their kids for like content or just like they just seem to treat them like basically glorified pets or property like dolls they can dress
Hmm.
up or just like
Yeah.
take them places and take pictures of and not necessarily care about what they want to do or like what
Okay.
they their well-being. And I experienced like a bit of this growing up, obviously not to that same extent, but I remember
You're saying
being
you were not like a pageant kid?
no, I wasn't like a pageant kid, but like this is obviously not as severe, but during the holidays, my mom would always force me to like, dress up nice, put on this nice dress and take pictures with the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that shit pissed me off so much. Like I would throw a tantrum about it. And then like as soon as we were done, like I would have my mom like, you need to pack me like, extra clothes that I could actually like play around in because I'm not wearing this like stupid ass like dress, any longer that I have to.
I
And
I I think you would amusingly this I'm sorry, I'm just like having like an amusing thought about like my own family life here on this one, but because my mom was like a super tomboy growing up.
mm,
And then she got like super into family photos like once she had like kids. And it's just kind of like there's like a humor element to me here of like my mom both did that and was subject to that.
mm.
I'm like, how would Alex like relate? How would Alex like talk to my mom? Like I was like, oh, this would be a funny conversation to watch.
I mean, also I have this like really strong like aversion to being on camera and having my picture
Oh
taken.
my
Like
god, I
I
hate
ever
it.
since
I
I was a
hate it.
kid, I have never liked getting my picture
I hate
taken.
it. I
Never,
hate it.
ever,
I hate
ever.
it. I hate it. Honestly, VTuber inspiration. I fucking hate this.
Yeah, yeah.
Nagi, I feel like this is like a thing that we should like follow up on. Like we need to make this a stream content. I think that it's like the gender element of it is actually super complicated in terms of like how men relate to fatherhood. And the where was I going with this? Kind of like the almond for how unexpressive it is. It's but no so the I almost go the kind of like weird opposite direction on this, which is I kind of when people talk about the declining birth rate, because again, with the exception of literally 4 countries, one of which is literally the Central African Republic, which is not a great country to live in. When you're in a country where one of your major exports is secondary exports of T-72s, that's like not good. The way I kind of see it is that I think of it in terms of how do you best attain a future for your kids. And again, I'm sorry if I sound like I'm being like a jackass or like bullying or something here or something like that, because I've like read too many sources and have like citations and stuff. The percentage of people who have kids hasn't gone down by that much, but the number of kids they have once they start having kids has gone down really dramatically. And a lot of that is just kind of like, what is the best way to guarantee that my kids have a good future? And so guys like me have kind of always been around. Guys like me who are involved in the community and involved in their nephews and nieces' lives, but never have kids of their own. That's like kind of baked into Western society. back to the Roman era, back to like the pre-Christian era. The term nepotism is literally the promotion of nephews.
Really?
Yeah, that's what that means. It was a process by which popes would promote their nephews in that's nephew nepo, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Some of this is bullshit. I will say there's an element of bullshit to this, in that sometimes those nephews are sons. Because like if you take clergy, if you post 1100, if you take the vows of being in the clergy, you aren't supposed to have your own kids. So you would claim that like your own kid was a nephew. So there's an element of bullshit to this. But holy shit, almost fell. But the so there's an element of bullshit to this, but there's also an element of uncle core to this. And uncle and aunt core has kind of always been a thing, and Western philosophy has always kind of had space for this. But also there is, like, when people do start having kids, they have way fewer kids. And a lot of this is that the way that you raise kids has changed radically. When you're raising a sedentary farm of children, and so like on a sedentary farm in ancient Rome or the medieval era, I would be I would be like, there would be like my older brother would be the guy who actually owns the farm, and I would be there as like a hanger-on who helps blah blah blah, and my brother has like 10 kids, and this is all kind of like what a family unit looks like. Is like the actual head of the household, his parents, his brother, maybe another brother, 10 plus kids, etc., etc. And that's just kind of what a family looks like. But now, if you have more than like one, after the first kid, every single kid you have takes resources from every other kid. Exponentially. Not just linearly, but exponentially, because you're talking about private school tuition. You're talking about college tuition.
That's a lot of expenses.
There's a lot of fucking expenses. It's really expensive. And so when the family structure becomes... Yeah, Humcho, this is about the declining... This is about how capitalism operates with this. Yeah, Nagi and I have different feelings about this. I actually like my brothers. I actually really like my brothers. Me and my brothers are very different people, but we're very different. But like, I actually like them. Yeah, Nagi's siblings fucking suck. Mine are... I'm pretty open about what my siblings are like. I have a sibling who is... Oh, I'm extremely clan-pilled. Tag barrel. I'm so clan-pilled. I'm such a clanner. Not in Battletech. I hate the clanners in Battletech, but so clan-pilled. Sorry, you haven't gotten a word in edgewise in a moment, Alex.
Oh.
I apologize.
I was gonna say, like, I am an only child, so for me, I don't really like have that much experience with like siblings and stuff. It's interesting because like my mom's side of the family, she has 3 sisters, and on my dad's side, he has like 2 brothers. So both sides of my family have like, you know, like they had like I have a lot of relatives, but on my mom's side, I am pretty much the only child. So I only had 2 cousins on my dad's sides, and one of them is, you know, not with us anymore. So I really only have like one like blood related cousin.
How many cousins do you think I have, Alex?
I mean, from what you said, I'm gonna guess like, I don't know, like 20.
I gotta piss again. But I haven't been to like the big family reunions in like a few decades. But I don't actually know.
Okay.
Hug a tree, I can't actually count. I think somewhere in the 120s.
Oh my god. Okay.
My mom had 20 uncles.
That what?
So I'm gonna use the bathroom on that note.
Yeah. Oh, you go ahead. You go right ahead. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't even know how that's possible. The more kids you have, the less you have to invest in each one since the older siblings help raise the younger ones. Yeah, yeah. Like when I was growing up, Tony Hawk 2, shut up, Alex, shut up. I actually I had this phase growing up where I really, 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 really wanted a sibling. I was like, oh, I want a sibling. I want like a younger or an older sibling. Well, I mean, obviously, I couldn't have an older sibling because that's not really how it works. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't your uterus fall out? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know how that's like physically possible. I mean, I guess it is, but I would not want to go through that. No, thank you. But like as I've gotten older, I've kind of been like, yeah, it probably is a good thing that like I am an only child because then I would have had to vie for like resources and attention with like an older or younger sibling, and that would probably like drive me crazy and drive me to like resentment or some shit. So I guess that's probably like better for me in the long run. Maybe, well, no, there's definitely some caveats that came with it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Almantas can make his own clan state micronation. Literally.
Quite possibly tag barrel storage. My extended clan network is completely insane. To my grandfather's funeral, I think it was like 250 something people showed up, and most of them like a fairly large percentage had never met him. They were showing up as a matter of representing the clan they were from.
Mm-hmm.
Like I come from like I can't explain my family network. Like I can't explain what's going on. Like I don't know how to explain this without like sounding like I'm talking about Crusader Kings. Like like I don't know how to do that. So why is Nagi talking about your uterus falling out?
Because like we just can't believe that like 20, what do you say, 20 uncles or something like that?
Yeah.
That's a lot of kids.
There's a lot of kids. It's a lot of kids. I mean that is both father and mother side. So but like yeah,
okay, so combined.
But like
okay,
like
combined,
there's also ants in there. No, it's I always kind of want to point out that this is like a super American. I know Nagi is not at all American, so I don't know how many other non-Americans are here who are gonna like be like, what the fuck are you talking about? One of the things that's always been so crazy to me and my family is that literally 0 people in my family died in World War II, but 0 people survived in my family in Vietnam.
Oh, interesting.
Every single person in my family that shipped off to Vietnam came back in a coffin.
Wow.
100%. Oh, well, except for the ones who didn't come back at all. But like, completely crazy ratio. Especially considering that 2 of them were at Pearl Harbor and 1 of them was on the Arizona.
Oh, wow.
Like that's fucking crazy. Like, completely insane ratio right there. But the one family member who in my family was on the Arizona was taking confession when Pearl Harbor happened. So he survived.
Really?
Like 5 people survived from the Arizona. So completely ludicrous ratio. Completely insane ratio. But no, it's I don't know. I don't know. This is one of those things I think about all the time, right? Because like this is like a big part of sociology and anthropology is this whole question of like family formation and like how do people form families? And I guess it's like one of those things like I talk about a lot when I talk about like video games, because okay, I am faced with a crossroads here, Miss Azarashi. Miss Azarashi, I'm at a crossroads here. Because gaming is not my main content, so actually finishing and getting through games at a reasonable pace is like kind of a trick. On the one hand, it's the year of the snake. It's the year of the snake,
yes,
and that implies Metal Gear Solid.
Okay.
And I love Metal Gear Solid. A lot of my compatriots are playing Metal Gear Solid. On the other hand, Deltarune is coming out. Deltarune 3 and 4 are coming out in June.
Yeah.
And I really liked Deltarune 2 in particular. I really liked Deltarune 2. I thought Deltarune 2 was amazing.
Deltarune's very good.
Deltarune 1 is very good. Deltarune 2 is like epochal. Like I think Deltarune 2 like really did not get remotely the amount of press it deserved for how good it is. Like Deltarune 2 is like, admittedly, I'm a man who loves Yuri. And Deltarune 2 is like the best video game Yuri that's out there. What's Deltarune? Oh wow, Helotech Priest. Deltarune is, so have you heard, so Undertale is the 2015 indie hit game of the year. Undertale was written...
A smash hit, might I add.
A smash hit. I'm sorry, I got distracted by how fucking good the rigging on your hair is. Fuck my life. It's so good. Fucking hell. So Toby Fox made Deltarune. Made Undertale. Yes, it's the Undertale sequel. And Deltarune is, again, it's not a portmanteau. What's the word for it? When you reorganize the letters.
Oh, an anagram?
Anagram. Thank you. It's an anagram. Deltarune is an Undertale for Deltarune is an anagram for Undertale. Deltarune is, thank you, folks. Undertale was the tech demo for Deltarune. Is the core of it. Deltarune is the actual game. Undertale is functionally the tech demo. Undertale Chapter 1 is pretty good, I would say. Deltarune 2 is like outrageously good. Like I can't, I do not have the vocabulary to overstate how good Deltarune 2 is.
I'm gonna have to replay 1 and 2 before I do 3 and 4 because I don't really remember too much.
Give it a shot. I think 1's really good, but I think 2, I think Noelle is like a top 10 most interesting characters I've seen in fiction. And I include like books. Like
Okay.
And I'm a person who reads like multiple books a week. Like Noelle Deltarune is like a fascinating person to look at. So that's the core of Deltarune, is that Toby Fox made Undertale. Have you heard my favorite I'm using this as a total pretext here. Like an asshole. Have you ever heard my favorite Undertale story?
I have not. What is your favorite Undertale story?
Yeah, total bullshit here, right? Thank you, Alex, for playing along with my nonsense. So Toby Fox. So Undertale was only made by 3 people total. Toby Fox, Temmie, who made some of the sprites, and what's his name? I know him. Oh my god, I've like personally talked to the fucking guy.
I only know of Toby and Temmie. I don't know who the third guy is.
There's a third guy, Everdread. Everdread made one thing for it. Everdread made Omega Flowy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, EverDread's a kind of like, if you're like old internet, EverDread's actually kind of infamous person. He does a lot of really insane GIFs, and he has a real weird tendency to embed MP4s inside of animated GIFs. So like, he'll make these weird animated GIFs that are really off-putting, and then if like you download the GIF and rename it to like .mov or .mp4 or .avi, it will like play songs that he made himself. He's an insane dude, like a totally insane old internet like guy. He made Omega Flowy. So 3 people made Undertale. Undertale sold, what was it, like, it was $15 on Steam, and he sold 10-20 million copies in the first 24 hours. And there's a story that sticks with me so strongly, which is like, he is living with his mom, and Undertale releases, and he goes down for breakfast, for family breakfast, and he sits down to breakfast, and his mom says to him, "So now that you've made your game, have you thought about getting a real job?" And like, in the last 12 hours, he has made generational wealth. Like he has ennobled his family. Like, genuinely absurd quantities of money. Yeah, $112 million.
Oh my god, that's insane.
And still getting the like, so when are you gonna get a job from your mom? Undertale's better. Is the part of this that I think is the punchline. Undertale's so good. Undertale is intended to be a 7-part series, and they've only made 2 parts so far. Not Undertale, Deltarune. Deltarune has only had 2 out of 7 parts released so far, so 3 and 4 are supposed to come out on June 6th.
Okay.
So I am really strongly debating between whether I start getting really deep into like the Metal Gear Solid mines or into the like Deltarune mines. So it's like, my brain's like really on it.
I mean, the Deltarune chapters aren't like super long from what I can remember. So you could probably do them in like a couple days at the most.
I do think about that. Yeah, I do think about that. June comes apace.
Because it might be a good, like, you know, if you get too deep into like the snake mines, you might need to take like a break and do something like, you know, Deltarune. That might be a good idea.
That's true. I do try to stick myself to the MGS mines game finished by playing MGS3 and nothing else. Tag Barrel, I actually kind of think that MGS2 is the most important one.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Actually, hold on. I want to know, Alex, how snake pilled are you?
I would say I'm pretty snake pilled. I've played 1, 2, 3. I didn't play 4, but I did play 5 and
okay.
Ground Zeroes.
Okay.
So I would say I'm like reasonably snake pilled.
Okay. I played 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't played outside of that. I do kind of want to play Peace Walker at some point. Because it sounds insane.
There have been some rumors that there may be a Peace Walker remake or something along those lines, but I don't know how true those are.
I don't give a shit. I don't respect remakes. When I played Silent Hill 2 right after the remake came out, and I played the PlayStation version. Fuck you all. I don't respect remakes. The MGS1 remake is a travesty. Tag Barrel Storage has kind of hit it on the nose. I kind of think that the game that Kojima wanted to make was 2. That's kind of my perspective, is that like he always wanted to make 2, but he wasn't ready to make Metal Gear Solid 2 when 1 was made. And then like ever since 2 has been made, they have been dragging him back to the mines and with whips and chains. And that's why Metal Gear Solid 3 has like no continuity that makes any fucking sense at all.
I feel like there's a bit of truth to that, but I also feel like Kojima really does have this like intense obsession and or love for Snake.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you saw like the new Death Stranding 2 trailer,
Mm,
but there is essentially a
no.
guy who basically like is Snake. Like he puts on the bandana like Snake does, and he like stands like Snake does, and it's like, okay, like you're still not over it. Okay.
Deep Almantas lore. You triggered deep Almantas lore. You've triggered a rare Almantas lore event.
Okay.
My older brother has met Kurt Russell.
Really?
And the way that he described it was that he was just kind of like on vacation in LA, and
Mhm.
him and his wife like were sitting at a table with Kurt, like next to Kurt Russell, and they
Mhm.
both just never talked about anything Kurt Russell related, and just like bought rounds and drank with Kurt Russell and had like a very chill time talking with Kurt Russell while never mentioning names or talking about any of Kurt Russell's output,
Mhm.
which is like, that sounds crazy, but is actually extremely in keeping with my older brother, who is a very East Coast Republican kind of guy, who
Mhm.
would be the kind of person who would cherish more the memory of like being chill around a celebrity more than like actually meeting the celebrity. But
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's like but like it does make sense to me. Like I it is hard to think about Kojima without thinking about his bisexuality at this point.
Mhm.
And I don't know how comfortable or uncomfortable you are with this, but like I am kind of uncomfortable with how much he fetishizes white people.
You know, interesting. I've never actually thought about that before. You bring up a very interesting point.
Am I wrong?
I mean, now that I think about it, you're not entirely wrong.
Yeah, like like the extent to which he wants to have sex with Mads Mikkelsen. Like, and I do wonder, because I'm pretty sure his wife is Japanese. So I wonder like how she feels about like looking at his like explanation for what the fuck is going on with Quiet.
Mhm.
Like I wonder if she like feels remotely comfortable with that. But like,
So I'm gonna drop something on you.
yeah.
I am pretty sure he is divorced or at least separated from his wife.
Okay, I did not know this.
And
Um
I don't have like concrete proof of this, but I do have evidence for it.
mm, mm,
So I basically was watching a bunch of interviews with Kojima throughout the years, right, on his
yeah.
various games. And I noticed that up until an interview with around the time of the development of Metal Gear Solid 5, he
Mm-hmm.
was wearing a wedding ring.
Oh, you
But
are
around
paying
the time of like, yeah, I was I was
you're
being really
you
fucking weird.
you are paying attention. You are paying a straight woman attention. You are like really
Listen, I am a Kojima simp, okay? I will fully attest to that.
okay,
But like
okay.
I was like watching him interview with him about like the development of Metal Gear Solid 5, and I was like, am I crazy or is he not wearing his wedding ring? So then I looked at the other interviews and I was like, oh my god. Like he's not wearing his wedding ring anymore. And in every picture I've seen of him since, he is no longer wearing that ring. So, you know, that's my theory.
I can see it. I can see it. I think about this with some frequency, right? Like I
I mean,
think
I think it does make sense because like he is a workaholic.
yeah. Yeah.
And from what I understand, the development of Metal Gear Solid 5 was a very tumultuous, I'm probably saying that wrong, period for him. So I imagine that caused a lot of friction with him and his, you know, wife. And so they probably decided to, you know, because people in Japan don't really get divorced because it's like a little bit of a no-no thing over there. So they're probably at least like, you know, separated at least.
No, this is very coherent to me. Vover and I have rallied, unfortunately. The answer is that I am going to be really bad at puzzles tomorrow. It's the actual answer to this. But this is like entirely coherent to me. I'm just like really struck by the extent to which my I had 3 Japanese teachers.
Mhm.
who like taught me intensively, and the extent to which one of them moved and talked like Kojima is like kind of distressing. And I remember I was not the one bold enough to do this, but one of my fellow students met his wife.
Mm-hmm.
どうして先生を結婚したいましたか?
Oh boy.
Why did you want to marry Sensei?
Mm-hmm.
まあ、可愛っちゃったと思いましただね。Can you translate that? Do you want to try to translate that, Alex?
You can do the honors.
Sure. Well, he was kind of cute, I guess. Like, this guy was so obsessive. Like, I still remember like one of the most demoralizing moments of my life. We're getting deep Almantas lore here. Like, I remember like doing like a spoken exam with this guy, and he was like, "Al-san no nihongo desu ne. Hazukaskatte to omoimasu ne." Do you want to try a translation of that, Alex?
You can do it.
I'll give you another second. I'll give you a try at that one. That one's a rough one.
I don't know how to like precisely like
word
for word translate it.
No, word for word translation fucking sucks. Fuck that. Oh my god.
It's kind of like a way of like saying like, well, all right, you know, yeah, that happened, you know, like, yeah, sure. Like, it's basically just like the way of saying like you suck without actually saying it.
He did say you suck. He said, "Aren't you embarrassed of your Japanese?" like, so no, he was rough. He was a harsh sensei. He was a harsh one. It was a bit of a rude awakening after the other teachers I had.
Yeah, because they're not normally that direct.
No. Like the other Japanese people in the department, like the other Japanese teachers we had in the department, were like, "This guy's pretty fucking extreme. Like this guy's pretty fucking hardcore." So I no, don't worry too much about it. But like that was a pretty intense fucking professor. But anyway, like he reminded me a lot of Kojima in terms of like how he conducted himself and like how he moves through the world. Like this like intensity, this intensity that like I imagine would be difficult to be married to. Was actually all of, like that was a very long walk to get to like. I struggle to imagine what it's like to be married to Hideo Kojima and know that you are third place.
Yeah.
Like you are third place to movies and video games.
Mm-hmm.
And like in terms of like the Japanese developers that have like big personalities and like big on the scene, like any of the Final Fantasy directors, like fucking whatever, man. Like these guys are hacks. And then there's Yoko Taro.
Oh yeah.
Where like
he's just like, nah, fuck it. I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
He just wants to fuck a woman with white hair.
That's so true.
Like that's like he's just a perv. Like, yeah, Yoko Taro is a freak in which is all the cool guys will disappear. Like Yoko Taro is just an A tier perv, and like, I figure if you're Yoko Taro's wife, and I can't tell how much is Yoko Taro just like putting on an act for the front lines, and how much is just like you're Yoko Taro's wife and you just put on a wig. Like just cut your hair short so that you can put on a wig. And like that's kind of like how you resolve this. Like I do wonder how much about that. Do
you think it's kind of like a mask situation where once he puts on the mask, he becomes like a completely different person?
I do think about that actually. I think Emperor's Armpit. Like I am wondering about that. Like how much is this an act versus how much is this like who he is? Like how much is Yoko Taro like putting on this like nihilistic act? Yeah, the Green Goblin shit. How much is he doing Green Goblin shit versus how much is like that's like the Green Goblin is like who he is underneath it, and then it's just like if that's who he is underneath it, it's actually like kind of uncomplicated. It's just like he's a huge perv for women with gray hair. And like that's like a cosplay resolvable situation.
Yeah.
Like that's like not that complicated or difficult. So like maybe his wife either somehow has white/gray hair already, or puts on a wig or whatever, and like that's fine. Or he's just fucking with people. Like I can't tell. I can't tell from my distance, from the distance that I'm at. But in the case of Kojima, like Kojima's like a real freak at a much deeper level.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
I've never really recovered from the like you've played all of them, right? You've played the Metal Gear Solids, like I've
except for 4 and Peace Walker.
Okay, I've only played 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've played 4. 4. I'm not gonna lie. 4 kind of sucks.
Okay.
If I do a Metal Gear Solid playthrough, I genuinely will probably skip 4 just because I don't care. I haven't played Survive. I haven't played Survive. Nagi, you forget that I'm fucking old. I'm fucking old. Why would I fucking play Survive? But like the shit that he said about Quiet. Like that's
you will regret your words and your deeds.
Can you imagine being married to that guy?
Oh my god.
Can you imagine?
That would be insufferable.
Can you imagine, Alex? Oh, Hisoria, thank you for the raid. Hold on, I have to give you the shout out. SO at Hisoria. Hello. You were playing Witchwood. Witchwood sounds delightful. I haven't gotten around to it because I'm a very bad gamer who mostly just does calligraphy. Hello, Hisoria. Hello to MRCRABX10. Hello to the other raiders. Hello. I am Almantas, and today I am joined by the lovely, the wonderful, the most beautiful, my lovely friend, Alex Azarashi.
Hi.
You can tell that
I don't have anything else to say. Just hi.
We are 6 hours in. I am 6 drinks in. I don't know how far Alex is.
I stopped drinking. I'm just chugging on my water.
I'm on second win, so I can probably do like 2 more drinks at this rate.
Okay.
But yes, well, it is lovely. I am having Bell's Two-Hearted. I have stuck to my guns. Alex has been swapping quite a bit. I believe you started on a vodka soda, then a strong zero, then what was the next one?
Soju cocktail.
You do sound pretty sober right now.
I've sobered up, but
the beer is lovely. I love this. We are talking about the relative levels of pervertedness of different Japanese directors. Before I get too deep into that, for the raiders, first of all, for Historia, you are welcome to raid and run. I know that when I raid out, it tends to be because I am tired, hungry, thirsty, or even cold. I have absolutely raided out because I was too cold to keep streaming. So if you need to raid and run, that is extremely welcome. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I mostly do calligraphy streams because I'm a weirdo. I paint minis, I do puzzle games, and I'm currently getting very drunk with my very good friend, Alex Azarashi.
Yeah.
And we are talking about Metal Gear Solid, partially because due to the confluence of it being the year of the snake, and many of my good friends doing Metal Gear Solid streams, I feel a pull, a demand, a drive to do Metal Gear Solid. But I also am competing. It is competing with the pull to do Deltarune. And so we were talking about, we had talked about Deltarune already, so now I'm talking about the sickoness that is Hideo Kojima.
Where would you put Kojima on the sicko meter? Like 1 to 10?
Okay, so I think this is telling on myself about the level of sickos that I know and that I hang out with. And I know that you don't want to get too vulgar on stream, Alex. So I'm going to restrain myself a little. I still would probably say like a 3 or a 4.
Okay.
I think the thing that really stands out to me about Kojima, and I think this is kind of like the question to you, Alex, as token straight woman on the stream here, is that Kojima is clearly a perv for white women.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you were married to an artist who is clearly a perv and could not stop sexualizing women of a completely different ethnic group from you.
Yeah, that would bother me.
Yeah,
that would bother me. I'm not
so.
gonna lie. That would bother me probably a lot.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's kind of important. I think it's kind of an important element here, is that he clearly has a fetish for white people. And I don't think his wife is white. Like, I think it's kind of important here. I kind of feel like his like high tier pervert moments are Quiet and The Boss and Sniper Wolf.
Yeah.
Who are, well, Quiet's brunette.
Mm-hmm.
But Sniper Wolf and The Boss are white women. Are like willowy white women with kind of curly hair. I'm pretty sure Kojima's wife is Japanese.
I'm more than likely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's Japanese. I feel like if you, Alex, were married to a white guy and he made a lot of art that was perving on black women, I think you would feel pretty uncomfortable with that. I think
that would be very uncomfortable.
I think you would kind of struggle with that marriage. I think that would not be like a great one for you.
Yeah.
Anime Boss 21, thank you for the follow on that note. So like it's not surprising to me that his marriage has been somewhat troubled in that respect. Like that's like deeply unsurprising to me. It's like like in that kind of situation, like you, if your wife is is a pervert in the same way as you,
it'd probably be a little bit better, right?
it would help. It would help.
Yeah, it would help.
It would help. But like my most cringe habit as a person is that I read a lot of like relationship advice column stuff.
Okay.
And that's like a super common line of inquiry. It's a super duper common line of inquiry is the like, it's like one I saw very recently was, I used to be dangerously underweight.
Mm-hmm.
And I've gained weight up to a healthy weight.
Mm-hmm.
I saw my boyfriend's porn, and his porn was primarily women who were dangerously underweight.
Ooh, that.
So the columnist, and I think she was correct in pointing this out. The columnist in question was Stoya, by the way. I just find this kind of an interesting one. Stoya used to be a very prolific porn actress who has become a advice columnist. I think she's actually very insightful on this one. So it's part of the reason why I bring this up is like what a person enjoys seeing on a screen and what they enjoy in real life aren't always the same.
Yeah.
And so unless like your sex life has taken a nosedive over that period where you gained weight, it's probably not really an issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like where I land on this. But I also do understand, like, this is a really common source of insecurity for lots, particularly for lots of women, right? In a society where pornography is really, really available, and it's largely the sexualization of women's bodies.
Mm-hmm.
I do understand where, like, that insecurity comes from and, like, why you would feel insecure. And I don't, like, think that they're insane for that. Kara, we're talking about straight sexuality, and we're mostly kind of dunking on Hideo Kojima.
Yeah.
Like, that's the actual abstract point of this, is dunking on Hideo Kojima. That's the actual, like, real philosophical point. But because Kojima clearly has a fetish for white women.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like if you don't notice that Kojima fetishizes white women as inherently more sexually desirable than other ethnicities, you're not paying attention.
Mm.
Like, I feel like that's really obvious, because it's at the level...
I do want to point something out, though.
Yeah, let's go.
And this is probably something you don't know. Okay, this is probably something you don't know.
Sure,
I mean, this probably
Oh.
is not going to, like, change anything about what you're going to say, but I am, as you know, I do follow Kojima on, like, several of his platforms, and one thing that I do see him, like, post often is, like, pictures of his desk. And on his desk, he has this, like, little calendar, right? And he has multiple of these calendars, actually. I've seen multiple of these calendars, where it's basically like I don't know if they're like gravure models, but they're basically just like these models of beautiful Japanese women on his, like, calendars and stuff.
No.
So
that is interesting. That actually does change a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, if you had asked me how he did a calendar, I fully would have said, like, American Sports Illustrated calendars. I fully would have assumed that it was more white women, because like, when I see the types of women that he focuses his sexualization on in his games and his directing, it's really white dominated.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right with that.
Like it's... And it's this I guess is kind of like a like we're getting into like really sociology bullshit here. That he like there's a huge thing here about the sexualization of white women in all cultures.
Mm-hmm.
The areas where I did field work when I was a sociologist, I think the single most common form of advertising I saw was for bleach.
Oh, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. To put it very explicitly, I just want to put it a little bit coyly for Alex, just to make sure Alex didn't feel insulted, because I knew Alex would figure this out. But for the people who are like a little bit like, what the fuck are you talking about? I am talking about skin bleach.
Mm.
That's this kind of skin, which I will be honest, I don't get why people find it super attractive, because like I'm like looking at my veins through it and I'm like, ugh, like this is way too much anatomy knowledge.
Like transparent.
Like it's like way too much anatomy knowledge for me. Like, am I looking at like a medical diagram? But like people, because as a result of hundreds of years of colonialism, some cultures that are not white have a fetishization for paler skin. And so in those cultures, there will be advertisements for ways of making your skin paler. For people who who are looking at the comments and lurking and just kind of hanging out, I hope Beautiful Angel doesn't mind me saying this. Beautiful Angel is Chinese American. So I don't want to presume too much, but I am guessing that Beautiful Angel is reflecting on the ways in which in the New York City Chinatown that is the thing. Carmelo, hello Carmelo. Carmelo, I'm assuming that you're chiming in and saying that's a thing here explicitly because Carmelo is from the Philippines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the thing in the Philippines. Karatsun is Argentinian. And so, like, again, this is like a thing. And I think that Kojima is very much a participant and a proselytizer of the same problem.
Interesting. Okay.
That's kind of where where I'm falling as a, sorry, I'm struggling with the vocabulary here. Straight adjacent man.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm very much a man, and I share certain things in common with Kojima. I'm not Japanese. I'm American, obviously. I'm, again, extremely white. Extremely fucking white. But yeah, hello Kyra. Yeah, Twitch.tuvalu. But yeah, I imagine that being a person who has a different skin tone than this very pink skin tone, this pink translucent skin tone that I have, which I will say the camera is doing me favors for here. I'm looking I'm looking at my OBS and then looking at my hands, and like I'm a little bit more jaundice colors in real life. A little bit more olivey in real life. Yes, absolutely, Karatsun. The fetishization of a culture due to physical appearance. Yes, absolutely. No. Kojima is participating and proselytizing a fetishization of whiteness. And if Kojima has stopped wearing his wedding ring in the last couple of years worth of interviews, that's extremely, that I would be surprised if characters like Quiet and the boss were not factors.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like
Kojima sees a New York hot dog stand and gets a culture boner.
Okay, I did just kind of want to take an aside here to say Alex, because like Alex kind of probably gets this. The question about this is like a money thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when people talk about small business owners in America, because I know a couple, because Tech Priest has said that he's in Australia, which is actually not that economically different. I know Kairu's British, Kara's American, Blue's American. I don't know what other countries people live in. To give it a sense of what happens when you live in a country where the GDP per capita is like $80,000 per year. Kairu said a New York hot dog. How much do people think it costs to operate a hot dog stand in Central Park?
Oh, that's way more expensive than people probably realize.
Yeah, Alex actually probably has a better sense than most people.
I can't really give you like an exact estimate
Yeah,
because I'm not really good with like that kind of stuff.
Here.
But like I could definitely say it's probably going to be way more than people would like anticipate it being.
Yeah, it's so much more than people anticipate it being. It's so much higher. Like people are unprepared for this answer. If you want to be a hot dog cart vendor for a year, the annual cost for Central Park, actually Nagi is the closest. It's about $1 million a year.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's like $1 million USD a year. The amount of money that it costs to just like live in this fucking country. Yeah. No. 1,000 Skeletons. I forget where you live. 1,000 Skeletons. I kind of know where Emperor's Armpits lives, but he's explicitly not disclosed it, so I kind of understand it, but I'm not going to say it out loud. But I think I know where he lives. The issue is that you have to bid for the right to be a hot dog seller there. There's a limited number of licenses. Oh,
really? That I didn't know.
It's a limited number of licenses for Central Park, and so you have to bid on it. And so, like, it's like $1 million a year because of the bidding, and like other people, if you can't make that, other people will. Like that's what's happening there. Yes, I should hire. No, I mean the thing is, like you can't hire enough hitmen. That's the thing, Huggatree. Like you can't hire enough hitmen. Like, no, this is the thing about real estate. The New York real estate market is insane. Is the actual answer here, Huggatree? Like that's the actual answer. The New York real estate market is completely outlandish. There is not an IKEA inside New York. That's the funniest part to me. Like New York. There's zero IKEAs inside New York City.
Yeah, you got no space for that.
No fucking space. The street vendor economy is bussing tonight. Yeah, no, it's fucking wild, man. It's fucking wild out here. We're going crazy here in these United States.
Like, I feel like it would be cheaper to like buy a what is it called when you have like a fast food restaurant, but you're like technically the owner of it, but it's still
franchise.
Like licensed to the franchise. I feel like it'd be cheaper to franchise than to own like a hot dog cart.
Possibly. I don't quite know. The economy is insane for that. I don't want to fuck with them. I feel like I did live in a town that had like substantial organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
And it really taught me to not ask too many questions.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I learned from that. Miss Azarashi.
Mm-hmm.
I need to take a minute or two break.
Okay, I actually need to refill my water bottle.
We need to take a break. We will be back in just a minute. Hold on just a moment, folks. On. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. Hello, Inari. Hello, Inari. I am wonderful. I am wonderful. Hold on, I have to give a shout out.
Why is the fucking Twilight? Okay, there you go.
It went away very quickly. That was the Twilight baby. That was the Twilight baby. Inari. Alex, do you know Inari?
I don't think so, no.
You gotta know Inari. You gotta know Inari. I love Inari. Inari is one of my favorite VTubers of all time. That thing is foul. It's so bad. Inari is Nihonjin no streamer desu ne.
Oh, okay.
Kanseijin desu.
Ah, なるほど、なるほど。
それならカラオケが大好きの人ですね。It's the gremlin that lives in people's walls. She does karaoke streams, and they are some of my favorite streams on all of twitch.tv because she has a bunch of okay, I'm sorry, I have to apologize here because one, I love Inari's karaoke streams, and I am going to apologize for this because Inari is a variety streamer. She's extremely intelligent. I had her on for a very wonderful discussion in December about Japanese feminism. She is incredibly insightful. Her actual master's is in Hawaiian studies.
Oh, okay.
She speaks, her native language is Japanese. Her second language is Hawaiian.
Oh, wow.
She rocks. She is incredibly intelligent. She's incredibly funny. She's incredibly interesting. And she does not want to simply be known as a singer. But when she does singing streams, she has a bunch of voice redeems. And so if you redeem voice redeems like speak in Nyaz, she will follow through. She will do an entire song in Nyaz.
Oh, that's great.
She did all of Cruel Angel's Thesis in Nyaz.
Oh, that's great. I love
It's
that.
so good. It's so good. Nya, 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 nya. It's so good. It's so good. She'll do a Neko arc voice.
Oh, that's a good one.
And she did that through the entirety. Not entirety, actually. She did that while doing Perfect. But she would alternate lines between the whiny nya voice and like her normal voice. It's incredible. I love it. And Tech Priest, I don't really like singing very much. My rule right now about singing is that if and when I get partner, I will do Party Time by the Northern Boys.
Oh, okay.
Love that song. Love that song. Yes, you see Strong Zero. That's what Alex has been drinking.
Yeah, straight from Japan. My friend brought me Strong Zero. I love that shit.
She loves that shit. She loves that shit. She loves that shit. No, Inari is one of my favorite streamers. Like I get so excited whenever I see Inari go live. And I think I missed you earlier today because I streamed through the entire time you were streaming Repo. I hope you were having a lovely time. And if you don't know Alex Inari, you should know Alex. Alex is my #1 collab partner.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Triple distill vodka you brewed yourself. What the fuck, Tech Priest? I'm sorry. What the fuck? You're brewing? You're not just distilling the vodka. You're brewing. You're starting from the fucking potatoes. You're starting from the potatoes and yeast, and you are distilling all the way from there. That's fucked. That's so much
crazy.
work.
That's crazy.
It's so much work. I know so few people who go from brewing to distilling. Like, everybody I know who distills, like, buys pre-brewed. You are a maniac, Tech Priest. Tech Priest, I don't, you don't need to answer. You can tell me fuck off. Legitimately, you can just say fuck off if you don't want to answer. Where the fuck do you live? Because, like, I'm American. And, like, the Americans I know who distill their shit, like, they don't both brew and distill. They don't both ferment and distill. Like those are different people. This feels so Eastern fucking European to me. South Australia. You did mention Australia before. You did mention Australia before. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm just thick as a brick. I did not. I forgot that. I apologize. You did mention that. Though I will not lie, my understanding of Australian geography is weak. You did say you're Greek. Hellenes. Tech Priest. Actually, this is a proposal to everybody, including Alex. I highly recommend the anime Beisatsu Olympia Kiklos.
Never heard of that one before.
It's an insane one. It's an absurd option. It is an anime about a man who lived in a small town in ancient Greece who is a coward, a failure, a total boy failure of ancient Greek values.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets... He is told to come up with a way to get his town out of total destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And Zeus time travels him forward to 1960s Japan.
Oh, okay.
And he learns things about 1960s Japan that he brings back to ancient Greece.
Mm-hmm.
And he reinvents the Olympics based off of 1960s Japanese understandings of what the Olympics was about. It has a completely insane animation style where the ancient Greeks are all claymation.
Oh, okay.
And the 1960s Japanese people are, I don't know the phrasing for this, but like the old Japanese style of animation, like pre-80s, like well pre-80s, beautiful.
Ooh.
Where it's like
before Tezuka, right?
Like the level of animation that like you could hold in a bicycle and like ride from town to town and like do it via flashcards.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know what that's called.
It's like crude. It's very crude. I used to know the name for this. And yeah, go to ancient Greece with the learned cat boys. And every episode ends with a song that is actually a really good explanation of ancient Greek cultural elements. Like, what is a polis? And what is the black brew? And how do ancient Greek people wipe their butts? The answer to that one sucks, by the way.
Okay.
But
I'll take your word for it.
No, fascinating, weird anime. Fascinatingly weird anime. No. The Xylospongus is Rome. That's Rome, Tech Priest. That's Rome. And this is like true, like, I am such a fucking old dude element here. I read so much fucking ancient Roman history, man.
Oh, so you're the one who they're talking about when they say like, oh yeah, the guys are always thinking about like ancient Roman history.
Constantly. I'm surprised that people said it was once a day. Because that seems so few. Like we build our civic structures built on Roman imperial buildings. It feels like constant. It feels. And the thing is, like I didn't used to be an ancient Rome guy. I'm like an ancient Chinese history guy. Like I had an entire thing because we started stream later than I usually do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I usually start at like a couple hours earlier. I had to get my fix by talking about ancient Chinese history. Because I know like way more about Chinese history, but like I've become like a Rome guy in my old age. Like when I was actually studying as like in a technical sense and like a serious sense, I was way more studying China and India. But who doesn't want to think of the glory of? I mean, Pharaoh Nines. Okay, hold on, Pharaoh Nines. First of all, I know you, and so I'm staggered by the fact that I am struck like lightning by this being your first chat in my channel. So that did hit me. I know that you are a Mabel fan. I know that you're from the rafters. No, it's not the glory of Rome. It's so much more complicated. It's so much more complicated. Actually, Tech Priest, please go on. I want to know about how Australia is the successor to Rome. Like, I actually, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because, like, yeah, the mess of Rome. That's a much better way to put it. Emperor's Armpits knows me way too fucking well. Emperor's Armpits has been following me for like 4 years at this point, so like he knows me way too fucking well. It's disastrous. It's a catastrophe. I don't know. Do you have chatters like that?
Not as long as you have, but I definitely have a few like, OG chatters, right?
Yeah, like the OG chatters. It's like, oh god, like what do they fucking know about me at this point? Like, what have I revealed about myself to this person? No. The traditional thing about Rome is that like, if you're like super white, Rome ends in like 470-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you're a historian, Rome ends in 1453.
Okay.
And then if you're a historian, but you're also a troll, it ends in 1922. That's the troll date, and I like that one. I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty down with that. But then there's a bunch of like psychopathic options.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of psycho options. So like to be the historian here, right? Like, so we stopped getting any sort of like reasonable communications from Kara. You are completely correct. This is me dissociating and talking about Rome. You're like 100% accurate. like at this point we are getting into the point where Alex is tolerating her drunk uncle. That's where we're at. So 476 is like when the Senate stops putting out anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so the thing is that like if you're a historian, this feels stupid because all of the administrative stuff of Rome had already moved over to Constantinople like 100 plus years prior. And so like the stuff that's happening in the Roman Empire doesn't in any reasonable way stop until 1453 when Constantinople falls to the Turks.
Mm-hmm.
And so that feels like a reasonable end date to the average historian, as 1000 Skeletons puts it. But the thing is that who do they get conquered by? And I think only Kairu and a couple of other Paradox gamers give a shit about this. I really expect that you don't give a shit about this at all, Alex. I'm extremely bogarting. You are just tolerating me at this point. So Constantinople is ruled by the Eastern Roman Empire in 1453. And then it gets conquered by the Ottoman Empire, the Osmans. So the Ottoman Empire, another name for it is the Sultanate of Rum.
Okay.
And the Sultan Rum is just a Turkish pronunciation of Rome. They took the
Okay.
name of Rome. They are the Roman Empire before they took Constantinople, and they never took the actual city of Rome. And so the Sultan of Rome takes over the city of Constantinople in 1453, and they only stopped being the Sultan of Rome in 1922.
Mm. Oh, okay.
So there's a Muslim Roman Empire well into the 1920s.
Interesting. Okay.
Which I'm not going to lie, I think about constantly, in no small part for the totally ridiculous reason that I brought up at the start of stream. That I come from a family of Cubs fans. And the Cubs won the World Series in 2016.
Okay.
But the previous time they had won the World Series, the Ottoman Empire still existed.
Okay, I was wondering where you were going with that.
It's an insane direction. It's so stupid. You've gotten me completely wasted, Alex.
I don't even. What are you, like 6, 7 beers in?
This is 7. This is 7.
Gone off the rails, man. Oh my god.
I love you, buddy.
You're gonna regret that tomorrow.
Probably. People were commenting on how fast I was solving puzzles in Talos Principle last time I streamed it, and I'm like, I don't think that's gonna happen tomorrow. I don't think that's happening tomorrow. I don't think you're gonna get good puzzle solving tomorrow. Not even the hydrate got all this sloshed. I have to examine. I'm sorry, Emperor's Armpits. I know that you are you are saving up for the next one, but are you familiar with my hydrate redeem, Alex?
I'm not. I didn't even know you had a hydrate redeem.
I have a hydrate redeem. It's 99,999 points.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I put that up there because I thought it was funny because I had a end the stream redeem at 100,000 points. And I thought it was funny to have it be one less to be hydrated, which is such a common redeem. Because I drink a lot of water during my redeems. Thank you, Carmelo, for the sock. I am shocked that nobody has done small for seeing what Alex looks like when she gets squished. But anyway, I had the hydrate up, and I've only one person has redeemed it. Emperor's Armpits got up to redeem it. I removed the 100,000 points for, yeah, we're small, we're squished, we're smooshed.
Oh, there we go.
I love this one. It's really good. The sock is so good. The small is so good. I mostly like to appreciate that this is because it is a what do you call it? An OBS side redeem. It still applies to other people who are in collabs with me. I really appreciate that. But the when I did, so I made it so that the joke was there was 100,000 points to end the streams, and then just one. Zanjo, thank you for the 5 gift subs. The gift subs to Nozomi Akimoto.
VT gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you for the gift subs to Nozomi, Nesbit, Ogus, Erebusful, and Thy Heavenly Mothfather. Thank you. I hope that the 5 of you all enjoy your tanks and your dances. Never forget the spaghetti. Have I eaten? I mean, Alex had spaghetti before stream. I did not have spaghetti before stream. I do have spaghetti. I can talk about spaghetti, but I want to finish this thought. Not the hype train. Not the hype train. Pharaoh 9th, I can't believe that is what got you to follow me after months of seeing me in Maple's chat. and talking to me. You asshole. But so oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Inari.
Inori Raid, you gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Inari. Thank you for the gift subs to Funji Fe and Pato Kato and Mimicry and Madame _ Peaches and Sorbet Owl and Eversona, who I know, and Cronus of a Soul and Mew Gay O and Shark K38 and Thomologist. I know Thomologist. Inari, thank you for the gift subs to Zanya. What? I guess I gotta get drunk more often. Inari, you are such a beautiful soul. I love you very much. Thank you, Inari. Yeah, thank you. Enjoy your tanks and enjoy your dances. I love that fucking dance emote so much. But yeah, on the, I'm sorry, I was going on about ancient Rome, and I can't fucking stop. I got to get up my ancient Rome thoughts. So
Yeah, get it out of your system. Get it out.
Gotta get out of my fucking system, or I'll not be able to stop. The ancient, so Rome, as to avoid getting too complicated about ancient Roman history, the Republic. Vex, thank you for the gift sub to Emperor's Armpit. I'm sure he appreciates that. I'm sure he appreciates being able to make me dance. And sock. And other things. Emperor's Armpits is one of my 2 longest standing followers. So I get kind of like verklempt about this, that Emperor's Armpits and Isul have followed me since before I was Almantas.
Oh, okay.
Like Isul was hanging out in like a Discord hangout while we were playing Monster Hunter yesterday, and it's just like it's a little bit on my mind. It's like these guys have hung out since like I did like 100 hours of Victoria 3 in a week. So like I have a real appreciation for these motherfuckers who put up with me doing the dumb stupid type of stream, the worst type of stream. So the Roman Empire. The Senate stops putting out stuff in 476. And so for people who are focused on like France and Britain and stuff, that's when the Roman Empire ends. But the Roman Empire very clearly continues into at least into the 1400s. And 1453 is like a really big breakpoint because that's the siege of Constantinople, when Solomon the Magnificent crushes the Komnenos dynasty and conquers Constantinople, the most superlative of European fortresses, by like a lot. Like when you look at like castles, it's like incomparable to like what Constantinople was like in 1453. So it's such a radical difference. And then the question is like, why? Because we've been talking a little bit about these cross-cultural things here. Me and Alex have been talking about a bit about this. So why is the transition from paganism, from worshiping Mars and Jupiter and Saturn to Christ? Why is that not the end of the Roman Empire, but the transition from the Roman Catholic Church to Sunni Islam? Why is that a different thing? Why is it a different category? And so, like I said, that's the troll answer. The troll answer is the Roman Empire ended in 1922.
I see. Okay.
And like I said, like somebody brought up earlier, Tech Priest brought up the insane option of like Australia is a successor to Rome.
That's a really good troll answer. I like.
That's a good troll answer. That's a good troll answer. And the Ottoman Empire as a successor to Rome is like barely a troll answer. That's barely a troll answer. The Romanov dynasty of ancient Rome is a troll answer. But that actually ends before the Sultanate of Rome, so it doesn't usually count. Nobody really cares about 1918 as the end of the Roman Empire. That's bullshit. Who gives a shit? Fuck off, Romanovs. Get fucked, losers. Anastasia, total fucking loser-ass movie. I'm being so mean to a teenage girl who got murdered.
I was like, damn, where's this vitriol coming from? My God.
I totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. This is a total America moment, hyper America moment here. If you are in the United States, which if you are not already in the United States, I really recommend against. Just like I have to be a responsible streamer and say like you have better options. But if you are already in the United States, probably our single best tourist spot is Asheville, North Carolina.
Interesting. Okay, let's hear your reasoning.
Have you ever been to Asheville?
No.
Okay, Asheville rocks. Asheville is somehow more Brooklyn than Brooklyn.
Okay.
I say as a person who lives in Brooklyn. I literally fucking live in Brooklyn. Asheville actually has more trans people than Brooklyn. Which
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And they have the Pinball Museum, which is a radical understatement of what is happening. The Pinball Museum of Asheville, North Carolina. If you are a gamer, which I'm taking a liberty here by assuming that people who are hanging out here on twitch.tv are gamers. Excuse me.
Oh,
that was
hold on a sec. My headset just lost power. Let me switch over my speakers to my speakers so I can hear you. Give me just a sec here.
All right, Alex.
Let's see. Wait, why was that my output device? What the hell? Okay, hold on.
Audio is a nightmare, folks.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, that's loud.
I am literally only on Windows because of audio. I would literally be on Linux if it wasn't for audio. Like audio is a nightmare. Audio is such a hell. Where I was going with this was that hold on, where the fuck was I going with this? So I need writing because I'm reading what Tech Brief said and it's like overwhelming me. Alex, the Pinball Museum. Thank you, Blue. Beautiful. Yeah, no, the sock Tech Priest. The sock is a sock and almond are 10 minutes. Sock, almond, tall, and small are all 10 minutes each. Tall and small block each other, and almond and sock block each other, but tall doesn't block sock, etc., etc. Yeah, the fucking Pinball Museum in Asheville. I got to play Don Bluth's Dragon's Lair and Space Ace.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know how much that occurs to people, how insane that is. These are arcade machines that, again, Don Bluth, the guy who animated Anastasia and The Secrets of NIMH, he made video games.
Mm-hmm.
They are video games that are animated at the quality of Anastasia and The Secret of NIMH.
Mm-hmm.
And he made them in the 80s. And if you go to Asheville, you can play those.
I see.
And the price is a cover charge.
Oh, okay.
It's not very expensive. The hard part is getting to Asheville. Like, it's an insane experience to get to play like you are playing those and you get to see them in the context of the other games that came out at the same time period of the 80s. Like you're playing them next to like Lancer and like this weird ass World War II shmup and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about like real old shit.
Yeah, no, this is 80s. This is early 80s. The thing that is really remarkable about them as games is that they're really beautifully animated. Like again, like these look like The Secret of Nim. As video games, they suck. They fucking suck. They are not good. They're just QTEs. It's just QTEs. That's all. That's the only gameplay. It's just QTEs. They suck. Like they're not good. Alex, do you need to get going?
Yeah, I'm starting to get like a pretty bad headache, so I think it's time for me to head to bed.
Yeah, I could hear that. There's a part of me that's wondering if I should keep this open and see if somebody else wants to join me. Because I can see Nagi, you should fucking be asleep by like multiple hours. What the fuck are you doing awake? But I think we can end.
Yeah.
First of all, hold on. Let me do the most important part. Let me do the most important part of this whole thing. Shout out. I spelled shout out wrong. There's 2 Alexes in the fucking chat. Alex, please plug yourself.
Oh, yeah, okay. I actually I don't have anything coming up right now. I don't know when my next stream is going to be. I kind of have to deal with some stuff in the background before I really feel like I can come back to stream. But shoot me a follow if you want to see me stream whenever that will be.
Okay, hold on. No, I'm going to be an asshole here. Alex is wonderful. Alex is incredibly insightful and funny and interesting. Alex, I remember a particular conversation with you here, and I know that I'm not supposed to reveal a certain amount of behind-the-scenes bullshit here, but this one I feel is important. That I remember a conversation where Alex told me that her chat finds it calming when she molds.
Oh, yeah.
Alex is an amazing streamer. Alex is my #1 collab partner of them all. I am sorry, Nagi. I am pretty sure Alex is ahead of you by like 2 to 1. Like I think I'm like 15 or 20 collabs with Alex at this point. And as much as I know people find it funny to watch. Most people, I know Alex doesn't actually. Most people find it funny to watch me die randomly in Dark Souls and crack up about it. I know that you find that incredibly annoying, but I know that Alex's community loves watching her mauled because Alex is a person who is incredibly in control of her emotions and her feelings. And when Alex is upset and cranky and angry, there's a weird sense that you are watching somebody who is actually in their element and is in control, and the fact that they're upset is actually a sign that something is right with the world.
Interesting. I've never heard anyone say that about me before. Okay.
I am largely reflecting what you've said to me.
Okay.
Love you, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for being here, for joining me, for getting really fucking drunk with me.
It was fun. We should do this again sometime.
I love this. This was delightful. I have had an amazing time. Everybody, please, if you like me, it is extremely realistic that you will like Alex as well. Because we're both very chill streamers. I don't know what else to say about the two of us.
Yeah.
Check her out. She's a cool seal girl. I like you a lot. Thank you, Alex, for stopping by.
Anytime, anytime.
Love you, bud. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna keep going for a minute. So
Oh, you're gonna keep going. Okay, okay.
I'm probably gonna keep going. So please have a good night.
All right, all right. Talk to you later. Have a good night. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Oh, there she goes. I guess she's still in the VTS. All right. Yeah, she left her drink. She left her drink. I can take that away. I can take away the strong zero. I can take away the strong zero. Goodbye, strong zero. I do want to remove strong zero. There we go, OBS. There we go, OBS. Not gonna lie, part of that is just that, like, I literally don't have any raid targets. Literally no raid targets. There, more of the people that I would raid are in my chat right now than are live. If Inari or Vex or Nagi were live, I would probably raid any of them. I am going to throw a feeding frenzy right now. Feeding frenzy. Feeding frenzy. I want to be up for another hour or two. Folks, if you are a VTuber friend of mine, feeding frenzy, DM me. I need to piss. DM me, whoever gets to me in the next couple of minutes. You get to keep the collab going. Because I want to keep the collab going. Because I'm very drunk and I just want to hang out with folks. I just want to hang out with folks. So I'm going to put on the fan gallery while I use the bathroom. So if I get DMs from folks, I will keep going. I can see 3 of you, if not more, in my current viewers who I will absolutely do. Yeah, I'm such an extrovert. I am such an extrovert. I love this. I love this, folks. I love this. I fucking love hanging out with folks. So, if you are up to tolerate me being drunk on stream with you, I will be back in a few minutes. Give me a moment. I am back. I'm back. Oh, there's Esme again. Good lord. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Fucking. Hold on a second. Wande, I am quite drunk. I am quite drunk. I am quite drunk. Alex had to go to bed. Just gonna spam Alex's DMs a little bit. A tad slash. No. Drunk is the right word. Drunk is the right word. Vex. Hello Zuckin. Vex, I am too hopped up on extroversion juice to go to bed. Also, I went to bed at if I went to bed right now, I'd have been up for like barely 12 hours. That's not like a good recipe for fixing my sleep schedule. It's not like a good one. Zuckin, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. There are some folks who I would be happy to. I'm willing to take calls at this point. If somebody wants to DM me, I know. Yeah, Big Zuck. Vex, I would have you on. Like, if you want to come on. I'll take a few moments, but yeah, no. This is Drunk Al. You are seeing Drunk Al. You posted the vodka setup in your Discord. Oh no. I'm not gonna check that out until afterwards. I have one more beer. Yeah, all the month. Al de manto. I do cook with creme de menthe with some frequency, but I haven't in a moment. You're in bed and you ran out of alcohol. Kata, that is so tragic. Oh, looks like I got Nagi.
Hello.
Hold on. Nagi Nagarunski, you are not coming. I need to change the Discord audio source because you can't make Discord audio sources just like abstract.
I swear to God, I told you how to do that. You didn't fucking do it.
I didn't. Nagi, there we go. Hold on. Nagi, speak.
Hello.
There's Nagi. Hold
Hello.
on. I need to adjust down a little bit because Alex is like way quieter than you, so like you are blowing it the fuck out. It's the Nagi.
Here's me.
I'm turning on your Fugi, but if you want to be on the...
I can be. It's possible. It's theoretically possible.
Let me change the stream info to at Nagi. There we go. Nagi and I are solving the world's problems with beer.
Dude, I'm not gonna drink no beer. Dude, I have like no alcohol. I'm punished, Snake. I'm punished.
How do you not? I'm sorry. I'm going insane. How do you not have a Fugi? What the fuck is going? What is going on here?
Can't anymore. It had to be cuts and the budget cut.
Okay, hold on. If we're going to do, let's do the VTS thing, but you host. You got to host.
Where do I go to host?
Because it gave me problems earlier, and I don't know. That's how it goes.
Okay.
Let me know when you host. Let me know when you host. Because for some reason your Fugi isn't showing up. I'm going insane. She was punished from the Benadryl and staying up too late to stream at 4 a.m. It's so true. It's so true. And hello Gamma. Hello Gamma. I like beer.
Whatever.
I'm a beer guy.
Here's a password. The password.
Your
Okay,
password is
add-
substantially more secure than mine.
Okay, and add Mantdial and host.
Okay, let me. Wait, hold on a fucking second. Hold on a fucking second. Sorry, I'm swearing way too much. I'm trying to swear less. I have support Snick. You're not support.
No, you
Snick.
gotta. Yeah,
You're Nagi.
that's not good enough. You gotta have my other Steam.
I have Nagi.
Yeah, I'll add you from the other. Yeah, okay. You should. It's that one.
Nagi is not in VTube Studio.
Why not?
That's a you problem, man.
I don't know. Here, I'll. Here, maybe it's this.
No, like you're just like not. It's not that. It's not that. That's not the problem. I'm looking at VTube Studio and it says you're not. Let me try it directly through VTube Studio because VTube Studio is insane. Chat, I cannot convey to you how absolutely ludicrous it is how VTube Studio works. Hold on, is it the first password or the second password?
No, the second one is the account name.
Yeah, but what's the password used?
The first one.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. So you have 3 passwords? You have 3 accounts?
No, I have 2 accounts, but one of them actually has a nickname.
But one of them is so I've got support Snick and Nagi.
Yes.
Neither of those are the real one. There's a secret one.
There's a secret one. There is a secret one. Here, I'll add. No, wait, but I have you as a friend in the secret one.
What is happening?
It should just be. It should just be Nagi.
Okay, I have that one, but you're not in VTube Studio.
Why not?
I don't know. You're the one who's in charge here.
Why not?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna. I cannot emphasize to you enough. Chat, how complicated VTS is on the back end. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to join this with the password you gave me. Disconnected. That's the
Wrong
one that just
password.
I copy and pasted the one that you sent to me.
But it's wrong. You gotta do it better.
Do it better. Give it to me better.
Here, give me a second. Don't worry.
Folks, I
try,
cannot.
Try again. Try again.
Same password?
Yeah.
Disconnected.
Which password are you using?
The one that you copy and pasted into our chat.
The first one, right? That ends in a number.
Yeah, not that one. The one that
Yeah, I was copy and pasted it, so I don't know.
It's fucking.
Good job.
This fucking. I'm gonna try it with the one. Hold on. I'm just gonna try it. No, you can't. Literally an illegal password.
You give me a password then.
I'll give you the password.
No,
that I
I'll
like
put
the
it
most.
in. I'll put it in.
This is my favorite password to use for VTS.
Oh, good.
Because I don't respect VTS.
You clearly don't.
I clearly don't. Are you hosting? Let me know if you're hosting.
Okay, it's hosted.
I'll give it 5 seconds. That worked. That worked. It clearly is a sign that you need to have less secure passwords. That's the lesson that I learned.
Oh my god.
That's what I've learned. That's what I've learned. It is not. No. It hears me bad mouthing it and it respects it. That's what has happened here. It hears me bad mouthing it and has respected that I do not respect it. We are waiting for the Nagi to apparate.
Bro, let me tell you, I'm like operating on like next level sleep problems.
Hell yeah.
Like on my last stream, I made the mistake of taking 2 Benadryl, and that took me out. And the next day, I wasn't a fully functioning person. That was terrible when that happened. I hated it. And
I am like actually deeply afraid of touching sleep medication. I had for a while. Oh, there's the snake. The snake has loaded in.
Yeah.
The snake has loaded in.
It's me. It do be me.
It do be her. It do be her. Hold on. I have to. We are late and we are drunk. So we are past the point where most of my.
So the real truth is that I'll probably have to go to bed here after you are done, and then I have to wake up, and then I have to stream, and I hate everything. I thought I wasn't gonna do it like this, but now I'm gonna do it like this again.
Because you are a kind soul. This is the actual snake secret that like she's really trying to hide from you. So she's actually really nice.
What does that have to do with anything? What?
It just has to do with like there are snake viewers here, and they want to know the snake esoterica, and this is the snake esoterica.
The snake esotericas. The last few days I've been fucking suffering, bro. Everything hurts. I don't know. It's probably an autoimmune issue flare-up that I have here. It's pretty, like, I don't know. It's just, oh my god, bro.
So I cannot answer the autoimmune shit. Like that's outside of my purview. So I have a deep Magfest lore story.
Ugh.
Right? Deep
That's
Magfest.
so long ago. I don't even remember that. What even happened at Magfest?
Not even like 2 months ago, you jackass. Fucking asshole.
It's fucking ancient shit, dude. Who knows anything about Magfest?
The part that hits me, that I'm like thinking about quite a bit, is like Nuna and Florp. Nuna and Floop. I think they look pretty similar. I can understand somebody thinking they look like siblings.
Do I know them?
You definitely met Nuna. I don't know if you met Floop. And Nuna was like, that's fucking racist. Because they're both Korean. And I was like, I don't know about that, man. And the part where like I'm stuck on there is like so Nuna and Floop are both Korean. They're both Korean guys who are about the same height. They have similar accents. They have similar speaking patterns. They have similar walking patterns. And Nuna's just like, that's fucking racist to think the two of us look similar. Thing is like 2 different people thought me and you were siblings.
What the fuck? Like, what
I'm not even that bothered by that. You look more similar to me than my brothers look to me. So like I'm not that bothered by that.
What?
My brothers are blonde. So like I'm just like, I think you're overestimating how much siblings look alike.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna text you something.
I mean, I have 2 brothers. they're pretty similar. They're kind of similar, you know? Kind of. You can see it. Maybe. Yeah. I don't think my brother and I look anything alike. Well, I don't know. It depends mostly because... So, me and my brothers, we all kind of look like our mom. Right? Like, sometimes you get two siblings and one looks more like the dad and one looks more like the mom.
That's what happened in my family, where like my I got one brother who looks like my dad and I look like my mom, and then my older brother looks like a Hollywood star for some random fucking reason.
God damn it.
It's actually infuriating. It's like oh, okay, there's like the brothers Almantas, and then they're like, oh yeah, and there's the hot one. It's like, yeah, we just kind of like all have to acknowledge it. Like that's the hot one. When like sibling resemblance is like weird, right? It's like it's not just like, do you look like them? It's also like, do you like walk like them and stuff like that?
No, I totally don't. 100% I don't. I almost never had much to do with my brothers. Like
you had such a different relationship with your brothers.
Maybe when we were very young, right? But basically, as soon as there were any social politics with other children, my brothers immediately betrayed me at every opportunity.
Oh no.
And it never stopped. It never stops to this day. So I don't talk to them anymore. I can't. No.
No, that's so brutal. That's so brutal.
They're betrayers. Yeah, they're betrayers.
The betrayers.
I don't know what they do this.
The treason. The treasonous brothers. Oh my god, it's so different. Like I've got one brother who's like 5+ years older than me. Like way older than me. And then I've got a younger brother who's an Irish twin. Like and like the Irish twin brother, like Nagi has met me in person. Nagi knows what I look like. Okay, so think about what
he looks just exactly like the model.
Yeah, No, they know.
Yeah, no, it's real. They
know the deal. They know the deal. They know that I have wandered into my hand cam, so they have seen the beard. Like
it's real.
The beard is fucking real, man. Like the beard. I'm so shocked by how undersold the beard is. How like restrained the beard is on my model. No. I have a brother who is 5 inches taller than me and cannot grow facial hair.
Lol.
Like, lol. Also, he looks like a baby.
Little baby man.
He looks like a baby. He looks like a baby.
Little baby man.
He looks like a baby. He looks like a giant baby. He looks like a he looks like a really distressing Warhammer 40k model.
Look at them in chat salivating over the fact that I could be short.
You could.
Everybody does this. Everybody does this.
No, this is the thing that drives me insane.
But the truth is, I'm not actually short. That's the point. I'm actually really tall.
No, it's like I cannot emphasize. Okay, I am Nagi. You got to shut the fuck up about what I'm about to say.
I want to shut up.
Having met Nagi in person, Nagi is fucking gorgeous.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
See, I told you to shut the fuck up, and she couldn't even handle one sentence.
Okay.
One sentence. One sentence of a reasonable description.
Okay. I'll shut up. You tell me when I can speak again.
No. Kairu, Nagi is the exact opposite of what you're imagining. Nagi has statue energy. Nagi has Sumerian god priestess energy. Nagi walks into a room and every other person in the room pays attention immediately. It is crazy. It is like, I genuinely struggle to describe what the fuck is happening with Nagi. Nagi looks like the kind of person that drives artists insane. Like, she has whatever the, like, it's not even tall energy. It's like the opposite of tiny energy. It's so bizarre. Like, it's something else entirely. I'm not even simping. It's just like, it's just like I was like hanging out in the board gaming room, and like people were, I was like, when will I see Nagi? Because I was there like a day before Nagi was, and then like they're like, oh, you'll know when Nagi walks in. And the answer was, how do you know when Nagi walks in? It's like everybody turns to her like a radar array. It's fucking crazy, man. Like,
see, the problem that I have
mm-hmm.
is when that happens, because I know that actually happens. Like, I will
does.
say
it fucking does.
And that's not actually like me being like, oh my god, I'm so fucking hot, right? Like, it's the opposite. When that happens, then I'm like, oh no, they know. No, they know. They know I'm a monster.
No, not Nagi. Nagi. I'm sorry. Am I okay to get like turbo personal here?
As long as you don't dox me on stream.
I won't dox you. There are things that you have told me that I'm not allowed to dox, so I will not dox. No. Like Nagi is like. Nagi talks about herself like she thinks she looks like an ogre, and the truth is that she looks like a Greek statue.
I mean, it's like 20% ogre. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it.
Statues. They have like, you know, Shuten Doji energy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand it. Because I don't read enough fucking slop.
I don't know.
I'm not slop maxing hard enough.
You gotta slop max harder. It's very important to do that.
I cannot believe how fast that entered my lexicon.
Dude, I'm obviously probably not the first person that said that, but like, I just came up with that myself, right? So like, it's simultaneous invention.
It's mind breaking.
I'm gonna take 2 more Benadryl so I can go to sleep. My insomnia is otherwise slaying me. I can't survive.
No, scalding Nagi is something else.
You have 20 minutes before I descend into insanity now.
Hell yeah. No, Nagi's something else, buddy. Nagi's fucking wilding out here. Nagi's fucking going crazy.
Get my freak on.
I think I've told you this before, and I'm gonna tell it again on stream, because like the thing about streaming is kind of like a bit of a return to broadcast media where you just repeat yourself all the fucking time.
It is.
You nearly got me to crash the fucking car.
Yeah. When I said, I remember. I don't. Sometimes the shit just comes over me, man. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, the best possible joke you can make, right, is in complete earnestness, right? You just make the stupidest statement possible when they don't expect it. It's so powerful. It's the best thing you can do.
It's mind-boggling. I am like lost and baffled right now. Like, folks, like, so I was one of the few people who was stupid enough to bring a car to MagFest. Aside, don't fucking bring a car to MagFest. That was fucking stupid. What an asinine idea. What a terrible idea. I spent a significant percentage of MagFest looking for parking. Don't fucking do it.
I remember when we were just like trying to find the car and we had to go on a quest at night.
That was good. No, that was after I found a good parking spot. That was after I found no other parking spots were worse.
Did we have to go on a big quest to cross the street and like some
Highway.
kind of
She's
hill,
lying. It was a highway. We had to cross multiple highways.
climbing highways, fucking botanical stuff. I don't know. It was kind of strange, kind of like out
We had to
there.
go on a vision quest to find my fucking car, my fucking PT Cruiser. But the God, fucking Christ, where the fuck was I with this? But I was driving, and right before I left for MagFest, I had done a movie night because not long before MagFest, the most beloved of American directors, David Lynch, had passed away.
He did.
He did. He did. He did, and he did. Rest in peace, most beloved.
Wait, did he make video game too? I think he wrote the script for like some video game.
I can't remember.
Am
if he did.
Am I like Mandela affecting that? I might be Mandela.
You are substantially more sober than me, so it is you who has to look this up.
Bro, I'm on like significant sleep deprivation. Okay, like
You just
I
have
wouldn't be
to
allowed
alt
to
tab.
drive legally.
You just have to alt tab to Firefox or Waterfox and type in David Lynch video game.
It's not Waterfox, it's Sea Monkey. Have you never heard of Sea Monkey?
I gotta figure out some shit because like Firefox has had the AI pill. Dude, did I tell you? Hold on, I'm gonna finish this thought. What fucking Nage did to me? This fucking asshole over here, this fucking dipshit little snake. I was driving her and other people places in Northern Virginia. I am doing it. I am doing tikkun olam. I'm doing good deeds.
No, I'm high. He didn't write any video games.
Tikkun olam is not a video. Tikkun olam as a video game is fucked up. And I am driving. I'm driving around, and I am playing Rammstein because it had just been David Lynch's death. And David Lynch is one of my favorite directors. And in remembrance of David Lynch's death on the Discord server, we had watched The Lost Highway, which is an amazing movie. And for some incredibly fucking funny reason, David Lynch, in the course of the Lost Highway movie, does 4 different needle drops of the song Rammstein by Rammstein. Like Nagi, can you imagine this? Can you just fucking imagine David Lynch going like, "Oh man, these East German guys, they really got something going down here, man. They really know something about music. It's just so beautiful, these East German boys. I can't believe you held these East German boys behind the Iron Curtain. It's so amazing. Listen to this. You just gotta listen to this." Like, you can just imagine that, right?
We all live
Fuck.
in America.
So this is the joke. This is the problem. This motherfucking snake.
America.
The song America comes up on the radio on my playlist, and she goes, "Oh, you like Rammstein?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course I like Rammstein." And she's like, "The song America," which is what's on the radio, and I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "It's about how Europe is turning into America." And I
mean,
nearly crashed the
defend
fucking
myself.
car.
To defend myself, it kinda is. just
Strictly
like,
speaking,
also,
you are accurate.
It's just also, I'm technically correct, which is the best
Technically
kind of
correct.
Yeah, so there you go.
Folks who are not Rammstein nerds. I did Sheepy. I did. This is beer number 6 in my hand right now. Folks, if you don't know about what the song America by Rammstein is about, Coca-Cola Wunderbar, as the lyrics go, the actors that they have paid to be into it are from obviously Germany because they're German, but also Peru, South Africa, and Indonesia. And the fucking snack here is like, it's like, this is about Europe.
Indonesia! This is about Europe!
Indonesia is actually part of Europe. That's what he's fucking about. That's what this fucking snake's about. I mean, tech
I mean,
priest.
seeing how the political situation is going,
Yeah.
maybe
Well,
Canada will join the EU.
No,
Just
no.
for
So. Okay, hold on. No, you. No, not Nagi. You've conscripted yourself. You've volunteered to be on here for like actual fucking politics chat, like a fucking dumbass. For folks who might not know this, I literally edit a economics magazine. Like I literally do like serious economics and politics bullshit for real life. Like fuck you assholes. But cultural imperialism, but like so tech priest, in case anybody's at all missing, so Rammstein is an East German industrial band, and Nagi probably knows this. I don't know if other folks know this. Where does the name Rammstein come from? Why did they name themselves Rammstein?
Because they're like ramming into rocks at high speeds.
Cute. No, it's because there was Rammstein is a U.S. air base in Germany where there was an air disaster that killed several people. It was always.
So I'm technically correct.
Technically correct. It has always, since the foundation of the band, been a statement of the disconcertion, the challenge and the problem of being an East German youth who goes from feeling like you are enslaved to the Soviet Union before you are an adult to entering an adulthood where you feel enslaved to the American Empire. That is what Rammstein has always been about. And I respect Rammstein enormously for this. But no, you motherfuckers have provoked me to talk about American imperialism. Hello, Ginga. What the fuck are you doing?
My favorite, American imperialism.
So like American imperialism.
I love American imperialism. It's so good.
American imperialism is like it's so fucking frustrating to talk about. It's so fucking frustrating to talk about because it's like,
people act like it's not real. They're just like, yeah, but is it really imperialism if you don't do all these things that I have like in my head made up, or like about imperialism? And
well, I mean, this is the problem with like fucking racism is like Kwame talked about neo-colonialism as a realistic. Yeah, Ginga, I'm having
spreading democracy. They like the democracy.
Well, it's not even like it's like this really weird, frustrating situation. I'm speaking from like the fucking imperial last core here, so like feel free to tell me I'm a fucking dipshit here. But like the core of American imperialism is shit like the WHO and the WTO.
The World Health Organization?
Yeah, it's like central to it. Is like the World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization. And so like the key of it is that like the world, like international anarchy fucking sucks. Pre-Westphalian norms are so fucking bad that the US gets to go around and say like, we are offering 10% better than pre-Westphalian catastrophe. And that's actually kind of a good deal, is the issue. That's like the part that's the nightmare about this.
You can buy everything cheap.
Yeah, you can buy everything cheap
this
because
is already fucked up, right?
Like the alternative is so fucked.
Can we get like some resources from the earth?
Yeah,
I would like to get some resources.
Well,
like oil.
Yeah, the alternatives are so fucking bad. Is the thing is like like that's the thing, is like the alternatives to like the US is going around and it's like looking at like, what if we did nothing? What if we just fucked off and didn't give a shit? And the answer is like, what was Europe like in 1500? And the answer is it fucking sucks.
Dude, Europe in the 1500s was like, I just always have to remember the time, right, when the Europeans came over to America and were fighting the Aztec Empire, which people forget. Like they always think like the Aztec Empire, oh wow, this was like some indigenous people that got destroyed. I would say that that's probably one of the most unlikely military victories in history.
Okay, I literally, Naga, I think you missed this, but I literally did 12 hours of lectures on Cortez.
Yeah, so so my opinion on the Cortez stuff is that there's no way that Cortez should have succeeded. That was bullshit. Like he was hacking.
No,
he was hacking.
Cortez is an unusually skillful military leader. Like Niano, this is beer number 7 that I'm pouring right now.
I just think he was hacking.
I don't think he was hacking. I think he hacked into an extraordinarily rare power for a European doing colonialism to hack into, which is
the funny thing is that it seemed like, when you look at the stuff that they wrote back then in Europe, nobody even gave a shit. Everybody was like, what the fuck is he doing? He's like obsessed with this stuff.
No. There are two.
Cortez was a fucking freak,
Cortez. So hold on. I have to go insane here. I have to go insano mode here about Cortez. Because Cortez has driven me insane. My Cortez knowledge has driven me insane. So Cortez starts as a random minor Spanish.
But did you just open another beer?
I'm pouring it right now. I'm waiting for the head to chill down. So Cortez is a lot like Alexander the Great.
I'm gonna cut you off after that one.
I think I'll just like have a migraine after this one.
So don't drink it. What the fuck are you doing?
I already paid for it. So Cortez. Have you seen what the fucking economic news is out of this fucking country, you jackass? like this might be my last beers I get to pay for.
Okay, sure.
Like. So Cortez. This to give a summary of like 12 hours of lectures that I gave, on top of like other things that people have written. Cortez comes to Mexico. And there are a couple of things that happen here that I really feel like have to be emphasized here. Cortez, one, he's in Cuba, and he loads up an army, and while he is putting the army on the ships, a warrant for his arrest arrives. So, like, at that moment, from that moment onward, he is committing crimes. And he's just like, I am going to lie to all of my soldiers about what is going on. Like, we are partying. This is it. We are going. So he gives a speech and it's like, it's time to go. And so he goes to Mexico with a warrant for his arrest by the Spanish crown out on him.
But it was Mexico back then because they didn't pronounce it correctly.
They said Mexico. Mexico.
Yes. Actually, Mexico is named after the Mexicas, right? So
yeah, the Mexica people, the Nahuatl.
Because it's only called Mexico today, Mexico, because they couldn't pronounce it. They couldn't. They're stupid. They couldn't say shh.
But where I'm going with this is, so he lands in the Yucatan, which folks who are geography nerds here, which I don't think that you're an America geography nerd here, Miss Quetzali. I think it's fair
Do
to say.
you not know the part of the Nagi Nagi Deep lore?
I don't know this part.
I lived in Mexico.
What the fuck? Hold on, you gotta tell me about this later. I gotta finish the story, but you gotta tell me about this later. You motherfucker. I've been trying to convince my family to do Mexican vacations for years, and they're not fucking believing me.
Why don't you? You think I just done the plumed serpent finessing, bro? Like, what the fuck?
I'm not, the things I think about you, I'm not allowed to say because they'd be fucking doxing you, jackass. You fucking asshole. So he lands in the Yucatan and he fights against some Maya. Because if you are if you're a geography nerd, you might know that the Mexica and Nahua peoples do not live in the Yucatan, and so he
fights.
Do not.
It's the Mayans, actually.
It's the Mayans, and so he fights against the Mayans, and he wins a 1-80 victory.
And they suck that they don't believe in Quetzalcoatl.
But the thing that's important about this, the reason why I emphasize this, is that 4 years prior, other Spanish generals had fought the Maya and had lost 1-80.
Yeah, because the Maya were also freaks.
The Maya were also freaks, and the Maya, when they first fought the Spanish, were not familiar with horses. They were not familiar with guns. They did know about horses. They did know about guns when they fought Cortez, and Cortez won overwhelmingly. And then Cortez goes and hangs out with various Noaha and other Central Mexican ethnic groups, and they all look at this guy. They all look at Cortez and they're like,
what's your opinion on the betrayers of Mexico?
This is complicated. Because my freshman roommate was actually from one of those ethnic groups.
Dude, to this day in fucking Mexico,
it's a big thing. It's a big fucking thing.
There are people, right, that are there that are like, but we're really Mexican, okay? We're not traitors. We're actually.
It's so complicated. It's so fucking complicated, folks. It's so fucking complicated. So
there used to be several ethnic groups back then. That the
20. She's several. We mean 20. It's a lot.
Yeah, so the empire, the Azteca Empire was pretty fucked up, right? So
it sucked. It sucked.
Basically, one of the things that they like to do is sacrificing people. And to sacrifice more people, what they did is that they kept ongoing war with several ethnic groups that they could have easily won, right?
Yeah.
But they didn't. They actually kept this conflict perpetually going so that these people would basically replenish, and then they could farm them for sacrifices by raiding their village.
And the part that
fucked up.
So a part that drives me kind of nuts about this is that if you are a European guy, if you're a Europe nerd, the things that are going on in Mexico,
it's pretty raw, bro.
It's raw, but it's also what was going on in Greece around 500 BC. This is the same shit that the Spartans and the Corinthians and the Athenians were going through. It's the same shit.
What I wanted to say originally, though, is that there's a lot of stuff that you get from the writings of the Azteca people about the Europeans coming in, and there is such gems as they smell worse than their horses. You can smell them long before you see them on the battlefield. It's I don't know. I'm just saying the Europeans, they didn't understand hygiene back then.
They didn't. But I do think it's really worth emphasizing that
I have a question, actually, for historical purposes. Was this before, or when the hell did Paracelsus exist? Which was Paracelsus. When did he exist?
I may need to spell you out. I'm sorry, my hearing.
Paracelsus. The most alchemical man, a big revolutionizer of medicine in Europe, fucking absolute mad lad who pretended to be a doctor, and by complete accident.
I'm sorry. Our sexy cat boy might have to be the answer here. 16th century.
Okay, so Paracelsus was a guy. He pretended to be a theoretical doctor, and it's basically confirmed that he was faking all his credentials. Like the university that he said he attended never knew that he existed. And so he is credited with revolutionizing the understanding of European medicine at the time, mostly for the like he is the one that invented washing your hands before you deliver a baby.
I just want to take
that's his major invention.
I just want to take a note out here to like, there are two notes here that make me super fucking angry. A small one is that the US, up until we decided to put the worst Kennedy in charge of our own health department, the US was leader of the WHO. And when the COVID pandemic broke out, we looked at a respiratory pandemic, and we looked at all of the experts involved in public health. And we said, we need to pick 7 of these guys. We need to pick 7 public health experts.
Let's pick the guy that drinks blue dye to cleanse himself and dye his brain blue.
No, it happened later.
He's like anti-vax.
That happened later. No, it happened later. Early on, at the start of the COVID pandemic, we picked 7 guys who were all hand-washing experts for a respiratory pandemic. We specifically went out of our way to not include anybody who knows anything about coughing as a concept.
Good job. You
Good
did so
fucking
well.
job.
You did so well.
Sorry, I will never stop being mad about this.
Understand? I was just wondering when the Paracelsus stuff happened versus because the Aztecs, they were pretty advanced with this stuff. They already knew about hygiene.
Yeah.
And so Paracelsus, like the funny thing about him is that he was basically a charlatan, but by complete happenstance. He was just like
Nagi.
Basically the snake oil he was selling was actually real by complete happenstance.
Nagi, did you know that all of us come from a specific charlatan?
Who is that?
Brinkley.
Wrinkly?
John Brinkley. You got to know about this guy. You got to know about Brinkley. I'm sorry. You Nagi have to know about Brinkley. I know that Mr. Nano knows Brinkley. Nano knows Brinkley.
Is he the original snake oil man?
He is the original influencer. He's not necessarily the original snake oil man. There are other. I'm gonna send you the Wikipedia page. Motherfucker, this guy survived into 1941. There are World War II veterans. I have family members who got shot by Nazis before this guy fucking died. My fucking god. Emperor's Arm Business heard this like 5 times. I'm sorry. I apologize to folks who know me super well. Brinkley is an American snake oil salesman who he looked at the
based. Use my code snake oil. I'm sorry. I was about to shill on the
It's so good. It's so good. He looked at the problem of Americans having erectile dysfunction. And he looked at erectile dysfunction and he said, "You know who doesn't have erectile dysfunction?
Snakes."
No, he didn't think about snakes. Goats.
Why goats?
Because goats fuck all the time.
That's like confirmation bias.
Too bad.
How do you know that there isn't goats that have that?
Too bad. I don't fucking know, man. I'm not John Brinkley. John Brinkley's solution to human erectile dysfunction was to surgically implant goat testicles into human scrotums. She's fucking dead.
So, like, in addition?
Yes.
So, like, in addition?
Yes. Like, there are guys just walking around with, like, 3 or 4 balls.
How many in addition?
How many? Like, we're talking about 3 or 4 balls, man. Like, We got guys 3-balling out here.
Why not like just go all the way and have like gorilla testicles or whatever the fuck? If we are already dabbling in the abominable,
I mean, the thing is, like
science,
the thing about
you might
gorillas.
as well go hard.
The thing about gorillas is they're not readily available inside of the United States, whereas goats are.
Just use snake oil salesman. Just say it's gorillas and use goats.
He could have lied, but the answer was that what happened was he, by the standards of 19th century United States medicine. I want you to like calibrate yourselves here, folks. I want you to think about this. Like imagine the standards of 19th century United States medicine. By those standards, he got banished from the United States. We don't even have banishment as a formal punishment in this fucking country.
When did they send him?
He went to Mexico, and this was the late 1800s. Back when there was no, like, regulation of radio. So he made a super powerful amplitude magnification radio station on the US-Mexican border that was so powerful that you could hear his broadcasts over barbed wire in Nebraska. And he would give people prescriptions for goat testicle abstract over the radio from his compound in Mexico. And this is where influencers come from. This is the first influencer.
Dude,
All of
I'm gonna be real with you, okay? Listen, I guess I will never understand what that's like, right? But can erectile dysfunction be bad enough that you will want to get goat testicles implanted?
Okay.
Like, how
okay.
is that possible? Like, what? How can so many people? How bad can it be? Right? Like, what
Okay.
the fuck?
Okay. Thank you for reminding me that I need to prepare.
Yes. Yeah.
I need to prepare a series of slides about what is a dick for my good friend Capable Mabel. She needs a slideshow about what is a dick for. But it's also lasting 49 days. No, it goes more insane than that. There's no rigidity. The man told me he's putting goat balls to regain rigidity. Why am I streaming? Like, why? My chat's fucking funnier than me. Fuck my life.
I don't understand.
But have I told you the fucking? So hold on. Let me talk about the dicks first before I talk about the most insane thing my chat has ever done to me. So like, the thing is like what is a dick for?
Taking people over?
You're correct. You're actually like way smart.
Let's go! I'm so smart.
The snack is so fucking smart. It's not like you'll talk to non-dick havers, and you'll be like the purpose of a dick is to impregnate and pleasure women, or at least like vagina havers, right? Like that's the purpose of a dick, is like for
Yes.
vaginal and anal pleasure and impregnation. Like that's like what a dick is for. But the dick havers, that's not what dick's for. The dick
So
havers.
what's it for?
For dick havers competing amongst other dick havers, it's just like a totally linear, completely linear, like more dick, more better. It's MMR.
What the fuck is chat even saying? Like, what are you even discussing there?
It's for dicking around when you think about it. Emperor's armpits is correct again. No, like the purpose of dick size for, I would say post Versailles dick havers, the purpose of a dick is to have more dick.
That's gay. That's
I know,
really
right?
gay.
I know, right? I know.
So gay. Oh my god.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like this is like a homosocial behavior. Like this is not like this is not a heterosexual behavior. This is a homosocial behavior. This is about like competing with other men. This is not about using like this is the thing that like kind of gets trapped, right? Is that like when men talk about sexuality in a heterosexual context, heterosexual women often assume that the woman's pleasure is a necessary means to an end for homosocial maneuvering. That like men care about giving women orgasms as a
we already know that that's bullshit. I mean,
it's
come
bullshit.
on.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Like, come on. It's like this is like
No. I mean, this is the
knowledge.
thing about knowing bullshit is like sometimes you know it's bullshit, but the truth is it's not actually
It's
bullshit.
bullshit, but I believe it.
Yeah, it's bullshit, but you believe it. It's like it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Like, and I'm, God, I need to make the fucking slideshow for this with Mabel, like, because Mabel's been wondering like why do men make like the small penis jokes about themselves, and it's like actually really complicated. It's really complicated that like if we're going like way back, this is the thing, right? Like
Did men make small penis jokes about themselves?
sometimes.
I mean, it's just self-depreciating humor.
Yeah. It's a lot of self-deprecating humor. Jade's Workshop, the horrible thing here, Jade's Workshop, because I know you're new here, is that I am a sociology professor by nature. And so I need to go deep. I can't not go deep. I need to go deep. And that's what she said. But this is the nature of the beast that we are dealing with here. And so like if we're talking about like the ancient Greek and the ancient Romans, particularly ancient Greeks, more so the ancient Greeks, when they make statues of dudes, they got tiny dicks.
Yes, because that's more civilized. It's more civilized.
Yes. It's more civilized.
Big penis is barbaric. That's
yes.
like a beast. Like a beast is what.
It's like a beast. It's like a beast. It's so like this is one of those things that people don't understand. Like when you see statue av jackasses on Twitter, the statue av jackasses on Twitter, when they talk about ancient Roman like theory, they talk about virtus. They might talk if they're slightly more well read. They'll talk about virtus.
Yeah, no barbarian penis. It's not real like
no barb cock. The barbed cock, like the cat boys.
It is.
Cats have barbed penises. If you don't know that,
I know that.
Yeah, the cats have barbs on their.
You know
penises.
that I was an illustrator before I was a VTuber. You think I have never actually? You think I never had?
I have watched I have looked at the NSFW channels on your server, Nagi.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen the hemi-penis porn.
I must use them to scout artists to do stuff for the Serpent stream. When people post in there, I'm just like, oh, that's pretty well done. I guess I'm going to call up that artist.
But yes. So cats have barbed penises as a way of discouraging other cats from having sex with the female cat that they had sex with. This is why human penises are slightly shovel shaped, is to scoop out semen from other humans. if you'd been wondering about why your glans is shaped like that. But the Greek thing is that penis size is a correlation with self-discipline.
Yeah, because the more penis you have, the less brain you have. And then you become like, you cannot control yourself. You cannot. It's impossible. Like,
no, this is why
mental faculties, they melt away.
This is why if you look up ancient Greek art, you'll see the Priapus. The Priapus is intended to be comedic. It's not intended to be like civilized or reasonable. And so if you look at ancient Greek statues of David, or which is actually Renaissance. I shouldn't have said David. But if you look at ancient Greek statues, or I should say Roman. I don't actually know enough ancient Greek statues that have dicks. Ancient Roman statues of Augustus. So Augustus Caesar, when you look up statues of him, he's... Oh my god, why did I get it? I got a South African accent. That's the level of drunk I'm on, is South African accent level drunks.
Caesar.
So Augustus Caesare, his statues, he got a tiny little dick on there. But the thing is like, it's actually pretty reasonable that nobody ever really saw, well, obviously his, like the people he had sex with did, but like, that none of the people who made statues of Caesar, of Augustus, of Augustus, of the Julians, ever saw him naked. Nudity is a uniform in this statuary tradition. And they gave him a small dick to make him look like he had self-control. Self-control is a negative correlate with dick size. That's
true. This is proven by science.
This is proven by science. That like this is why if you're on Reddit and somebody says hog out or log out, you're an idiot. Scaldy, did any of those who did statues have sex with them? Probably not. Let's be honest here. Probably not. Small dick thing when they had phallic stone. Well, okay, so like the dick thing is like super interesting. So I tend to be kind of like hello Mara. I tend to be, oh, Mara's changed her shit. That's fucked up, man.
Oh my god. It's like when he gets drunk enough and just like talks about penises. I swear to God, every time.
Dick. So I talk around this a little bit, but where I did my field work in an area that has a lot more dick statues than Rome.
What, Greece?
Way more. Way more, man.
Ancient Mesopotamia.
I will DM you. But it's way more. It's way more.
Oh, I see.
It's way more. It's like
I see how it is.
It's can't drive a car level of dick statues. And the thing about like dick statues are so complicated. I don't know, man. It's
Dude, I don't understand one thing.
Yeah,
what the fuck is the obsession with penises? Like, this is like...
No. Okay.
Everybody, everywhere around the world. And it feels like this is mostly, as you said before, this is like some weird homosocial shit.
It's homosocial, yeah.
It's not women making these statues of dicks.
It's absolutely. Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. Like, everybody do it.
No, it's so, like... I've actually been rereading my favorite fantasy novel recently, which is Heroes Die by Matthew Stover.
Uh-huh.
And one of the passages in it references the fact that, like, So it's a story where like the sci-fi tech in question is that like you can relive recreations of other people's memories.
Mm-hmm.
You can like ghost ride another person's perspective. And so the narrator points out that like if as a man, when he rides a woman's perspective, he immediately notices that the person he's like riding, he's like ghost riding another person's like perspective and vision, right?
Uh-huh.
He immediately notices that they're not trying to protect their balls.
Is this a thing that you actually do?
Yes. Yes. No, it absolutely is.
What a behavior.
I don't know how to explain it. I don't. It's like
explain the behavior
Nano
how to
might
protect the
understand
balls.
this as well, but it's just like if you have a dick and balls, you are constantly passively aware of like putting objects between you and things that could hit you in the dick and balls.
Bro, see, this is every single time that I tell somebody, right?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
like,
Nano's got it. It's a Zelda boss weak point.
no, dude, every single time I tell somebody, it seems really inconvenient to have a dick and balls. And they're like,
I'm
oh,
fair.
no,
I think it's fair.
no, don't worry. That's
No,
not
I'm
so
with you. I'm with
bad."
you.
What the fuck? Like, of course.
I'm with you.
What-
I remember in high school doing volleyball, and I got spiked, and it hit me in the balls. I blacked out for 20 minutes. Like, I don't remember what happened. Like, it's gone. Like, that is a level of pain on par, and I shit you not, I have experience to back this up, on par with getting shot with a fucking gun. Yes.
Okay.
No, Blue has it. I dissociated for like half an hour.
So what are these behaviors to like you constantly position yourself so you can't get hit in the balls?
Yeah, you like you do like these weird things where like you like maneuver yourself so that like a chair is in front of your crotch.
You know
It's
what?
so
I'll pay attention to that.
Yeah,
when I look at people, I'll pay attention to see if this is real. Like if people actually do that.
No, like I can even like think about it in terms of like once a writer pointed it out, I can't stop thinking. I can think about it from literally the first time I fucking met you.
Really?
Yes, from the time I met you in the board game area of MagFest. I can think about how the men
protecting your balls in the board
not
game
just me,
area.
not just me, other men. All of the men in the room.
They were protecting their balls.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. How did they do it?
It's a mix of like using your own thighs and using chairs and tables.
How do you use your own size to protect your balls?
I mean, if you're sitting down, they're relatively protected.
I thought you have to sit down in a certain way, otherwise you get testicular torsion.
Yeah,
or
you'll
whatever.
notice. You'll notice it. You'll notice it. Mara's talking about it. You'll see ball havers walking weird to unstick their balls. Yeah, she's got it. No, it's true. It's true. You'll notice it. This is an anatomy study for you, fucking artist. You'll fucking notice it. Nagi Quetzali, my amazing Nagi Quetzali. I have to fucking piss. You get to be in charge of chat. Please shill the serpent stream and not do other worse.
Go forth and conquer. And there he goes. Well, dude, I don't know what to say to this shit. There's apparently like a whole strat on how to exist just so when you have balls or whatever, they cannot be destroyed. How likely is it to get hit in the balls? I don't understand. It doesn't seem very likely. I'm gonna be real with you. That doesn't seem like it warrants that much concern. I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't know. Did you know snake? Shut up. It's kind of like the snake meat thing. It's kind of like getting old. I swear to God. You're just trying to do this every time. You gotta like space them out, bro. You gotta space them out. Every man experiences it once or twice while they grow up. And is it that traumatizing, I guess? I don't know. Like, it seems like an undue amount of effort to prevent, like, a very rare occasion. You know what I mean? Like, you know... What do you think of men spreading? I don't know, because you fucking asshole. I don't know, man. It's difficult to say. It's extremely painful. Well, let me teach you something, okay? It's actually pretty painful to get hit between the legs as a woman as well. Okay? Like, people don't talk about that, but it's true. It's probably relatively like the target area is harder to reach, I would say. But it's pretty bad. So, like, I mean, you know, oh my God, Night of Silent Hill Zone is back in the office. Oh my God. Don't get dragged off by any fucking manifestations of your deeper psyche, please. We can't have that.
Did the snake treat you well, chat?
So now I was just discussing with chat how like they're all like, I think that is like that's an undue amount of actual effort to protect your balls for the very rare occurrence of being hit in the balls. Because I told them that like, you know that getting hit between the legs as a woman isn't pleasant either, right?
I assume it's not. I
will say that, as I said, the target area is much harder to reach and much smaller. But still, right, it can happen. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I don't know. It's weird.
I just like really have to emphasize that, like, as a person who has some really fucking gnarly scars, some like,
what on your balls?
Other parts of my anatomy. I'm emphasizing. I'm saying this. Hello, Kari. Other parts of my anatomy that are generally assumed to be somewhat worse. Getting hit in the balls, not even that bad, was even worse. Like, I got hit in the balls with a fucking volleyball, which is not like that impressive. And I blacked out for like half an hour. And I have been stabbed and shot and was able to work through it. Like, I would kind of joking here. I would guess like 50% of my pain receptacles are in my balls. Like, dude,
what the hell? Dude? This seems like a problem.
Mara, I have the kind of life that leads to you to pursuing a degree in anthropology. Like, that's what it is. Like, I always feel kind of insane about this because, like, I am fundamentally, at the end of the day, like, an American white boy. So like there's like a limit to like how bad I can talk about my life. Like, I know people who like spent years of their life recovering from tuberculosis in Senegal. Like, I know people who've had like real shit shows of life. So, like, I feel always kind of bad talking about, like, the ways in which my life has been shit. But, like, it hasn't been that easy. It's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, no, Kari's got it right. Men are just Zelda bosses with one weak point. That's what it's like. Like your nuts are just your Zelda weak point. That is actually accurate.
This seems like really bad. This seems like an oversight, I feel.
It is. Evolution's not like intelligent, man.
This is like freaking stupid. This is like actually stupid. They shouldn't have made it like that.
No, you're
They should have
correct.
had like they should have had like a ball's bone that protects, like a bone.
Humans are one of the rare mammals that don't have the ball bone. Most other mammals do. Dogs have the ball bone. Not the ball bone,
Why
the
didn't
dick
you
bone.
evolve the ball bone?
Most animals have the dick bone. Most mammals, I should say, evolve the dick bone. Like humans don't have the dick bone. I don't know what happened.
Is this like the thing where like the same thing as with like humans are the only mammals other than like some weird ass moles that have hymens or whatever the fuck? It's kind of like that in a way, but for men.
The hymen thing is insane.
That is
the hymen
weird.
thing's fucking insane. Deep Almantas lore.
Okay.
Deep Almantas lore.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta prepare myself.
Okay, I'm giving the snake a few seconds to prepare for the deep Almantas lore.
Oh, I can only imagine what I'm about to hear. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Brace yourself. Take a deep breath. I have been 3 different women's first times.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing about like bleeding and pain, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. Like, if you're like remotely decent at using your dick, like it's bullshit. That doesn't happen. Like, there's a whole like mythology in Western Civ around like the first time a woman has sex, she bleeds like crazy. It's bullshit. It's wrong. It's a lie.
I'm gonna be real with you. That probably comes from the fact that back in the day there were a lot of marriages that were less than consensual.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying.
No, I mean it's one of those things that like. So this is public knowledge, so I feel like I'm okay to kind of talk about it. So Inari Reiju, her parents had an arranged marriage. But like what that means is that like her parents' were friends with each other.
Hentai Jojins lied to you? Do you want that to be the case, you sick fuck? What the hell, bro?
Mara is a super sick fuck, so let's let her have that one. But no, like the like. No, it's like this absolute insanity that has happened to European and American sexuality over centuries. Like, it's complete fucking insanity. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's all over the fucking place. So, like, this is one that I an article I read about pretty recently. You're not English, so you don't give a shit. King Edward I of England.
Literally who?
Yeah,
literally who, dude?
Literally who? Edward I of England is like one of the Edward II, not Edward I, Edward II. Literally one of the like least liked and least popular English kings. Which is stiff competition considering that one of the English kings is one English king is Ethelred the Unready, which is not like a great name to have. And another English king is literally King John the Bad.
King John the less than... How about King Frederick the less than stellar? King James the slightly suboptimal.
So like Edward's thing is like Edward basically endangered the entire kingdom of England over Bussy.
He'd be like in that pussy though.
Yeah, like he couldn't stop fucking dudes. that's like Edward's thing. Is like he couldn't
He
stop
was
fucking.
terminally gay. You
He was
gotta
terminally gay, and this
you
was like
gotta understand.
you gotta understand that like the fact that he like couldn't stop fucking dudes is like it's not a problem because of the fucking dudes part. It's the problem because he kept on giving like baronets and counties to the dudes he was fucking. Like it's not a problem of he was bad at being being gay is bad. It was a problem of you need to not like give too many royal favors to the wrong people. Like you need to like spread those royal favors out. Like you need to like if he had been a gay dude who'd been having sex with more dudes and giving out like royal titles to more dudes, it would have been fine. But he gave out too many of them to like specifically one boyfriend. That was the problem. And I'm mostly pointing this out because of like how sexuality changes. Yeah, Ethelred the Unready is really funny as a character. Not yet. Not yet, Enderium. Big Pox was like another 100+ years. I will say that something that never quite gets like never stops being funny to me is that Spanish politics to this current day are defined by the fact that King Juan Carlos II, can't stop fucking. like you're European.
What kind of king was that? Was it
That's
the
recent.
right of the right of I forgot.
That's like post 70s.
That's recent to you.
Really recent.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
like King Juan Carlos II, like the whole thing about fascist Spain, right, is like fascism has a huge problem. Fascism has a lot of problems, but one of the problems that fascism has is an inability to like have any sort of succession whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And so like
that's why you gotta be a monarchist.
well, I mean, this is like the difference between like an ancient Greek tyrant and an ancient Greek monarch, right? Is like it's like what's his fucking name? Who's the fucking Spanish fascist? What's his fucking name? You're smart, Nagi. Help me out here, buddy.
Dude, I forgot. Dude, the Bamba drill is killing me mentally. I can't do it anymore.
Vembadril free folks. Who the fuck is the Francisco Franco.
Yeah,
so Francisco Franco is like the leader of Spain for decades. And it's like, so what the fuck happens when Francisco Franco dies is the problem.
Power vacuum, dude. Let's go.
And the solution
power vacuum.
And the solution they come up with, folks, Carmelo, I am at the point where my beer bottles are in the way of my tracking camera. So the solution that he comes up with is like, I like this Juan Carlos II guy because he like hangs out with me and parties with me and drinks with me. So like why don't we go from like total fascism to monarchism? Why don't we just like go back to like pre-democracy and bring back the monarchy?
I mean, that's like the good old days, right? The fascism, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is like Juan Carlos. Like, here's the thing about Juan Carlos II, is that Juan Carlos II is a smart monarchist. And admittedly, I say this as like an India specialist.
I mean,
like
having a lot of children isn't a bad idea as a king, I assume.
Yeah, but here's the problem with being a king, right? Miss Casali, what's the problem with being a king? There's a big problem. If you are a king, what's the problem with being a king?
Versus what?
Versus anything else you could do with your fucking life.
Like, you have to actually like purport yourself in a way that makes people respect you.
You have a fucking job.
Yeah, you actually have to be the king and
fucking
be a
job. That's the fucking problem.
Except if you're like the king of England, then you can just be rich and live on state dollars. And
I mean,
have all kinds of shit.
that's the story of like the kingdom of England ever since fucking what's her name, Victoria, is like figuring out ways to not have any job other than being racist. That's the only job that the English royalty have had, is like being increasingly racist.
I will say one thing here about Europe real quick. All countries that have a parliamentary monarchy are cringe as shit.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I have to say this yet again. I will never understand how the Dutch like their actual monarchy. That's fucked, dude. Like, you're all fucked in the head over in the Netherlands. I will tell you this right now.
I have to be like, I have to be
doing?
careful. I have to be careful about like shit talking in the Netherlands too much, because I still have like a hope and a prayer that the Netherlands will reacquire New York, and that will allow me to get Dutch healthcare. So like, I have to be careful.
The fucking King William. What is that king now? William, right? I forgot.
Yeah, I'll fucking take King William over fucking King Trump. Like, fuck it.
No,
like,
what? That's real. Okay.
I'm too fucking young. I'm too fucking young to claim Irish citizenship.
So there's this one Dutch, like there's a TV show that is pretty famous in Europe. It's just still on the air even today, even though it's really old. It's called Alfred J. Kwak. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I haven't.
So it's written by a Dutch songwriter, Herman van Veen, right? And he's like pretty famous, pretty cool. There's an episode of that. Like, the show goes into some really fucking crazy shit. It's like mostly known in the English space for the fact that one of it follows this character from childhood to adulthood, right? And one of his childhood friends becomes literally Hitler. Right, like literally fucking Hitler. Right?
Oh my
like he
God.
just creates a fascist state, right?
No.
But the important thing about it is, right, that there is an episode in which the king of Great Waterland, which is like the land that is like the spoof of the Netherlands, right, like where they live, describes that he no longer wants to do anything and just wants to be fucking lazy and rich.
Yeah.
And that's why he makes parliamentary monarchy.
No,
and he explains this, right, as how this would work. And I expected the characters to be like, what the fuck, get out of here, right? No, everybody was just like, no, that's cool, bro. That's cool. You can just do that. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with the Dutch?
Okay. In terms of monarchies, I know like way more about. So
the problem with the Dutch is that they have like, their monarchs have always been liked to the point where like they have this mythology about their actual first king, so to speak, that he was made king for saving the nation or whatever in like a war effort, right? And so everybody's like, oh yes, no, this is like total merit or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust this shit. Like, why have king? Are you crazy?
I am incessantly so in terms of like areas I know way more about than Europe. Fucking India. Nagi, what the fuck do you know about India? You're getting a history lesson here, you motherfucker. You stupid motherfucking snake.
You think I don't know about India? I know about India.
Yeah, you know about fucking India. For the fucking...
Remember when I saved you one time with the stupid, like... well, I couldn't even remember. It was like some kind of... The Bangladeshi founder, right?
Yeah, you did save me with that. I'm struggling to remember his name right now. Fuck my life.
So do I, man.
Yeah, I'm fucking wasted. India had war elephants. For some reason, India doesn't have war elephants in Age of Empires 2. Once again, proving that those guys are fucking hacks. But the... Oh yeah, white girl wasted for sure. So India gets independence from the UK. But the thing is, like, India doesn't get independence from the UK. This is bullshit. The English are lying to you. India does not get independence from the UK. What happens is that hundreds of countries get independence from the UK all simultaneously. And one of them,
Australia.
one of them is the Indian Union. And the thing that happens is that the Indian Union gets independence, and so does Goa and Manipur and Hyderabad and Jamal and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. And this goes fucking crazy. The Indian Union gets independence, and so do hundreds of other countries. It goes fucking crazy. And 99% of the time what happens is that these various princely states who get independence from the UK, they get a deal. The Indian Union comes up to them and says, you can be independent, or we will give you a stipend, and all of your sons forevermore a stipend, if you just shut the fuck up. And so the king of Manipur rolls up, like the Indian Union rolls up to the king of Manipur and is like, you get this. You get a stipend, or you get to shut the fuck up, or we fucking kill you. And the king of Manipur is like, cool. I want a Rolls Royce. And the Indian Union is like, fine. Here's your Rolls Royce. And that's how most of this goes. That's how most of this fucking goes. And so, like, the king of Manipur, like, you can talk to the king of Manipur. Like, he's still a guy. Like, he's a guy in Manipur who is the religious head of Hinduism in Manipur, and he's a king, but, like, he doesn't get to do shit other than, like, be rich and do priest shit. He's like an even weaker pope. And so most of the shit you hear about Indian stuff is, like, the couple of cases where somebody, like, tried to fight it. And there's three big ones. One is Hyderabad. And the king of Hyderabad was a fucking dipshit. And he was like, no, I'm going to be an independent king. And the Indian Union's like, lol. You know, this is like declaring yourself as the independent king of, like, Nagi, you gotta give me a fucking French city that sucks. Or Germany.
It's France. What the fuck?
No, it can't be Paris. It has to be like Nice or some shit. Like the king, like the Duke of Nice or Tours. The king, not Paris. It can't be Paris. It has to be like Tours. Like the king, like the Duke of Tours being like, I've got to have an independent kingdom, and the rest of France is like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they just flatten him, and he's fucking gone. He's vaporized, obliterated, no problem. And then there's like Kuch or some shit. And Kuch is like, well, I'm a Muslim king, but all of the people I rule over are Hindu, and I don't have a land border with Pakistan. So, like, you've got to negotiate with me. And the Indian Union's like, lol, you fucking nerd. And they just fucking flatten him. And then there's fucking Jamal, which is like, if you want me to take hot bets, the hottest bets, the hottest fucking bets you're going to hear on this fucking channel.
Okay.
Hottest bets about the consequences of the 2024 election is real possibility of internuclear war.
But in India?
That's a possibility, real possibility. 1 billion plus deaths is my hottest bet. Jamal is the flashpoint. I'm going straight from the funny shit to the raw shit.
You know
Sorry,
what? Nothing surprised me anymore.
Yeah,
I
going super hot here is the nuclear hot. The Prince of Jawal is like, I'm Hindu, but 90+% of my subjects are Muslim, so I'm going to try to like introduce a betting war between Pakistan and India. And this winds up being really complicated because like the people who are like, oh yeah, the ruler of the areas who matters are the Pakistanis. And the people like, oh yeah, the population that matters who matter are the Indian Union on the Hindu side. And they disagree about where Jamal is supposed to wind up. And the Pakistani solution to this is fucking insane, which is to hire a bunch of psychopathic mercenaries who hate people of extremely bespoke ethnic groups to go on a murder raid all across
extremely bespoke.
Yeah,
They have to be at least 50% decent dad and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, like
very bespoke mix
very like we have to
and they
avenge
gotta, like, measure their skulls and phrenology
measuring
device,
skulls and
like
there's a grudge dating back 600 years kind of shit. Like, we're gonna hire the kind of people who hold grudges for 600 years to, like, go on a murder rampage. And we're just gonna assume it works out okay. And that's, like, that's what the Pakistani government does, because the Pakistani government is actually insane. I don't know how to emphasize this enough. The Indian Union government has a lot of problems. The Pakistani government has, like, the historical insanity of the Pakistani government is, like, really hard to overemphasize. They measure the skull.
This problem, I feel that, like, it feels recently that most governments are getting more unhinged, though. Like, I mean, there's clearly, right, like, obviously America, like, going down the fucking wacky train.
Oh, it's insane in America.
Stuff is pretty unhinged, I will say that.
No, it's absolutely insane. I mean, like, here's my thing about America. Like, as an American who, like, for an American communist, I actually have a relatively high opinion of the United States, which is a low bar, like a low fucking bar. But I'm clearing a pretty fucking low bar here. Like, I think it's kind of a positive that the United States has refused for up until 2025 to have a official ethnic group or official like language or anything like that.
That's honestly pretty good. I mean, everybody knows it's English, though, right? Like,
it's English de facto, but until 2025 it was not de jure. Now it's de jure.
So what do you have the jure ethnic group too? Is it just
we are working towards it very quickly, and I want to be. I don't know. I feel horrible about.
The funny thing is also that the ethnic group white people is such a weird construct.
Yeah,
where I'm
so weird. It's so weird. It's so insane.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Obviously, right? Like, people understand kind of like what do you mean when you say that, but in Europe, this means something different. Like the idea of who somebody is that is white in America is a uniquely American concept.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
it is
uniquely American. I don't know. No. In Europe, it's mostly about nationality. What people care about.
Yeah.
It's all about nationality. In America, everybody is like, yeah, we was Italians and shit, even though they haven't. None of their actual family line has seen Italy in like fucking 200 years. We're white, like now Italians can be white, and now the fucking Irish can be white, or like how did the white chimpanzees or whatever.
My whiteness can be revoked. I can be killed by not being white enough because my family spoke Gaelic 5 generations ago.
I just have to
insanity.
Say, I think it was it the Americans or the British and the Americans under the British Crown that called the Irish white chimpanzees.
Oh,
like,
I've seen those
being
comics. I've seen those comics.
Yeah,
Like
it being like
I've seen those comics.
unbecoming of their race or whatever the fuck.
There's a to make sure that nobody is remotely confused about this, because like Nagi's European. I'm not like being. I'm sorry if this is condescending. I'm being a condescending dickhead. I'm sorry. But
to me,
there's a British comic.
Yeah.
There's a British comic from, I believe, 1890, where it's a series. It's two scales, right? It's a set of scales, right? And like the weighing two people on scales thing. And one side is an Irish guy, and one side is a black guy, and it's like really racist stereotypes of both of them. And it says, the caption of it says, the Irishman sees in his reflection the soul of the N-word. Like this is a fucking thing. Like, there was a really brief period where people didn't believe that the Irish need not apply thing was a thing in America. But the truth is that it was. Like, we have the signs, like we have the photos, we have photographic evidence that Irish people in America were considered black for generations. And I mostly bring that up because despite I'm an Irish American and I'm considered white under.
You're considered white now. And
under,
like,
Nagi, I'm sorry.
You know what the really weird thing is about this? I think like the next ones in line are Mexicans.
No. That's rapid fire. That's rapid fire. That's happening right now. That's today. But like, people will be weird about me being worried about this as an Irish American. Nagi, you know what I look like.
Yes.
You don't need to dox too much about what I look like, but people have seen, because I've wandered in camera a little bit, so they've seen
if you put him into a suit, he could be a leprechaun.
Yeah.
It's true. No, it's true.
For a few years, I dated a woman who was a 6'1" blonde woman.
Dude, I wonder though.
Yeah.
Like, do people still
No,
have
I'm
those
going there.
stereotypes of the
No, I'm going
Irish in
there.
their head? Do they?
I'm going there. No. I remember I lived in the Midwest and I was dating a 6'1" blonde woman, and people threatened me with guns for taking their women.
Because you were Irish.
Well, they did not think I was Irish. They thought I was Jewish.
Oh.
like that is a part of my life. Like this is not like 1920s shit. This is like 2010s shit.
I will say, sometimes I have to say that like America has like, I said this before, right? But sometimes I have this feeling that America has like a cartoon version of racism going.
Yeah,
it's
it does,
actually strange. It's actually weird.
No,
there's plenty of racist people around, right? Like where I am, but like it's not there. That's
well,
insane.
I mean, to me, it's like it is kind of one of those things where like Americans aren't quite joking about like America is 300 million people. And the entire European Union is 500 million people. Like, that's not a joke. Like my experience living in New York and my experience living in like rural Midwest is like completely different. Like it's like it's similar to my difference between like living in New York versus living in Japan. Like, it's like completely different. Like it's so radically different between those two areas. Like it does not even make sense. And so like whether or not I am white depends on where I am geographically.
So
Is what-
who the hell is white then in fucking
it's-
southern?
so-
Who the fuck even is white?
So this is me getting super bleak here. Apologies, folks. You're gonna get super fucking bleak here. This is me being doomer. This is me being doomer as hell. I try to avoid being super doomer, but we're 9 hours into a stream, and I'm talking with the Snick.
You should go to sleep though.
I'm talking about the Snick, and the Snick tolerates my doomerism to a high extent. It is very rare for a country to go to re-litigate what is a citizen based on a peacetime transfer of power. A country re-litigating who is a citizen, what is an ethnic group based on wartime is one thing, but based on a peacetime transfer of power is actually very rare. That's very, very rare because it's fucking stupid. If you are a peacetime politician and you inherit a system where there's a high degree of multi-ethnic solidarity, that's pretty fucking good. Very few countries have looked at a peacetime situation that they have inherited and gone like, no, this is stupid bullshit. We need to figure out a new way. From a wartime or a civil war, that's a different situation. But from pure peacetime, I can think of 2. 3, maybe. And one of the big ones is Nazi Germany. The other one is the Mahdia, which is not one that people tend to think about, but I am a nerd, so I think about African politics. So I do think about the Mahdia. And what happens when a country re-litigates who is a citizen based on ethnicity from a peacetime transfer of power is that they typically go on an unending orgy of violence against all that only ends when a foreign power completely conquers and dismembers them. So as an American, I'm pretty sorry. I'm pretty feeling bad about this one. So there we go. There's the Almantas hot take. There's the Almantas hot take. Is I do not like this one. Yeah, where's the orgy? Kari, I mean, you know me on that one. But yeah. To talk about the less hot takes there. That's the, sovereign citizens, sovereign fucking citizens.
Sovereigns. No,
Yeah,
I mean, I feel there's a non-zero chance that Trump talks so much shit about, like, because Trump is, like, talking shit about, like, we're gonna get Greenland and we're gonna invade fucking Canada. We're gonna like basically all but like outright stating that we're gonna invade Mexico. At what point are these threats so credible that other states need to take action? Right? Like I don't understand, right? Because he's just threatening sovereignty of other nations. And so far that's always what he's been doing. He just like fucking says shit that's like haha epic memes and then he really does it. Right?
So what's happened so far is that like he's
at
like
what point do they have to take action there? I don't understand.
So me being the turbo pessimist, right? My turbo pessimist take is like the Trump project ends when the United Nations of South America plants the flag over DC and like I don't even know what the term is for here. First Comandante of Mexico, like United Mexico and Brazil, like declares victory. Like it's like a brutal one. That's like I definitely die in that situation. The kind of joke I've been making, which is not much of a joke, is sooner or later, I'm sorry. I actually should ask this one. Nagi, how down are you for me being like super turbo political here?
Dude, I'm fine. I'm just
Hell
like,
yeah.
I'm tired and
Hell yeah.
I barely have brain function, so it's the best time
Hell yeah.
to talk.
My turbo political one is that sooner or later RFK gets a Secret Service agent's kid killed.
Mm-hmm.
And that Secret Service agent decides, like, well, fuck it. And just shoots Trump and or Musk in the back of the head.
See, this is also the kind of thing that I think
Yeah,
about.
Nano thinks this is realistic. Like, Nano's just like, oh, this is realistic.
See, the thing about this is, weirdly enough, leaders like that seem to have amazing luck with assassinations. Like, I don't know
will not
why.
lie. I'm an
Like,
I'm an Africa guy, and I am thinking about Congo.
then again, like apparently in
That's
Korea,
how the Congo Wars
like
ended.
everybody gets fucking assassinated and shit, right? But
I'm thinking about Congo because that's how the second Congo War heats up. Is Joseph Kabembe does a bunch of pogroms, and for some fucking reason he doesn't ban all people from one of the ethnic groups he's doing pogroms from from his bodyguards, and one of his bodyguards like, you killed my uncle, and then you just shot him. Like that's how I think it's gonna go down. And the faster it happens, the better. That's my high hypothesis.
I mean, see, I think what's the most likely is that it's not something like that specifically, but it's gonna be like literally Luigi, right? Like literally fucking Luigi, right? Like there's gonna be some kind of person that is hurt by a policy in some direct way and feels so betrayed. Like, because see, that's the problem that you have when you run a cult. If somebody falls out of a cult, you're gonna see some serious shit, right? That they feel so betrayed that they're actually like gonna fucking do some drastic shit, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. It could happen. I'll give this a non-zero chance of occurring.
God, I mean, so I mean, Blue is pointing out the obvious part, which is like, it's honestly kind of beating the odds that Trump is still alive.
I will say that the vice president is not necessarily an upgrade here. The problem with Trump is, Trump is mostly a narcissistic man-child. Right? But the problem is that, how should I say it? Mike Pence. No,
we're past the Pence. It's the JD Vance era.
Yeah,
it's the couch fucker. We're in couch fucker era.
Similar fucking names. Okay, yeah. I meant JD Vance. He's like ideologically a monster. Like he actually is. Like, he's like, there's a difference between like being coincidentally bad in politics because you have been basically radicalized, and like there's like this kind of like boomer mindset there from Trump, like the whole, but mostly he cares about being praised as a cool guy, probably by his dad that is dead and can never praise him again.
So hold on.
The thing is, I feel that JD Vance has a different level of commitment to the terrible political opinions that he holds. You know what I mean?
So you will appreciate this. You will appreciate this so much. So Vance is honestly, Kari is like the most political and informed among all of us right now. Why the fuck is she not on here right now? And what I think about fucking Vance, I will say, this is like going like way back, because like me and Alex grew up Catholic. Catholicism was like we're American Catholics, like a deep, weird, bone level bullshit nonsense in our bones.
Well, technically, I also grew up Catholic.
I wanted you to say it yourself. Yeah.
As soon as I turned 18, I just left the church immediately because they wanted money from me.
I mean,
like I never actually believed in this shit for 1 second, so I was like, bro, what the fuck? I just, as long as they left me alone, it would have been whatever. But so I declared that like I never joined this fucking thing. So like get out, right?
Catholicism is a minority religion in the U.S. And so it's a very different vibe.
So yeah, and at that point, it's also like basically my entire family, right? At that point was like, you know what? She got it right. And they all left the church except my grandfather, who is extremely fucking paranoid and thought that if he goes to any of the hospitals that are mostly Catholic owned, they would let him die if he wasn't Catholic.
No, it's like such a radical difference. Like I grew up from I'm in a minority Catholic country. And so like and also like I have this like different relationship. I talked about this a little bit like 6 hours ago. So apologies to anybody who has been here for 6+ hours, which is also why the fuck are you here? But if you've been here for 6+ hours, so apologies. I grew up in this like really religious background, and no, Nanomancer, her grandfather was being insane.
He's paranoid. You don't understand. Listen, he's insane. Sometimes I have to tell him that the war has ended. And he is not old enough to have lived through the fucking war, dude. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's fucking nuts.
I don't know,
man. That's like my grandparents did, but like that's fucking nuts. But like when you grow up in a minoritarian Catholic perspective, it's pretty fucking different. That like the assumption is that like a church when you're a minoritarian Catholic, the assumption is that like a church is like a hospital is going to be like an insane Calvinist place where they're like, we're going to treat you, but we're also going to tell you that you're going to hell no matter what, because if you weren't going to go to hell, your grandfather would have been born Calvinist. Like, it's insane. It's insane.
My only wish is that everybody that dies goes to hell no matter what.
I will not lie, one of the funniest comics I've ever read was a Zach Wienersmith comic where a guy is like doing all these like theodicity problems. If people don't know about this, theodicity is the problem of like, if God is almighty, why do bad things happen to good people? That's theodicity. And so this guy's doing all these theodicity problems with God.
Is this the problem of evil?
It's a problem of evil. It's a problem of evil. That's the simple way to put it.
Yeah, the problem of evil is if there's evil in the world, why does God not stop it if he's almighty? Because either he is evil or he's not willing or he's not able. When he's not willing, that makes him evil and he can't be all good. Or if he's not able, then he's not all powerful.
Yeah, and that's theodicity. Yeah. And so, hello, Space. Hello. You are probably going to go to hell. And so this Zach Wienersmith comic is like this whole long thing where a guy's like, it's like, why does this all happen? And then eventually he's like, why do good people go to heaven? And God just goes, heaven is a myth created by humans to trick people into doing things for their own benefit. It's all bullshit. Heaven only exists so that rich people can trick poor people into doing them favors. Mm-hmm. And then the guy says, so what happens to people when they die? And God just says, hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. No matter what, you just go to hell. like that's it. Like I am constantly amused by this. Like what is the afterlife? And yeah, Janomancer has it. Like Zach Wienersmith is Jewish. Zach Wienersmith is Jewish, so he like he's just like, yeah, you just go to hell. Like no matter what you do, you just go to hell. And it's again, it's like a. I'm sorry, Nagi. I don't want to like dox you. I know doxable things about you.
Just don't say anything about me then.
Fucking hell, you bastard. You fucking bastard. So I come from a country where Christianity is the minority religion, but has for some fucked up, insane reason wound up as the religion of the majority of our Supreme Court.
Dude, can I say that the Supreme Court, that was a stupid idea to have that?
Oh, I have to I have to kind of explain this because it's completely insane. Because if you understand what happened, it makes a type of sense, but it's also the type of sense that as a historian, it just makes you
I'm gonna be real with you, I don't care. It's stupid.
Too bad, fucking bad.
No, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about
you
the Supreme...
fucking dumb shit. You provoked the historian.
I don't want to know about the Supreme Court.
I will give you the extraordinary Cliff Notes version, the philosophy version.
I don't want to know about it.
The thing that's happening on here, Silisnik, because no fucking other bastard. I'm getting DMs from people telling me to drink water, but they're too much cowards to just call me or some shit. What I am saying is that the U.S. system, the U.S. constitutional system, education at gunpoint. Thank you, Sogo Hubby. Glitchica, you fucking can. Do you want me to go into my own Discord collab server and just invite people in, you jackasses? Obscure historical knowledge. yeah. You Nagi, you can in fact drop out of the call. No, the bullshit here is that the whole U.S. system is predicated on the idea that
you go to hell no matter what.
No.
What?
That would be funny. But that it takes a very long time to walk from Georgia to DC. That's fundamental.
Okay.
It's fundamental to our entire government. Is that walking really takes a lot of time. That's fundamental. Is that you can't have a political party that conspires. No, Spacers, I can't believe you didn't learn this in high school. I know the Space Circus is American.
Just change this shit. I don't care. Just
no, Nano gets
it.
Nano gets it. No, fundamental to the Federalist Papers is that it takes a really long time to walk from Georgia to Vermont. That's actually fundamental. Space, I'm not joking. This is this is real. This is fundamental. Is that because it takes so long to walk from South Carolina to New Hampshire or Georgia to Massachusetts or whatever. Therefore, you cannot reasonably create a conspiracy whereby the president, the Supreme Court, and the legislative branch, Congress, are all on the same side. I'm not joking. That's literally a fundamental part of the U.S. Constitution.
It doesn't even make sense, bro.
Well, before the telegraph, it was coherent. Before the telegraph existed, the fundamental notion of the Federalist Papers was
you have a two-party system.
No, we the whole point was that we wouldn't. I cannot lie to you enough.
But if you have if you have a two-party system, the conspiracy doesn't have to be planned; it just occurs naturally.
No, the two-party system is evidence that these guys were wrong. That Madison was wrong. Madison's whole hypothesis was that, physically speaking, the guys in Congress would have more in common with each other. The guy from Massachusetts and the guy from South Carolina would have more in common than they have with the president or the Supreme Court. There's fundamentally nothing about our Constitution coheres after the telegraph.
They're all fucking stupid, dude.
They're wrong. They're fucking wrong.
I don't know how you can have that and then they're lifetime. Why are they lifetime appointed? For what purpose? What the fuck?
Oh, so okay. So in the case of the Supreme Court, the answer is they're fucking stupid. Like that's literally the answer. Literally it. It's literally the answer. Literally the answer is that we actually
I have this problem that the checks and balances in your government don't function for other reasons, because all that this does is like people refusing to do their job, and then nobody can actually do anything. Like, bro, not to drag out really, really old political shit from America, but you remember when they were like, we're not going to convene a vote and inaugurate any person that you want to put in the Supreme Court to Obama?
Yeah.
You know when they did that? I'm like, you know what that is? Insubordination. You're not doing the job that you...
treason.
It's treason. It's treason. Insubordination.
We executed... we have executed multiple people for lesser crimes.
So the question is, at that point, as the president, you should go to the executive branch and be like, these people are not doing the job and committed treason. Like, basically, fucking get them out of there.
It's even dumber than that.
And I'm like, what the why can't you do this?
It's
like,
even dumber than that.
What the fuck is wrong?
No, Nagi, I don't think you understand how insane our system is. How bad it's gotten. The Supreme Court has affirmed in 2011, 2014, 2016, 2019 that you can execute people without due process for that.
So I am just saying, right, that it kind of feels like all these kind of like American legal shit is all like a lot of hot air. Nothing ever really gets done. Like nothing ever. There's no consequences for anything. Nobody has any power. It's like this is like the same thing when I heard about this whole stuff where they said like Elon Musk is making like his pseudo government organization there, and I'm like, that's pretty crazy. And then they say like, there's no legal basis to deny this, finds the Supreme Court, and I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? There's no legal basis that if you are the best buddy of the president, you can create your own branch of government if you want to and just start willy-nilly firing government employees.
No,
like
again, this is me being. This is me being an old.
I feel like this is a problem that there isn't a legal basis to deny this. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, bro. Like that seems like a little bit, tiny little bit like. Okay. How do you call this? Like, what would you say that would be?
Apologies, Doncho. Thank you for the follow. I actually do know you, Doncho. I saw you take a hiatus. I know who you are. You're the cool, like, casino owning gambler fucking what's the word? Kaiji ass VTuber. So it's a pleasure to have your follow. I have finished 8 bottles. Thank you for following me via Glitch. I love Glitch. I haven't grabbed bottle 9 yet. No. This is.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like this shouldn't be possible. That I don't understand how there is no legal basis to deny this. I don't understand.
No, I'm being old here. I'm being old. I'm being old here. Old ass bullshit here. Old bullshit here. This is old man bullshit. Old man bullshit here. This is a problem that has been a real concern in U.S. politics since at least 2001. This is a thing that people who have been like writing articles, and what's his fucking name? The guy who wrote the guy who did Fahrenheit 9/11, the fucking fat dude. I've met him a few times. They have been talking about this for literal decades. The question of executive versus legislative balance. And what's his fucking name? Glitch, you know this fucking guy.
Michael Moore.
More! You fucking genius. You fucking genius. Fucking genius snake. Michael fucking Moore has been talking about this for decades, and other commentators have been talking about this for decades. This question of how do we divide power between the executive and the legislative branch? And the fundamental bone fucking deep consideration of the United States Constitution is that the legislative branch is the actual core. They're the spine of our government, and that assumptions of power by the executive branch are usurpations. But this is a problem that has been a truth of the form of government that the entire Americas, not just the United States, but Bolivia, Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, etc., have all had, is the form of government of the presidential democracy, where the executive branch is independent of the legislative, as opposed to, say, the United Kingdom. If the executive is independent of the legislative, as has been true of Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, etc., 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 the question of what is legal is a question of who decides. And we had a huge constitutional crisis. I'm sorry, Nagi's European, so I apologize to you, Nagi, for like going way off here. We had a huge problem in the 1830s where President Jackson made an executive decision about law, about how to interpret the law. And the Supreme Court and the legislature both said, you are full of shit. You are a liar. You are a coward. You are a mountebank. You are a betrayer. You are committing treason against the United States. And what did Jackson say? The other Americans might know this, but I'm wondering if...
I'm a jackass, all right.
You're actually not that far off. The specific words that Jackson said was, the Supreme Court has made their decision. Let them and their army enforce it. And he committed a genocide. Kari is super American, so she might actually know more. Thank you, Glitch, for the sock. But this is the kind of bullshit. This is the problem. Is that if the way we have divided power in America, and not just the Americas, not just the United States, but also Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, etc., Canada, we've all decided on this series of governments where the executive branch is an independent branch of the government from the legislative branch. Whereas like in the United Kingdom, the executive branch is appointed by the legislative branch. Our executive branch is elected independently. We have a presidential democracy. And the fundamental problem here is like the executive branch can just decide not to enforce the law.
So, dude, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I don't fucking know, man. Like,
people have asked about
it. Kind of feels a little bit like you fucked it up, and you should kind of like go back to the drawing board. However, weirdly enough, I have heard like the darndest shit like from Americans. They talk about some kind of stuff like American like the founding of America is basically a biblical event to them. It feels like mythology or whatever the fuck, and I'm like, dude, what the hell? Like, there's so much weird stuff about America. Like, I will say that a lot of people have been weird about like birthright citizenship stuff from Trump, and I'm like, okay, I understand why this is a problem at this point. But that's like a fucking freak policy to begin with. Like the way that it works. Like, I'm sorry, it's super, super abnormal. Like, there's basically no other country that I can tell you that actually does it this way.
I actually like being patriotic for a second here. Being super patriotic here for a second here. I actually think the fact that Americans don't do like until recently, that like birthright citizenship was, I think that our rejection of birthright citizenship was a good thing. I think our problem was not committing to it harder enough. Like, I have a lot of problems.
The thing about this is also that they're like so strange about this entire stuff. Where like, you can't be the president if you're a naturalized citizen. What the fuck what is going on? Why?
Okay, there's actually a really simple explanation for that one.
And what is that?
They didn't want George IV to become the president. That's it. Literally it.
I mean,
That's literally it. It's literally just to like specifically exclude the King of England from becoming president. It's literally all that it is. It's very simple.
I mean, it doesn't make sense for them, but like, I don't understand these fucking rules, like just existing, and people are like weird about it. Like it feels like that should be abolished almost immediately.
No. Where you're hitting
just as a symbolic thing, you know what I mean? Like
it's actually it's way more evil.
It kind of goes against pretending. Like basically the pretense of the whole American dream thing, like it's like, I don't know, man. It's
way more fucking evil than that, right? Is the thing, is like the purpose of the birthright citizenship was to prevent the George III and George IV from being president of the United States. Like it's prevent a very short-term issue. But now we have decided that the concept of like birthright now needs to be used as a way to roll back the 13th and 14th Amendments of our Constitution, which like you're European, so I don't think this hits in the same way for you, but like those are the most important amendments.
What the fuck are they though?
They are the guarantee of citizenship. They are what defines an American. They are why we had a civil war. I'm sorry. I'm like literally I'm sorry. I know that Nagi, like you're like tough and hard as nails and shit, but I'm actually crying. Literally crying right now on camera. Because this is what John Brown died for. John Brown's body lies moldering in the grave to guarantee these rights for us. And the fact that we have a president who flatly disbelieves in the reason we fought a civil war. Makes me so angry. I cannot express it. Yeah, John Brown, the absolute mad lie. How much do you know about John Brown as a European?
I know about John Brown. I've been taught about John Brown.
John Brown's the most important American. John Brown's our greatest hero. John Brown is the one white man who would be allowed in the Nation of Islam. John Brown. The GOAT. The GOAT. Thank you, Space. Thank you, Space. I'm looking for the specific quotes. The Wikipedia page has 600 fucking citations on John Brown. I'm looking for the wiki quote on him. Because there's a specific quote about John Brown. I'm sorry, you just want to have a nice time, and you want to hear about
I don't know. I just wanted to talk. I would just want to emphasize to you, right, how freakish American law and politics are to me. Like, I just have to, like, there's like this entire thing about this where Americans live in their own bubble, where it's everything that they experience politically is so normalized that nobody actually realizes how fucking freakish they are. Like, nobody understands this in America. They're all like, oh, we're America number one. Like, I don't know. Like, the reason why a lot of these things are not done the way they are in America elsewhere is because they fucking suck. Okay, it's not always true. It's not always true.
This is why I am so emphatic about fucking John Brown. This is why I'm so fucking emphatic about this asshole. There are two Americans I truly respect, and it's John Brown and Benjamin Lay.
John Wayne Gacy. I'm sorry, what?
I don't actually respect John Wayne Gacy. No.
No, I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm getting wacky. Dude, America feels very strange to me. It's like
I feel like
it's like an avant-garde country almost. You know what I mean? It's like it has like this kind of
like the most important thing to say about our country, right, is that here's a quick summary of the United States as a country for the European brain. Is that the United States revolted against the British mindset that the right to property is done at the whim of aristocrats. That is what the American Revolt is against, right? Is that you only get to own land because the king says so. Real estate, right? Royal estate. That is what the revolt is against. And the system that the United States planned to replace that with was that it means being white and Christian.
I mean, I guess so much for that with the property tax now, where you only actually get to own the land until I don't know, man.
No, I'm trying to be like also like simultaneously laudatory and denigratory to us. Like the United States is founded on like the idea that like instead of the king's whim, it will be determined by
whim
being
of the great white landowner.
Well, instead of being like the king gets to say it, it's like as long as you're not black and not Native American. And the question facing us as Americans who live here and fight here and die here is like, can we make that better? I'm going to leave you. I don't know. I feel like you're trying to get out of here, but like, here's a quote from Frederick Douglass, who is one of my favorite Americans.
I feel like you're trying to get.
No, you can keep going. You can keep going, man. I don't know what I'm doing fucking here. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to fucking roll. Replace royalty with racism.
Go to bed. You've been here for 9 hours.
I am partying, my dude. Frederick Douglass on talking about John Brown. I'm sorry, I'm just on like my John Brown quote, which is like, I just don't want to like waste your fucking time here. But this is what Frederick Douglass said about John Brown. His zeal in the cause of my race was far greater than mine. It was as the burning sun to my taper light. Mine was bounded by time. His stretched away to the boundless shores of eternity. I could live for the slave, but he could die for him. This is the thing that strikes me about America, right? Like I don't know how much this matters to you fucking Euros. I don't know how much this fucking matters to you. Is America is a country where the main ethnic group based on legacy and place and geography and the time of the sun is the Native American, who makes up less than 1% of our population. The actual politics of our country are the question of white and black. And the question of our country going forward is, will the white man see the black man as his brother?
Well, it doesn't look like it. I'm gonna be real.
It doesn't look good. No, I'm not feeling optimistic. I'm not feeling optimistic. I have a lot of family members who are not allowed in specific states of the United States because of their commitment to the principle that the white man and the black man are brothers. And it's not looking great right now. They are not looking like winners. So, yeah, I get you, Banagi. Sorry, I kind of went on there. But this is our continuing fight as Americans. When you wonder what the fuck is happening in this fucking country, as you look at an almond with 8 bottles of beer on the screen, this is what I am thinking about. I mean, Niano, you're American. Kango's American, at least. And like, actually, Nagi, this might be kind of fun for you to think about. Is like this question of, Kango, you're not American? I thought Kango was American. I apologize, Kango, if you're Canadian. That You're New Zealand? What the fuck? Why do you have a fucking American accent? I apologize, Kango, but you do have a fucking American accent. That's fucked up. I apologize on behalf of my cultural imperialism here. Yeah, unfortunately, the American accent is very exported. Fucked up to say to a Kiwi. Yeah. Sorry, Kiwis. Unfortunately, our nuclear arsenal means you're probably going down with us. But no, this is like what we as Americans live with, and I actually had this discussion the other day about like Americans don't understand nationalism. The system. Like when Americans talk about nationalism, we sound like fucking psychopaths. We sound insane. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, yeah.
We don't get it. And the thing is like the way I think about it is that nationalism was like the fox die virus for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Like if you weren't under the Austro-Hungarian Empire, nationalism is bullshit. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Like, Americans don't fucking get it, because, like, our country was independent before nationalism ever existed. Like, we don't fucking get it. It's insane to us. We don't get it. We can't discuss it intelligently with Europeans. Like, we don't fucking get it. It was just designed to... It was like a special type of fox die virus to like kill the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and like has no other purpose. And like every time nationalism shows up anywhere else on the planet, it's just like insanity. We're back to Kojima bullshit. I've ruined Nagi's brain. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you jackass?
Sure. I see how it is.
I got too fucking political. This is the.
No, I'm just saying. All I say is America weird, dude.
America's weird. America is weird. America is fucking weird.
I will say one thing, right? I hope that when this entire fucking stint that America is on is over, that they have learned something about themselves there, right? I hope that the actual legacy of whatever is happening right now politically is not going to be like Lamau, whatever, right? But even now, there's so many people in America that are like fucking exceptionalism pilled. Like, I don't get this. They're like exceptionally stupid is what they are, dude. Like, I don't understand. It's like I don't get it, man. They're like, we're like such a good, amazing, unique nation that nothing bad could ever happen, man.
It's so fucking frustrating.
I hope that when the whole fucking political stint there is over, that Americans realize that they can be had. Like, in the same way.
It's so fucking frustrating to me, because, like, I come from like this hippie ass family, right? And it's so fucking frustrating to me that like there is a American exceptionalism. I want to be like
exceptionally stupid.
Well, no. It's that's fair. The series of events that happened in 1945 and 46 is extraordinarily unlikely, and they benefited the United States in truly radical ways. Like, the kind of bullshit that happened after World War II to the benefit of the United States is fucking insane. We have, as a country, profited ludicrously and outrageously from the pathways of industrialization, the pathways of bureaucratization, the pathways of monarchy, the ways that the two world wars shook out in concert. It's insanity.
In a certain way, it's like core to the American identity to take credit for happenstance, right? Or like being at the right place at the right time. You gotta do it individually so you can justify yourself for being like outrageously wealthy while your fellow countrymen do not get healthcare and secure housing.
I'm sorry, this is a meme I've gotten a lot of use out of, so I'm going to send it to you, but I'm also going to put it up on stream if I can do it right. Open image in new tab, pull you out. But like it's a series of circumstances and decisions that were made in very specific eras of history that led to the United States being in the position that it has been. Here we go. This is a good one. This is really good. And yeah, Dead Empires Club. The fucking Dead Empires Club. And like it's not merely just like luck. Like there are decisions that were made by government, by people in our government, by people in charge of the world. How is this man alive? You were the militaristic, hegemonic, cultural, and political hegemon of the world, and you gave it up to own the libs. Like, it's in fucking sanity. Cairo, I'm actually okay. This is 8 beers. I'm alright. This is fucking insanity what my fucking country has done. And hi Momo, you all are getting like crashing out Al here. You're getting like the pessimist Al here. Momo, I've had like 4 liters of water. I'm fine. I should have more, but I've had 4 liters of water. Like, we're already seeing. I am too much of an international nerd here. We are already seeing the wind up and spin up of a third Congo war. And I really fucking doubt that the administration we currently have, the Trump administration, is going to go up to Paul Kagame and look at Paul Kagame and say, cut this shit out, in more firm and reasonable terms than the Clinton, Bush, Obama, or Biden administrations ever did. Like, I think things are gonna get fucking bad. I have a very low perspective on this. I am a fucking nerd about this shit, and I'm not feeling great about it. But like, it's just so fucking frustrating. Oh, the background is askew. Okay, hold on. What the fuck did I do to the background? It's fucking locked. Fucking jackasses. Why is that fit to screen? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, this looks awful. Holy shit. That's alright. I'll take that. But yeah, okay. It's fucking insane that my country has looked at all of the problems in the world, has looked at a world order where everything is set up to benefit us, and has decided that the solution to everything benefiting us is to make it worse. Like, that's what I'm going crazy about.
See, the problem is that, and this is America's fault.
Yeah.
By themselves too, right? Like, is that there's a school of thought right, that America has about how things work that is completely delusional. They're like full on Delulu, right? Like full on Delulu. And they're making actual decisions depending on their delusional model of reality, and how relations work worldwide, rather than what is actually established as sensible.
It's insanity. We have Space. Thank you for the Prime sub.
There's a lot of moral convictions here, right? Like there's moral convictions about who and what. Like obviously social policies are driven by like some really strange moral convictions that the average American apparently has. And then you have this entire thing about like economic theory that Americans think should be real, so they're gonna create like policies regarding on what they think should be real rather than what is real.
Okay. To get super micro about it, where I'm going insane about the decisions of the last 48 hours, because that is the time scale we're working on these days on this fucking country, is so protectionism. We're doing some Econ 201 bullshit here for you fellas. Here.
I will, however, say that I'll have to drop out because I gotta go get sleep.
Please,
I would stay here otherwise. It's not because of you. I just like it's too late.
No, it's super fucking late for you. What the fuck are you doing?
I must go.
I will welcome other folks here, but I will just say a brief thing, which is like the thing about protectionism, tariffs, blah blah blah. Sogo Habaya, I'll talk about that in a second. But the thing about it is that when like South Korea or Rwanda does those, they're doing that for like strategic reasons to target specific sectors like steel or clothing, to try to protect an individual industry within their country as a springboard to further industrialization.
There's already an industry there that needs to be protected, otherwise it would be destroyed by foreign industry.
The US is already the top one. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's called protectionism because you protect your own fledgling industries. But
the
you
US
don't
doesn't have fledgling industries. What the fuck is going on? Like, we're the top.
Because there's a fundamental misunderstanding for what these things do.
Yeah, it's a fundamental misunderstanding.
They just don't know.
They're just wrong. They're just fundamentally wrong. Like the US, small aside that I get cranky about in leftist spaces is that, like,
anyway, I must go. I shall see you.
She's gone. A fundamental aggravation of mine is like the US does actually have a pretty substantial manufacturing sector. Like, that's not like a small thing. Hello, Ravloon. No, Emperor's Armpits is not. It's not semiconductors. It's precision machinery. The United States is the main producer of precision machinery and turbines. And so, like, the Three Gorges Dam in China was primarily American manufacturing. Like the US actually is good at certain parts of manufacturing. America has several times more people working in factories than it has working in McDonald's. Like, the US manufacturing is not actually dead. It's actually pretty robust. We're the second largest manufacturer in the planet, and on a per capita basis, we're like number 5. And it's worth noting that the top ones are like Ireland and stuff, where they're manufacturing like vaccines and stuff. Yeah, no, we don't have fledgling industries. Emperor's Armpits. That was kind of where I was going. It's like, we don't have fledgling industries. The US is the leader. And so protectionism is purely bad for us. We are fucking dumbasses. Hold on. We have a tag in. I am going to use the bathroom, but I'm going to tag in the person who tagged me. Give me a moment. I need to pee really badly. I'll be right back. We are live. We are live. We are live. I am joined by the ever lovely. Hold on. Why is it?
Hello. I am a discount sustainable snake substitute.
We got the shrimp with us. Hold on. Let me change the stream info. Can I hit?
Yes.
Yeah. At.
Yes. Get informed. Get
Kari.
informed.
I hope I spell your name right. Tell me if I spell it wrong. I think I've said this a million times, but like you would absolutely have the cleverest name out of all of us VTubers.
Because it's like a sort of weird, crazy, multi-layered thing that you know. Okay.
Because it is a. I'm sorry. I'm going insane here. Why is your Fugi not showing up? I see no.
In the membrane.
I see little. I'm sorry. I'm just losing my shit. Like why?
By the way, I'm sick right now.
You are sick. You are sick.
I've been recovering from some respiratory bullshit. So yeah. That's me. I'm sick.
The sick shrimp.
I'm
sick. This is Kari.
Sick and disgusting.
Kari is legitimately one of the kindest people I have ever known in all of VTubing. Like I don't know if you conceptualize yourself in that manner.
I won't stand for this slander.
But like Kari has been so radically supportive.
Why calling me some sort of like radical?
Kari, hold on a second.
I'm invisible. It's like
you're loud. That
I've been streaming for so. I've been streaming so little between being nervous about citizenship interviews and.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to express zero political views. No, of course.
Yeah, absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Absolute nonsense. No, to what extent did you show up here because I was being political? Is like almost the question. Like,
yes.
Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of a comedy to me. The like. Oh, hold on. Nano's asking if he's welcome in. Kari, how do you feel about using my boosted Discord server that actually has like kind of.
All right. Let's do this, and maybe I can cough all over the place and.
Hell yeah. So just join Speak Friend, and I'll pull you into the collab.
You can hear my coughs in 4K. 4K.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There's a reason why I haven't been streaming it, but I really want to. I should just.
I know. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna go into my own. This is in the study hall. Okay. There, we're back. Nano, if you want to join, just join. There. I see Nano. I see Nano. I don't know.
It's giving Nano. It's giving.
I'm moving. I got moved to Nano to the collab channel. It's a catch-all. I don't know why my Fugi thing isn't working. Hold on a second here. Properties, reactive.fugi.group. There's no reason why that wouldn't be the right one, right?
I can't think of any.
But yes, this is. I'm gonna add Neanomancer at Kari and at Neanomancer.
Hello.
Neanomancer. Hello.
I'm on the shitty microphone.
On your shitty microphone. Are you at fucking work?
Greetings.
Yeah.
Clearly giving a shit about your day job.
Hey, listen, that's my job. Listen.
I will let you.
All I gotta say is this. This is what you get for not giving me a pay raise for 2.5 years, all right?
That's fair. I mean, I didn't give you the pay raise here or there, right? Like,
your presence alone is payment enough.
reactive.fugi.tech.
Get paid.
There's no reason why it wouldn't be fucking Fugi. Fugi is such a pain in the ass.
Hey,
Indeed.
that man is
I shouldn't
actually
be. I
pretty
should.
nice.
You're correct. You're correct. I should not be churlish about this.
You might need to log in to.
I did. Why is it not showing up?
Maybe
It's
mine
not-
is. Maybe mine's not authorized. Or
No,
something
no.
like
It's
that.
it's it's also not showing Niano. I'm not. I can see you guys on the like small version. I don't know why it's not showing up.
Oh,
in
you
on
know,
the
you know what
screen.
it is.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. This wouldn't work for Niano though.
Hmm.
I'm Canadian, so I was thinking like maybe you haven't paid the tariff on having, but
Oh, that's
you know,
true. That's true.
yeah.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Space, you're definitely not getting paid.
League.
See if deleting the custom CSS does anything. Whatever. I'm going to just try adding a new web source and just see what happens. Bless you, bless you, bless you.
The end of all things.
Bless you.
Oh god.
You sound a little worse today than you did yesterday, Kari.
It's, you know how the thing is where it's like the, you know,
Oh yeah.
it goes from being congestion to just being like the cough in your throat, right? Like, and then you actually feel a lot better, but then it's just the cough. I'm at the stage where I feel fine actually. It's just that like I have the cough.
Okay, we got Fugies.
You triggering my sympathetic coughs. It's terrible.
We got Fugies now. We're
Well,
fine.
these coughs are being very unsympathetic, so it's good to know that there's some coughs that are sympathetic in this world. Cruel, cruel world.
It's good to be true.
People can see the Kari.
I ain't got no sympathy.
The Kari thighs.
What did you do?
I don't sound too bad, do I?
You actually sound fine. You actually sound fine.
There's no fucking way I don't believe you.
Too bad. You get to sound fine. We're gonna go over to chatting.
I'm tempted to be like, oh well, what if I actually just want to use VTube Studio at this point? But the thing is, I'm actually like programming some stuff for it, so
Nice.
I'm trying to use whatever time I can to like program, and then like, because if I can't stream, then I'm gonna do this instead.
That's how it goes.
Honestly,
I mean,
I'd probably be able to stream, but it's fine. But I don't know.
It's brutal. But yes, I was in an angry and heated mode.
I've been very existential about streaming in this new, post, whatever fucking historical era we're in. It's like, oh, hi, I'm gonna be hey guys, like, I'm gonna play some video games and we're gonna chill out and do some of this, like, and then like I'm looking at all the stuff going on and I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, it sucks. Like,
yeah, I don't know how to do this. I've only really it's just there's too much kind of
I mean, it's I mean, I guess my own process on this as a person is, maybe I'm thinking about this because I'm thinking about it from the perspective of coming outside of VTubing and entering VTubing from the exterior.
Yeah.
Is that why, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with my time?
I
know it's my time. I don't know. Maybe the problem is I'm like way. I've fallen into the standard trap, which is like to get way too much into the like I have to do this in a way that is like I have to be entertaining. I have to be doing this. I have to be like curating this like exquisite experience of whatever. Like I can't do this for myself. I need to do this for the audience. And then of course it doesn't actually work, right? Like it's ends
I mean,
up being
this is the horrible cruelty of it all, right? Is that like far deeper than being a streamer, far deeper than being a VTuber, far deeper than any new media thing is like you always have to be balancing yourself in. You always have to be balancing like what are you doing for the audience versus for yourself.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that. Like, I was inspired to get into this, like, during that first sort of, like, weird burst of... I mean, as I think a lot of... And, I knew about VTubing for a long time, but, I was inspired to get into it during that first burst of, kind of weird, like almost global seeming unity, like at the beginning of COVID, when everybody was just kind of like trying to pull together and like, and then we just had this like new emerging technology, which again, I already knew about, like I had, you know, but I was like, oh my God, this thing that I already was kind of interested in is being used now to like kind of bring people together from like all around the world and like kind of really get people to understand each other, even though we're in this sort of like profoundly isolating situation. And now there's just like, I don't know, there's like a meanness to a lot of the sort of, there's emerged this sort of weird meanness to the internet that is like just very, it makes me hard to sort of think about it the same way. So it's like, you know, I ended up not streaming for a while because of by the way, I'm filibustering here, like
you are filibustering. You are filibustering, and that's very American of you. Very. If you want me,
very, I'm a veritable Cory Booker.
It's so. I mean, let's engage.
It's not actually filibustering, by the way.
I know. Well, let's engage with the actual concept here. Right? Let's engage with the actual concept here, which is like, to what extent are we doing what we want to do?
Yeah.
As streamers and VTubers and so on, like as artists. So to what extent are we actually doing the thing that we want to do? And the framing that I have used very frequently is that content creation is a tax that we pay in order to get to be VTubers.
Yes. Yep.
And I mean, I feel very I hope I don't sound duplicitous about this. I want to kind of like walk the line here pretty finely.
Yep.
That like, I don't think content creators, particularly VTubers, because that's the community I'm actually a member of. Yes. I don't think that we.
Do you know your VTubing license?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that we owe our audience a particular performance. Mm-hmm. And like a degree of showing up. The most important part is that we do, and we are interesting and creative on our own terms.
Yeah.
And so if we stop being interesting and creative on our own terms, it's kind of a sign that we have expended ourselves as artists, and that it is time to leave.
I am deeply terrified of that. I don't think that I have a lot of ideas about things, and like I have a lot of art that I'd like to do, but like I just have this like, you know, dark cloud of like I mean, in some ways, like the way to think about it is that this kind of world needs art, especially art like this, more than ever, right? Like this is actually exactly when you want to be having like good art, but at the same time it's just like, man.
I think non-trivially,
about
a point that one of my favorite non-fiction writers made many years ago. One of my favorite non-fiction writers being, this would be Elizabeth Sandifer. Elizabeth Sandifer wrote several years ago about how inside the concentration camps during the Holocaust, people still made art.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And what Sandifer learned out of this, which I hope is not too crass of me to take forward, is that humans need to make art. That's not like a... Like, humans don't make art because they get paid to make art. Humans make art because they need to make art. And how much art they make... Hello, Nocturnal Ash. How much art they make is going to be negatively constrained by their need to survive, but it's not going to be a straightforward, like, you make art or you don't make art. Like people don't just like make art because they get paid.
I think what I worry about is that the situation as it is right, is sort of constraining in a negative way my ability to keep my art untainted in the way that I'd like it to be. Like there are certain things that I'm trying to say with my art, you know, being a VTuber.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, I made some very like conscious decisions about what to sort of include as that and what to not include and like how to, but it's very hard right now. It's like when so much of my, like you know, this is no secret, right? That I've been actually very involved in, I was very involved in a lot of like, you know, just electoral politics, right? Like,
Yeah.
from long before any of the VTubing stuff. And like, it's just like, it's a relatively big part of my like actual day-to-day life. And so it's like, this is kind of separate from that, right? Like I'm not, you know, doing that kind of like day-to-day life stuff like here. And that's all well and good when, you know, oh, it's this thing over here, and then I can like kind of come here and do this thing over here. But the problem is that it's so intense now over, you know, on the other side of things, is like, it's kind of invading, and it's like, it's hard because I feel like in some ways that you need to give yourself like, or at least like, this is how I feel. It's probably not true for like a lot of people, but it's like, I feel like I can't really do this in the way that I feel like I want to, unless I really give myself like fully to it. Right. And it's hard when I'm just like, it's hard to like kind of turn off thinking about, you know, everything. Right.
Well, okay. So hold on.
Anxiety is my mind killer.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just came on here and I'm like ranting about.
No, you're certainly allowed.
I know this is probably not what you were looking for either, but
I mean, I was,
or maybe it is.
I don't even know at this point, because we are fully over 100% of guest stars past the point where I had any plan.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Like I was planning on drinking with Alex and having a discussion with her about whatever we felt like talking about, and not only has she left, but my backup of Nagi has decided that she needs to go to bed, so I don't really have a plan.
Okay, on the other hand, I just beat Expert Minesweeper in 209 seconds, so
hell yeah. This is the actual somebody asked me about Minesweeper earlier, and I'm like, I'm sorry, this is
no,
not,
that's the thing, right? Like, yeah.
This is that's Kari's thing. I'm not the Minesweeper.
Yeah, armpits. I did your Minesweeper redeem. It's fine. We did it.
Yeah. And I guess where I was kind of thinking about this is that, like, it's a very, I don't even know what to do anymore at this point, to be honest. Like, I have been pretty open about this on my channel, that I am a very political person as a human. And I mentioned this, like, people probably caught the main thing when Nagi was here, that if I didn't want to be political, that would just be pure delusion.
Yeah.
That, like, elements of how I move through physical space that are far more deeply rooted than any decision I could possibly make are going to impugn my ability to continue to survive, depending on the political environment.
Yeah.
And I think that holds true for quite a few people in this chat. And the question is, you know, what do I do with this information? What do I do with this? Yeah. And I feel, I'm not gonna lie, like you and I, Kari, I should be clear to anybody who is at least a little bit familiar with me, that I kind of just don't believe in truly apolitical streams.
Yeah, and I have never, I think that's like completely unattainable. Like, it's not a thing. Right?
I do think it's not quite a binary.
And I don't think it's desirable either, right?
Yeah. I don't even, Yeah, I don't even know if like desire. Maybe it's just like my own.
To interact with in some way with politics is human, right? Like you just yeah.
The my really cynical way of putting it is that politics is a question of who gets bullets and who gets bread.
Yeah.
That's my question. That's how I put politics. Is that politics is who gets bullets and who gets bread. And so, you know, if you are a sufficiently politically marginalized person, you get bullets, and if you are a sufficiently politically privileged position, you get bread for no cause other than like your negotiation of the political space. To put it extraordinarily cynically. And I did talk a little bit with this when Alex was on here. I am white in a way that is contingent on how other white people view me. Depending on the political circumstances, I may be considered white or not. And other people are obviously put in even more dangerous and contingent perspectives than I am. And I don't know, I guess it's just, to me, it's really impossible to not think about this. And how do I fit into this political and socioeconomic process and artistic process? Like this is kind of, to me, how art operates, is this question of how do you say something? And I'm not even like a Jamesonian, right? Like the Jamesonian perspective would obviously be like very strong, like any single artistic statement you make is intrinsically political, and I guess like it kind of is for me, because whether or like what my politics change the level of whiteness that people see me at.
I mean, there's stuff that there are aspects of my experience where it's just like it's not. I mean, where they're just not a part of how I interface with people on stream at all. So they're not even like kind of areas that I talk about, right? Like, but you know, so if they're occupying a bunch of space in my mind, which they don't normally, but you know, times like this, I think like things that are a lot more frustrating, you know, are occupying a lot more space in one's mind. You know, then, you know, it basically just takes hours out of the day that I can actually kind of like really dedicate to this, right?
Well, it's a very frustrating task. Yeah, and Kango points out this thing about like consuming politics versus like consuming too much politics. And when a fundamental element of politics as an experience and as a process is that Space actually kind of hit it very importantly, which is there is a point at which your personhood becomes political. And that is a lot of what is happening in the 21st century of America, is that we are in a process of relitigating the personhood of who gets to be seen as human by the United States police forces. And I am my pessimism about this is very driven by the fact that when civilian governments decide to start relitigating this, and I am drawing a distinction between like a country gets conquered during a war versus a civilian transfer of power. I'm drawing a distinction between like what happened during the Mongol conquest versus what happened during Nazi Germany, is that once it becomes an accepted part of the political norms of a country to constantly relitigate who gets to be a citizen.
Yeah.
I'm going to be super pessimistic here, so I apologize, Kari, because I know you're already suffering. The end point, the only end point that I have seen for that is a foreign power conquers the country and dismembers it at gunpoint.
Yeah, no, I was here earlier.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard me say this in person. Like, you've
I've
talked to
thought
me
about this. I've thought about this too,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's like, it's just, you know, there's a reason why I am strongly, you know, considering basically using the citizenship I'm getting to kind of, you know, make the decision easier to leave. But it's just, it sucks, right? Like, it sucks.
It sucks.
The world order, the sort of very cozy world order that had been like built up is just like, it's really fucked up now, right? Like,
it's really fucked up, and I look at this from a historian's lens, and I'm like, are we talking about 10 million dead, 100 million dead, 1 billion dead?
And I guess to say, right, like there's specific ways that I am personally potentially in danger, but there's like a lot more uncertainty that like it's just
it's a very. I mean, Space is pointing out that, like when you're online a lot, like there are specific algorithms that push you to see negativity over and over again.
But at the same time, right, it's irresponsible to be completely, you know, just ignorant, and then, you know, okay, you got plucked up by somebody, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, it's and yeah, I'm sorry, I will confess to feeling a certain degree of insanity about this, that like as a VTuber, that like I'm not gonna lie, like super scaling back here to like being super narcissistic about this, that like I tried to do a like comfy, don't think about the future kind of stream in November when the election was happening, and I think that was a mistake. I think that people like don't just want to have absences of engagement with this concept. They want to have moments of engagement with the fact that this is scary. that like the world that we live in is scary, and the future that we might be seeing is very scary. And I don't think that people really want to see just nothing. Just the void. Yeah, like the void is comforting, but sometimes you want something other than the void. And it's something I'm not entirely sure how to grapple with as a streamer and as an American. Right? Yeah, should I save money or buy guns and rice? Like, I've run into people who've wanted to stick their heads and say, yeah, Matthew, this is a frustration of me, is that I have people who are very close to me in my life. I have family members for whom they look at what is happening today, and they look at it as like, well, we survived Nixon, so like this can't be that bad. They're like, this is not a difference between like the second. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Nixon was a fundamentally political animal. Like, say what you want about him, he was a gifted politician, even if he was a piece of shit. He understood the levers of power that needed to be operated, and he knew how to do them somewhat carefully.
he understood how to do them somewhat carefully, and I mean, so this is the thing that I think about. Space is brought up. We are in the fucking trenches, y'all, and it's like I apologize for saying it's like. I think fairly frequently, because I'm an old man, I'm an old nerd, I am thinking all the time about the collapse of the Roman Empire.
Right.
And the thing about the collapse of the Roman Empire...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's such a stereotype, right? It's such a stereotype.
Yeah.
The thing about the Roman Empire, right, is the people who lived in 200 and who lived through the Severan dynasty, for example, for one example of a really terrible time to live through, is like, to them at an individual level, they were just trying to get by. Well, and Tigorn, it's not just that Rome is a big thing. It's that, like, my country, the United States, has deliberately modeled our own civic and legal infrastructure off of the Roman Empire. So, like, you have to think about it. Like, if you're not thinking about it, you're going crazy. You're being reminded of it every time that you walk past a government building. You're thinking about it all the time. You are reminded of it constantly. And the people who saw the collapse of that empire, like, to them, it was purely a matter of, how do I get by today?
Mhm.
Like, what do I do today to safeguard my trade routes, to safeguard when I'm going to get the next set of clothes, when the next harvest comes in? And so, like, people wonder, like, what was it like to live through the collapse of an empire? And the answer is, as ever, it was like living through anything else.
Mhm.
Like, you
the best you
are...
can.
You
do.
just keep eating. You go to work.
Yeah.
You walk down the street. You have friends. You play games. You make art.
Things get worse, maybe a little incrementally, day by day, year by year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
As services break down.
You read in the Rome Post about all the weird bullshit that Nero has pulled this day, right? Like, it's like, oh man, did you see?
Yeah, I think not infrequently about a guy who blogged through the Sri Lankan Civil War.
Yeah.
And he was like, at the end of it, he was like, so Americans asking what was it like? And it's like, well, you go to concerts and nightclubs and grocery stores, and there's just slightly more bombings than you thought the day before. Day by day. Like, it's just slightly worse every day, and that's just what it's like. And I don't know, I guess I'm just I'm really glad that I get to be making art and such with folks on the internet, but it's also scary. And I know that I tried to be the Mr. Rogers of VTubing, but it's Mr. Rogers. I think about this a lot. Mr. Rogers thought it was crass and grotesque to lie to children about death. He did not approve of this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He thought that
I agree.
he thought that you need to tell the truth about death, about racism, about the civil rights movement. And you aren't even children. This is a fucking 18+ stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fucking wasted, and I put up an alcohol warning here, so you're getting a fucking drunk old man.
How'd you feel about being the
Hell yeah.
Crusades of VTubing?
I heard a hell yeah from Niana. What did you say, Car?
Oh, how'd you feel about being the Chris Hayes of VTubing?
The Chris Hayes. I don't know about that one, man. I want to.
man.
I'm happy with
man.
being the Carl Sagan and the Uncle Iroh.
You don't want to be
and
the Chris Hayes of VTubing?
I don't want to be the Chris Hayes of VTubing. That sounds like a rough one, buddy. That sounds rough.
Boy. Okay.
I don't know if we need a Chris. We probably do need a Chris Hayes of VTubing. Unfortunately. Good lord. Actually, you know what? Despite the fact that that was an incredibly dark topic, that might be a better one to talk about. At least, like, more fertile ground for speaking. This fucking space, man. Not you, Space Circus, but like this fucking, like, VTubing as a space.
Fucking Space Circus.
Space
fuck.
Circus is my bod. Be very nice to him. But there's something about...
Man, there's a sword pointed at me.
Yeah, man, there's a sword pointed at you. Yeah. This VTubing as a fucking place to be, like... Actually, I'm gonna be very political here. I've already been very political here, so I can be very political again.
Let's go!
There was a VTuber, I already have forgotten her name, who was like a white girl anime, like a white anime girl with dreads. Which, I will be honest, I was like, okay, that's a little bit odd, but I'll let it roll. And then she said, then like she got like mad, like people got mad at her because of the politicization of different hairstyles, etc., etc. Yeah, Space Circus. Unfortunately, I'm going to comment on it. The part where I kind of like lost my sympathy about it is like, white girl with dreads as part of her VTubing is like kind of cringe, but like I'm not going to think about it very hard. People were mad at her, which is understandable because. Pro tip to other white folks here. Don't make a big deal about having dreads. If you happen to have dreads. I really recommend against that. That's a way to like really piss people off. I recommend shutting the fuck up. You very much have the freedom to shut the fuck up. And this is a good idea. But she made a VTuber model that had dreads and it was like very about like primitivism and blah 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 and like monkeys and not necessarily a good look. And people were mad at her, and then Osmongold was like, no, brother. This is good. This is cool and good. And then so she said Osmongold is super based. And it's like, okay, now I'm done with you. Like, this is the end of it for me. This is the end for me. I can't. I can't. Space, I've said it like twice today. Like Asmon's the worst single Twitch streamer.
This is the thing that I've been kind of spooked out about, right? Like, it's just like...
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, So when this whole past election happened, right? Like, I was like, oh no. The demographic that sort of like swung so hard for him was this like, you know, like 18 to 19, 20-year-old like male demographic, right? Like the people who just became adults, like and like I mean, fuck, that's a lot of those people are Twitch viewers. Oh my god, fuck.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's just like, and I was like, I think the thing that I'd kind of not been really kind of trying to think about for some amount of time with, you know, I was like, ah, fuck. You know, and it, you know, it bothered me, right? I'm looking at this stuff, and I'm like,
it's fucking frustrating, and it's one of those things that like I briefly touched on this before, and other people have even more intense versions of this than I do. I've got a relatively easy mode version of this. That like politics is extremely hard to avoid because the real question of politics is who gets bullets and who gets bread. And as much as like what I want to be doing is talking about art and beauty and how we cope with our aging bodies is like such an important thing to me. The truth of the matter is that there are people out there in these United States, a pretty fucking liberal country, who would kill me physically with a fucking gun because I look the wrong way. And that applies to a lot of your favorite VTubers.
and I've got to think, like, you know, and you know me, so it's like I just wish.
A lot of fucking
I went
people,
to the I went to the Cali concert in LA recently.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, they started chanting, you know, I think as they've done at other concerts before, right? Like there's the one point at which people were chanting, like, you know, and it's very, 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 very male crowd. They started chanting like USA, USA, US, and it's like it felt like a very different tinge to it.
Yeah.
Like here in this, like it's like, I don't know, like suddenly I'm in this kind, and it's like not that.
To reveal a critically important part of Kari Kari lore, Kari is Canadian.
I mean, it's
And it's, I mean,
I'm Canadian, but
Jesus Christ.
A weird point of optimism for me is that in a U.S.-Canadian war, a pretty substantial percentage of Americans would side with Canada.
I'm a Canadian who's becoming also American.
Yeah.
In 22 days.
Yeah, it's.
I am. Basically, every single time this guy becomes president, it scares the shit out of me, and then I become substantially more American. It's very funny.
It's goofy. It's frustrating. It's insane. Yeah. Which USA were they chanting? I mean, this would be Cali, and it's like I don't even know what to make of that.
Yeah, but it's just like it.
It's
and I'm sure a lot of them did mean it like in a reason, but just like there's a tinge to it, right? Like it's just like there's a flavor to it, especially like when it happened. It's like, whew.
When
Damn.
it's so frustrating, and it's like I said, it's there's something so. Yeah, I want to say congrats and welcome, but like, damn, it's. I do have some friends who are planning on moving to America within the next 24 months, and I'm like, are you sure about that one? And in particular because I come from academia, but
yeah, it's like they're just fucking murdering academia in the U.S.
Oh, it's completely it's insane because it's like our strongest asset as a country. Like the thing I keep on the joke. Not even joke, the weird way of putting it I read from I believe it was Brett Devereaux. I quote Brett Devereaux a lot, so apologies on that one if that's annoying to folks.
No, it's fine.
Was the MAGA crowd believes that the United States should rule the world, but simultaneously are deeply committed to grabbing the rule the world button and throwing it right out the fucking window?
Yeah.
Like, we've already left the WHO, which was an incredible implement of U.S. power.
What the fuck did they think Voice of America was for?
That's like I'm like, what is going on? Like, oh yeah, we need to like end Radio Free America, like Radio Free Europe. I'm like, Radio Free Europe is like America. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, what are you talking about? What? I mean, like the most pessimistic way I've heard it put was that the people who are running the country right now view post-Soviet Russia with jealousy.
Okay, so silver lining.
Yeah.
They view Hungary with jealousy. They view like Orban with like they think Orban is like how to run a country. It's like, holy shit.
I mean, yeah, a slightly silver lining.
Ridiculous standards of what a strong man actually is.
Oh yeah, no, it's completely insane. It's completely insane. It's. I feel somewhat insane because I, like, politically speaking, the two of you fucking know this. I'm an anarcho-communist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think
I'm not allowed to be a communist.
You're not allowed. You are not allowed for legal reasons.
I'm not joking. Like, have you seen what the
Yeah.
I know.
I'm literally not allowed to be a communist.
Yeah,
I know.
It's so goofy. It's so
out there.
I'm not allowed to be a communist for even 5 years after I naturalized, because then it's taken as like kind of like retroactive like evidence that you're lying, about being of good moral character.
I don't even know what news it is about that. Is that like in order for them to do anything about that involves due process, and I just really
apparently it doesn't.
Yeah, I really want to be clear with folks about this in case they did not miss. Yeah, no, Kari fucking gets it. That's why she's laughing. For folks who might not be guessing, like the question about some of the recent arrests is like, can you arrest and deport somebody without due process? And here's the thing, right? Is that like, if you can arrest and deport an illegal immigrant over political speech without due process, that means you can arrest and deport anybody for any action without due process.
Mhm.
Like the loss of due process is the loss of every single legal right, period.
Yeah.
The end. Like the end. That's it. There is no law. Period. Like it's gone. There's nothing. Like if
I don't know whether you want to actually like show this anywhere, but like you know, I don't know if you've seen the have you seen this let me see if I can like I'll just send it to you.
yeah, okay.
What is it?
I mean, to engage with what Emperor's Armpit said is like, yeah, like the U.S. has never been a nation state. The U.S. has never been a country of blood and soil. The U.S. has never been a country of kingdom, law, and empire. The only things that bind us together as the United States are civic nationalism, which is, again, what kind of bound together the Roman fucking Empire, one of the longest lasting governments in all of history, and the most stable way of organizing a government that has ever been conceived. And so if you give that up, you're giving up the fundamental elements that make living in a country worthwhile. And the things that allow the United States that have enabled the United States to persist. There's nothing deeper than that. Like I know that there's a lot. I am sympathetic to a lot of the pessimism about the racism and colonialism of the United States, but like to give up the only checks on those means the end. I am constantly struck by one of the recent, and I mean by recent I mean like February, press conferences given by our government that if somebody commits a crime and is an immigrant, they are therefore an illegal immigrant, no matter what else is happening, which is just not how any of those laws work. And so once
No,
you
not at all.
yeah, it's not. Yeah. Nano's got it. Like it's insane. And so like, and therefore, and the justification the White House gave in a press conference was like, therefore, if somebody commits a crime and is an immigrant, they are beyond the protection of all laws.
Yeah.
Which, like, I do really want to be clear here for anybody who might be missing it. This means that Elon Musk is a free target for murder. He is not protected by the law. Just like be super clear about what the White House
Did you see the thing I just sent you?
I did.
Yeah.
You violated the law, therefore you are not entitled to due process. Which, in case anybody is missing subtext here, this is the difference between Switzerland and Germany during the burning times. I might want to pull in Lady Saf. I know she's totally fucking asleep right now, but I might want to pull in her at some point for this. Like, what made the witch trials? The witch trials were not a case of Catholic overreach or misogyny. They were a case of German court systems deciding independently, many times, that certain accusations were so severe that the entire legal system did not apply for certain types of court cases. That's how you lose half of your population to witch trials, is deciding that your legal system is circumstantial.
You are a witch, therefore due process does not apply.
Yeah. And this is the reason why in outside of Switzerland, in the non-Swiss parts of Germany, you have entire cities that are burned to the ground, and inside of Switzerland, an area of the German-speaking world that decided that no matter what happens, we are applying due process. There are 2 people. 2 people killed during the entire witch trials.
Yep.
But in Northeast
well, we know
Germany,
that they're witches beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Like,
yeah, like you have to, like, they are entitled to lawyers. They are entitled to trial by jury. etc., etc., etc. And I am frustrated as an old man. I am. We're being so fucking political here. Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking banned from Twitch at this rate. I am very frustrated as an old man that this was something that people talked about when W was president. All the time. Constantly.
Yep.
Constantly. That, like, W is doing executive overreach by declaring this person, by doing Guantanamo Bay, that this is a total overreach of what is allowed by trying to pretend to be do at war. Thank you, Matthew, for the gift sub to Ronat or something.
Matthew_ice_seeker gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Do you rather being run over by 100 zombies or... I am not Australian enough to understand what the hell you're talking about. Archives, that's a very Australian...
This is not Australian. This is not Australian.
I don't understand then. I'm too dumb then. I'm simply uneducated.
This is Scottish. This is Scottish.
Mm.
Oh god.
Okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? A Scottish interpreter. Yeah, no answer.
Would you rather being run over by 100 zombies or overran by 100 zombies?
I'm not Australian. I'm Scottish. I wish I said in a very South African accent.
Sko-ish.
Skittish.
Get skittished.
I apologize, Archives. I apologize for brutally misrepresenting your folk. I still don't understand your question. I don't know what that means. That part I got. Run over by 100 zombies. I don't know what air ran over 100 zombies means.
Overran.
Overran.
I'm so dumb. I am sorry. Archives, I'm sorry. I have to. Archives is just coming here, so I guess I got to go over. Oh, there's where there's
Ray bottles in, brother.
We got to bring the bottles in. Archives, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm at. I is not hard to understand. Archives, I'm sorry. I'm American. I'm too American. I'm too much of a...
Yes, it's not that hard to understand.
I do get that part. It is not hard to understand. I did get that part. I did understand that. There are occasions where I can understand Scottish occasions, but like it's fleeting. I am constantly tormented or /amused or amused by the post by a Scottish woman posting being a lesbian tis pish. I say you looking gorgeous, and she says, ah, nah, you too. Nah, I ain't trying to be friends, I'm trying to shag you. And I'm just constantly amused by that. Like, a fascinating insight into the lesbian mind. My deck also looks at this. I don't actually drink a lot normally, but my buddy wanted to do it. I actually proposed it, so I shouldn't disclaim responsibility. A buddy of mine was okay with doing a drunk stream, and that was hours ago, and she went to bed, and I'm fucking drunk, and more friends have joined me to try to keep me up so I can sober up a bit before I go to bed. And I'm joined by Mr. Nyanomancer and Miss Charybdis. And that's how it be. That's how it be at 6 in the fucking morning, American time.
Praise the sun! Praise the sun!
Praise the fucking sun, I guess. Never got to that part of Dark Souls.
I have not played Dark Souls.
Okay, you're even more Dark Souls ignorant than I am. Hell yeah.
I have played through almost all
Dark Souls.
Is it sunrise? Not for a couple more hours, Space. I got a couple more hours.
I am so looking forward to being able to leave the country again.
Hell yeah.
I've been very, very, very concerned about doing so.
Understandable.
It's probably fine, but the problem is that they've ramped up even in that kind of 1% case, they've ramped up the consequences for that like extremely narrow 1% case up like so high that it is terrifying.
Understandable.
Like this is how it works, right? It's like, you know, it's fear will keep the people in line. Fear of this battle station.
I mean, I have to say that, like, you know, just we're just doing fucking posting here at 6 in the fucking morning ED? I never remember. Eastern.
It would be EDT.
Fucking hell. Fucking EDT.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely have people who are like, oh, like, why don't you come out to X? And I'm like, I think it might literally be illegal for me to visit that state. Like, I have to treat individual states as if they're the kingdom of fucking Saudi Arabia. Archives, I have been here for 10 fucking hours. I am 11 hours, I'm sorry. I'm just fucking yelling at me. I am drunk. I am being kept awake and company by my good friends Nanomancer and Kari Charybdis.
Hello.
Literally none of my usual raid targets are up, so I don't even know what to do with myself at the moment.
I there's one person I could raid. Or there's one person I could suggest, right?
I mean, I can look at the people I'm following. I see a couple of folks.
Well, okay. Let me let you know. Here, let me DM you about it.
Okay. I will take the deal. I'm not actually super sleepy, but I probably should be cautious about this because I am planning to stream. I have one more beer Space Circus, but I think I should chill on that. I think I should just let myself sober up. Ooh, and hold on, Akari, what you just posted is insanity.
Wait, what?
What you just so and so is the German version of Mirabelle.
No, they're the same.
Thank you, Nano, for understanding.
I didn't say the German version. I said German language. As in, they're the same person.
For people who don't follow,
Wait.
No, they're the same.
Mirabelle is extremely fucking German.
No. They're the same person. They
Wait,
just
hold on.
have different VTuber personas for like which language they stream in.
Wait, hold on. It's literally Mirabelle, but they're...
Yes, it's literally the same person.
Literally Mirabelle. Okay.
Yeah, except a cool gargoyle that speaks German rather than a forest deity that speaks English.
Okay. I'm probably going to keep up for a little bit longer because I know enough about how I am as a drunk that I can tell that at my current level of drunkenness, that if I lay down flat, I will feel way more sick. So I will keep it going for a little bit longer, largely for that purpose, to sober up a little bit from that.
I did say German language version, not German version, right? Like
That's fair. I was it was just like an insane thing to see in my comments of like.
Either way, it's really funny. Either way,
I was like Mirabelle's really German. Like,
I know.
I mean, Hoomter, you know me. I love streaming. Like, I love doing this. I love hanging out with the homies. I love the chatter, the gab. I got the gift of the gab. This is like,
what my terrifying like kind of thing that I worry about a lot is. I worry about whether I love being a VTuber more than I love streaming.
I will say I don't think that this is strictly speaking a problem.
Okay.
I don't think this is actually a problem. I I mean, Kari, you know me, you love me. Kari knows that I love streaming, and VTubing is a conduit for me to enable streaming. Like, if I had different psychological problems, I would probably be a flesh cam streamer, right? Like like the VTubing itself is kind of ancillary to me streaming. But like I don't actually like, I see people shit talking the VTweeters, and like I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Like, who cares? That's not my problem.
They see me tweeting, they hating.
Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. I mean, the problem with V-tweeting is that you're on Twitter. Like, that's the actual problem. Like, the problem is not that, like, you're not streaming. It's that you're on Twitter.
Holy crap, it's mixed.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
It's fucking Mix. The Mix is here, and he's yelling at me. Mix,
Oh, no.
I am slowly sobering up. Nano and Kari are sit-tripping me.
I'm beating his neurons with this.
I have come to a disturbing revelation.
What's that?
Oh, no.
It's not called Twitter anymore, right? So you know what it is now?
Yeah.
It's vexing.
Fuck. Okay.
Right.
I need to lay down after that.
Brutal. Flesh tubing. I think flesh tubing is such a funny way to say.
This is terrible news for vexing.
Terrible news for vexing. But I expect... I am too drunk to really comprehend, so I expect you to tell her. I expect you to tell her. Hello, Grey Moth. What the fuck are you doing here? Unlike you, weaklings, I'm
not doing nothing.
I ain't done nothing yet.
Fueled by puns. It's fortunate that you've come to a stealth Kari stream. Unvirtualized
the unvirtualized tubers. There's a stream I'd really love to do once my brain stops melting from all of the like stuff, right?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I've talked about this on stream. I wanna do a mermaid tail stream. Right?
Oh, this is a good one.
Combination of
this is a good one. This is a good concept. Feels very expensive and difficult to me, but I also live in a closet because I'm a New Yorker.
Yeah, I mean, like, it turns out that all you need is access to a pool, and it kind of just works.
You need access to a pool and an underwater camera and knowing how to set up your green screens and such so that you don't, like, dox yourself ridiculously.
Well, that's just software. And also, like, you know, a few trips to Home Depot.
I was about to say, as a hardware guy, like, it seems hard to me. Like, I don't know. I talk to Schemy a lot, who does a lot of crazy green screen shit, and I'm just like, this is hard.
That's true. Well, you know, if I finish this, like,
if you are interested in VTubing as an art form and as a concept, there is a movie that has been made about VTubing. It's 1983's Videodrome.
Yes.
This is why Canadians are overrepresented among VTubers, is because the first
It's in our blood.
It's in our blood. Carmelo, I have not. I'm letting myself sober up. I literally have one beer left in the fridge, and I'm probably just going to leave it there. No, we can go. I've done Videodrome watch-alongs. Yeah, the pussy gun. The become a cat girl and pull a gun out of your stummussy. If you come to New York, Space, I also have
come to New York.
I also have. Yeah, no, the Videodrome watch along was a long fucking time ago, man. I haven't done. I kind of slowed down on watch alongs. But I've done the Videodrome watch along. That was a while ago. I fucking love Videodrome. I just generally love Cronenberg.
You know what it is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think about like what kind of horrible situation we're in, and it's like, it feels like that the situation is like they took the frame that everything's in, they just like kind of just deliberately turned it like, you know, 15 degrees to the right.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I know, right? No, like
Whomter,
horrifying image, right?
Whomter, I am struggling with how to balance my gaming priorities, the main question for me for the next couple of months is Metal Gear Solid versus Deltarune. That's the problem I'm confronted with.
There is no competition.
Really?
Yes.
What, I don't even know what the answer is then. I'm so unsure.
The answer is you do something that's never been done before. Both at the same time.
That's
Piano.
What?
Yeah, the piano. What an insane concept. How would I even do that?
I'm so happy you asked. It's really simple. What you do is you legally acquire ROMs for Metal Gear Solids 1 through 3.
Okay,
You see Franz?
done.
And then you launch Deltarune at the same time.
Are you fronding on
Both
me?
in administrator mode. That way they both try to take priority of your controller.
Okay, okay.
Are you advocating Franz on main?
What?
I feel like it would be a real. I feel like the inputs would really conflict very, very badly.
That's the point.
Oh fuck! Nearly tipped over my fucking chair. You sound like Ryu from Street Fighter. Yeah, that's how he always sounds. That's how he always sounds. That's how
Streets? What do you mean?
I assume Street Fighter.
What the fuck?
You're saying like
I'm
Hadouken.
not Japanese.
Hadouken.
Nor am I like
Broken.
5'8" and 300 pounds of pure muscle.
Oh my god.
I
Manti,
ain't clicking on that. You'll hear it.
Manti, what Niano is suggesting is that you suffer. That's what he wants. Hoomter, I really have to ask you. Very important question here. Do you, Hoomter,
Hunter?
believe that I could be confronted with a video gaming problem where my suffering would be greater than chat suffering?
At this point, no. At this point, absolutely not. No, you don't understand. Well, watching you play Dark Souls, I was gripping my thighs so hard, I got bruises.
I haven't uploaded all of them. I should upload more of them. Honestly, the main reason why I haven't uploaded all of them is that in one of those streams I raided into a fast food simulator collab, and I just haven't decided if I should just like leave that and just turn my YouTube channel into pure just like VOD dumping, or if I should like cut that out so that people can like just understand that, just see the Dark Souls without the fast food simulator collab. That's like the only reason why I have why the rest of them aren't uploaded.
No, I think a very important part of Dark Souls is Fast Food Simulator.
Okay.
It's very important. It's critical.
Honestly, Matthew, you guys did not hit the. I did
fact-
include on the subathon a game that would probably cause me to suffer more than the rest of you, and you just like did not even get close to it. And it's definitely not Funger. It's definitely not Funger. Funger's not even close.
The notion that you would like possibly deprive your Dark Souls audience of like Fast Food Simulator is deeply and patently offensive.
Okay. I guess I just do. I guess I just do that.
Yeah, what about Blighttown Burger?
I actually liked Blighttown. I thought Blighttown was nice.
Yeah, I know. You got to show them Blighttown Burger. You got to show them all the 57 toppings. 7 of them are salmonella.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about the Dark Souls stream at this point, right?
You know what they say in Blighttown, don't you? No intoxication without representation.
Hoomter, I do my laundry on the regular. Don't fuck with me here. I keep my shit in. I keep my real life in order. I go for runs, I do my calligraphy practice, I do my kanji practice, I do my laundry. Don't mess with me.
He sends coded messages to the resistance.
I send coded messages to the resistance. I don't look at if I get a delivery from a certain man to a certain woman, I do not check what is inside that delivery. It may be cookies, it may be bullets, it may be bombs, it may be art. I don't know, man. It's somebody else's problem. I don't know. That's not my problem. I actually don't journal. I don't journal. It is entirely likely that when I pass from this earth, nobody will know what the Almantas life was like.
You're
Nonsense, I'm chronicling
you're literally streaming right now.
Literally
I have
streaming.
news for you.
That's
You're
true.
you've literally, there are VODs. Actually, do you have a VODs channel? I forgot.
I'm sick of these metaphorical streams.
My VODs channel is kind of a mess. That's like the thing about, that's what I was actually talking about, was like I haven't made, my YouTube channel just has some of my VODs, not nearly all of them.
Think of all of the people out there who die without even having a VODs channel. Like, think about, like, you know, just the untold masses of, like, you know, deceased people who, like, just never have VODs. You know how important you are to, like, future generations of historians from having VODs?
A lot of my VODs, first of all, I simply let a lot of them die.
Blessed be the VOD havers, for they shall have time. They shall live in the next life.
There's a lot of VODs that are just gone, but also a lot of VODs exist purely on a hard drive on my desk that I can see.
Look, I'm sure the, you know, whatever, you know, 4th generation, like, AI super intelligences that are, like, kind of hanging out in 400 years on this planet are gonna, like, have a grand old time at the Museum of the VTuber.
No, they're going to run into a big old problem. They're just going to keep recreating me, the smartest man alive.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I was listening. I didn't use any of it. I was prepping for my collab with, wow, I pronounced collab weird there.
Collab.
I was prepping collab. We gotta go back to the collab.
Okay, that's actually just the name for it now.
Yeah,
You've
I was prepping my collab.
Okay, your
with,
collab.
With
guys,
with
we're
Alex.
starting a new thing right here, right now. It's a collab.
I can't even spell it. Giap has to invoke special keyboards in order to spell it correctly. And I was prepping for that with by listening to the Behind the Bastards about the Zizians.
Oh my god. You know, I got the I got that fucking email. I got the email asking to go on that boat.
Oh my god. When you get the email asking to go on a boat, that's like a bad fucking time, man. Like so that's how you know that something has happened wrong. Did
I tell you about this?
No, I've never heard about this.
No, okay. Lore drop. I did CFAR.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
I actually did a batch of CFAR. And so I was on the CFAR mailing list.
Mm-hmm.
And there is an email in my inbox from Ziz being like, hey, we're taking this tugboat down from Alaska down to the West Coast. Like, hey, anybody want to be on it? It'll be fun.
Okay.
So I literally I have that email in my inbox.
Okay, I have to back up here for folks for a second here. About the fucking
CFAR was founded by my first year calculus TA.
Oh my god. Okay, that's brutal. I'm sorry. That's
he's a cool guy. Okay, he basically figured out how my carpal tunnel or my repetitive strain injury works. So he actually kind of made my wrist a lot better. He's a cool guy. I don't have a problem with him. It's just very funny. I had a feeling when all the Ziz shit dropped, and I was like, You know,
Okay.
I have a feeling, and then I looked, and it's like, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I got this email.
Yeah, so we have to like back up here. First of all, Space giving you a -2 for using Japanese. But the what the fuck are the Zizians for folks? Because I was researching the Zizians in prep. The Zizians are a subcult of the rationalists. And yes, one less Z, Kango. Pretty close though, but one less Z. The Zizians. The Zizians are so like rationalism is a philosophical stance dating back hundreds of years that you cannot trust your sense data. You can only trust your ability to use logic. Right? So, like, discarding experience in favor of logic is what rationalism is about. That goes back to Descartes. The Zizians are a subgroup of a subgroup of a subgroup of that have taken several completely insane conclusions from rationalism to a really radical extent. And I want to emphasize that there are two parts about the Zizians that are simultaneously true. There are two things about this group of people that are simultaneously true. The first is that the Zizians are responsible for an absolute bare minimum of 6 murders. They are 2/3 of the way to the Manson family murders in terms of number of people literally put in the ground by violent action. The second part that needs to be really emphasized about the Zizians and understood about them as a group is that they have a holy text, and that holy text was a Harry Potter fanfic.
Yes. Did I mention the title?
Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality.
Written by Big Yud.
Big fucking Yud. These are real people, Space. These are real fucking people.
I literally have an
And
email
Big Yud.
from Zid. I literally screenshot it and I sent it to Almantas.
Yeah, I see it. I'm like it's in my yeah.
Like
I can't believe Mixie, you fucking met this guy. Like, fucking Yud.
I mean, the Big Yud. What genuinely like threw him over the edge was his brother dying.
I hate.
And he was like,
yeah, that.
Yeah, and he was just like, well, you know what? Death kind of sucks, and I don't think anyone should have to go through it. Therefore, I shall do everything in my power to encourage everyone to build God in the form of an AI.
Unsurprisingly, I was very like kind of in this whole subculture at one point.
I am not surprised. I don't think it is revealing of too many things about Kari or Abyss lore to say this, that Kari was in the circles of Bay Area high-tier programmers.
Yeah, even though I wasn't even physically in the Bay Area.
Yeah,
Except
but
for,
like
the one time I did the
socially
Fumiho
speaking, the social circle of like truly high-tier programmers.
I mean, the guy who's president of OpenAI was like my like summer camp like classmate like at age 11, right? Like it's been like a lifelong thing, right? And weird like math contest camp thing where it's like, you know, if you do well enough on the math contest, they invite you to some like weird ass camp in South Dakota. And then and I went, and then both years I was there, like, you know, one of the 30 or 40 or whatever other campers was like the guy who ended up founding OpenAI. So
Humter, the Zizians, I mean, Humter actually knows this because I actually know Humter's sources and the same sources I am. There's something kind of insane about the Zizians in that the Zizians are specifically a very feminine group. Like saying tech bro doesn't like quite operate because they're so much stranger than that. Like, they're so weird.
Yep.
Yeah, they do this kind of like weird. What was it? They're trying to do this sort of weird reprogramming thing where it's like you try to sleep with only one of your hemispheres to try to like unlock all 24 hours of your day.
Oh, just like dolphins.
It ends up like, and then they use lots of drugs, and then it just kind of completely fucks you up so much that you end up getting very like fucked up.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Like that shit fucks with your brains.
No, like this is like a bad group to wrong with. This is like a bad idea to like even be around.
I mean, the Zissians were protesting CFAR, to be clear, right? Like they were like angry at CFAR.
There's so many fucking internal schisms.
It's very funny, actually.
I'm not gonna lie, like my main takeaway from this from a person who's like quite far away from this on account of being an East Coast humanities guy is that how do I say this in a coherent way?
Roko, that's a bastard.
Don't.
Roko's goofy.
I don't want to get into that right now.
No, I mean, unfortunately, we've been brushing along it the whole time. It's been circling us like sharks the last like 20 minutes. The way I think about this fundamentally is that oh my god, why I say I think about this fundamentally and I didn't even really have like a finished thought like an asshole. They're from the outside, they are trying to actually I should say here we go. Effective altruism is like perhaps the most damaging is one of the fulcrums. There's many fulcrums in this because it's actually like a kind of like Rube Goldberg device of stupid ideas. The effective altruism movement is a very critical moment in this. And I, in like 2004, thought the effective altruism movement was a kind of compelling thing. The effective altruism movement is a movement where they are claiming, the claim here is that when you donate to charity, you can do statistical analysis on which charity does more good than other charities. That's the fundamental claim of the effective altruism movement. Is that like? And
I think there are many ways in which that is in fact true.
And like when I first heard about it back in like 2004, 2005, 2006 or whatever, when I was hearing about like during the Bush administration. It was kind of a claim that, like, you could donate to cancer research, but, like, realistically, if you have X dollars to donate, and you donate it to cancer research, you could save more lives by donating it to mosquito nets.
Yeah.
Which is, like, actually pretty fucking reasonable. I'm actually not opposed to that.
Yeah, there are a lot of aspects.
Yeah. What happens is that effective altruism as a movement is that effective altruism as a movement is actually one of the rare cases where a movement is really and truly dominated by a single centralized organization, which is GiveWell. And then GiveWell got cooed by guys who made the extraordinary and ludicrous claim that you cannot do statistical analysis on the future. That saving future lives that have never been born and are completely beyond the reach of epistemology is more important than saving any lives here and now in the present. And therefore, every single thing that you do with a present US dollar, if you are looking at giving a US dollar to a given charity, the only USD that you should give is to AI research. Because they're fucking stupid. like because
that's brutal.
They're fucking morons. That is what has happened.
Well, yeah, because they earnestly believe in the singularity and that they think that AI will solve all of our problems.
Yeah, Space Circus, you've taken the very simple...
To be clear, they think that AI is gonna like kill us all.
They think that they think that there's a very straightforward dichotomy.
So they want to do it faster?
Well, no, they think there's a very straightforward dichotomy between like, we will create the Jesus AI or we'll create the Satan AI. And like all of our actions on Earth are like, do you accidentally create the Satan AI or the Jesus AI? And it's like the only task that you have as a person living on this Earth is how to create the Jesus AI and not create the Satan AI.
By accident, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's so fucking dumb. Like it's so much dumber than anybody ever thinks it is, and it's like such a discredit. I think like to me, I guess it's because of like how I think about movements and how I relate to these things, is just like the entire effective AI idea is the rare case of an ideology being completely destroyed by the fact that they put all of their eggs in a single centralized bureaucracy. Yeah, no, they're trying to create the omnisia, and like the concept of like, how do we evaluate like this charity says they give this much money to cats, and this other charity says like, oh, goodbye Nano, like we give this much money to cats and we give this much money.
We give some money to cats. Like, look at what happens. Just like, you know, we're giving cats jobs, and now the cats have money, and now their coworkers are arriving, right?
Yeah, now their coworkers are arriving. Like what charity A gives 70% of its money for cats, and charity B gives 50% of its money to cats. So if you care about cats, you should donate to charity A. Like that's what the Give Well Foundation was for. Mm-hmm. And then they got invaded by a bunch of people who successfully managed to kick out every single person who did not believe, like, you could give your money to a chat that's not a chat, a charity that gives 70% of their money to cats.
Well, chat is just cat in French, so.
Yeah, it's exactly. Or you could give you could give your money to this AI foundation that's going to guarantee that we get the Jesus AI. Mm-hmm. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Yeah, no, Mix kind of has it, is that like what they have done is the core form, this is me giving fucking advice here, is that if somebody refuses to analyze the odds or the probability of anything that they're doing or any of the accounting, and instead substitutes like truly outrageous godlike results as a substitute for any analysis of risk or cost or anything like that, that like the only thing that matters is that like you will get the world, like that person's a cult leader and they're probably going to sexually abuse you. Like, that's the actual conclusion here. Like, don't fucking... Like, if somebody is like, you don't need to, like, worry about our tactics. We don't have to worry about whether or not things are going to actually happen. We don't need to worry about, is this a good idea? Like, we just... Like, if we win, everything changes and that's the end of the world. They're gonna steal all of your money and rape you. So, don't listen to them.
I just,
like,
sorry, now it's stuck in my head. Oh my god, why am I so big? Why am I on your face?
Oh, hold on, I haven't been paying attention to my OBS at all.
I'm huge.
You're fucking huge, because I had you resized for the
I'm hueg.
For the cat.
I can't believe I'm so hueg. Why am I so hueg?
Now you're tiny and you're on my shoulder. Yeah, I mean, Mix is the smart one here. Mix is smart, and it's one of those things that's fucking ludicrous. Thank you, Emperor's Armpits, for making me tall, and thank you, Hoomster, for making me a sock. It's a thing that you just like constantly have to think about. Is like, so why X, Y, and Z? And if it's a bunch of rich motherfuckers telling you like you can't worry about this because it's too important, they're going to do fucking Lord Humongous to you. Right, like that don't fucking trust them. Like don't fucking listen to them. They're going to try to put you in the slave camps. And it doesn't fucking matter what their ideology is, because like this is what libertarians with believe. This is what fucking happens with communists. Like you've got me and Hoomter here, as like old experienced communists, and like we're thinking about like the Japanese Red Army faction kind of shit. And like, what does the Japanese Red Army faction do? They give up on politics so that they can start purging each other in a Japanese forest. Like, because the stakes of like you can't worry about tactics, you can't worry about theory, you can't worry about practice, you can't worry about material reality, you only have to worry about the cause. Like when people start doing that shit, like you just need to fucking hit the bricks. You need to fucking hit the bricks. We'll kill the power grid and it'll spore a race war. Yeah, no, I mean, Hoopter, this is a thing that like the US has proven very demonstrably, right? Is like when Hurricane Katrina destroyed New Orleans, like 5 rich people went on murder sprees, and then like the Hells Angels were actually helping people. Like it's the majority of us care about each other and want the world to be a nicer place, and we realize that like we're stronger together. And then there's a bunch of rich people who, like, when they're confronted with the loss of status, are like, I would rather see everyone die, including myself, than, like, not have the peons bow to me.
Some people just want to watch the world burn. You know, a lot of these, like, really rich Silicon Valley types, like, spend a lot of time trying to think about, like, okay, well, if I'm in a bunker, how do I control all my security guards?
Yeah, it's an insane way to think about the world, right? It's such a bad way to think about the world, and I cannot emphasize to you enough how much that's like a toxic and horrible way to try to live.
Okay, I think like here's my take.
Mm-hmm.
I think zombies are like a fundamentally conservative kind of like deeply
Yeah.
conservative kind of thing.
No, it's, I agree.
Storybook,
I agree.
yeah. Mhm.
I actually
It's not
agree.
not
I
a fresh
agree.
take, but yeah, it's like
It's this is the thing I think is worth thinking about. Like what is your apocalypse about? Like when you are doing an apocalypse, when you are writing an apocalypse, what is the nature of your apocalypse? And the nature of the the nature of the vampire apocalypse, right? There's a couple of ways of talking about it, right? Like the normal way of talking about it is like rich guys. But there's also the way of understanding the apocalypse as the vampire world as being about the vampocalypse. The vampocalypse.
It's like, oh my god, now everybody is having sex. Holy shit.
Yeah. There's a way of like, I can't believe that straight women are having sex with men that they're attracted to. It's
disgusting.
It's like a significant percentage of what Bram Stoker's Dracula is about. Is like, I can't believe that straight women are having sex with men that they're attracted to. Disgusting. I really fucking need to do a stream one of these days about what is like the ways in which men fail to understand what straight women are attracted to.
I mean, straight women like just like
it's insane.
Ton of porn, like the amount. Of porn
it's like ludicrous how bad the misunderstanding is. I will have to talk with you about this after stream, Kari, but there's a specific one that I'm just like there's one I encountered like in the last like 48 hours where I'm like losing my fucking mind about. Yeah, straight men fail to understand that straight women are people. Completely. Okay. I am now exhausted. Space, I do feel like that's a really interesting discussion that I actually really do want to have. Me and Mabel have been talking off and on for over a month about like discussing the question of straight men's obsession with dick size. Like I've got ideas. I've got like 10% of a spreadsheet.
I feel like I'd be curious if you figure something out. I'd be curious as to what your conclusions are.
I mean, my big thing is fundamentally that it's
big thing?
extremely
Your big thing.
many times mix is like many times mix. It's fundamentally a question of cultural localism, because in ancient Greek and Roman society, penis size is seen as a correlation, a negative correlation with self-control and civilization. And so a big dick is seen as ridiculous in Greek and Roman art. And I think constantly about a Roman historian I was listening to pointing out that the nudity in an ancient Greek and Roman perspective is a costume. It's not merely like a literal portrayal of nudity. That's not really the point. The point is to like be godlike. When Augustus is portrayed nude, that is a portrayal of him being godlike. It's not just about like him being naked. It's not supposed to be accurate. And so, yeah, comically animalistic. And so, but by contrast, in modern American, etc. society, dick size is seen as a linear positive correlate with manly virtue. That like, and I'm not immune to this. Like, I want to be clear here. I am not outside of this entirely. I can see it. I can see the shape of it, but I am not.
You can see the shape of it, yes.
Yeah, I can see the shape, exactly. I can see the shape of it.
You can see the shape, and one might even say the size of it, too.
The size of it, yeah. But, like, it's hard but, like, I still am inside. I'm still inside of...
You're inside of... It's hard. It's
hard. It's hard that I am inside of the norm that like intelligence and kindness and virtue and generosity are subsets of having a big penis. Right? Like, that's insane, right? Like that's an insane way to think about this. Kari, I think it is time for me to cash out.
Yes.
I could raid Mako or Mint, but I think it would be very funny to raid a German-speaking stream at this rate.
Yes. Yeah.
So we are going to raid...
do we have a German raid message? That's the other question, right?
Yeah, good short stream. Thank you, Giop. Thank you, Giop. How do you say any German speakers in chat?
Yes.
How do you say geezer in German?
We're grinning out, yeah.
We're going to Gwyn.
We're gonna gwin it out. Hold on.
Any German speakers here?
I can Google Translate this, right?
Yeah.
It's,
I know the Germans fucking hate that, so that's actually extra funny. That's actually extra funny.
What, the geezer raid?
Yeah, geezer raid is what you.
But in German, yeah. Raid on an old knocker.
Der Opa.
Knocker.
Knocker.
And I see knocker. Alten knocker. I guess Alten knocker or Alten knocker.
Hold on. I'm gonna go. I have to go to Google Translate now. Google Translate.
I don't know whether this is the correct.
Okay, hold. Why is I don't actually care about any of your search because your search fucking sucks. Google, fuck off. I'm sorry. I'm being spicy right now.
Alten knocker.
I just want to know if knocker translates back to old man.
I mean, there's a comic book series that's translated as The Old Geezers. And it's the Alten knocker in German. I don't know. It seems...
Translate. I just want to see... Okay, hold on. I'm going to go... Oh my god, the auto-translate asks for Igbo. What the fuck have I been doing on...
Here, hold on.
German. Translate from German to English. Knocker translates as cracker, which is really funny.
The Alte knocker is... Yeah, it translates as Giger.
Okay, hold on.
You could be like, der Alte knocker is da, you know?
I think I might have to go with Uncle. I'm gonna trust Emperor's Armpit. So we're doing
All right. Alte Uncle. You can't say that on Twitch.
You can't say uncle on Twitch?
No. The other word, which I won't say because it's on Twitch.
So that's me, older man.
Uncle Raid.
Uncle Raid. Does that work? Okay, Emperor's Armpits trust it, and Emperor's Armpits speaks a German adjacent language. Okay. So we are going to raid Mirabelle, who I love, and I think is beautiful.
Excuse me,
and
we are not raiding Mirabelle.
We're raiding Gwendolia, who is
We're
technically
raiding
not
Gwendolia.
Mirabelle.
Who's technically not Mirabelle, yeah.
Okay, love you all. This has been a ludicrous stream. Have a good night.